Chapter 1 Give the School Beauty a Task. Zhonghai University. On the playground in front of the dormitory building. Lin Feng took out an exquisite gift box and said with some anticipation, "Sure, this is for you. Haven't you always wanted this necklace?" Lin Feng, "Thank you, I'm very touched." There was no emotion in Lu Shirshi's eyes. She was silent for a moment before speaking. "Just because I like this necklace, you work part-time without caring about your life. You sleep for a few hours every day, and you have to deliver food even when you are sick. It's really hard. For you, Lin Feng was interrupted before he could finish his words. "But I don't want you to work so hard. There are many things I like, and they are all very expensive. If you keep doing this, you won't be able to satisfy me even if you risk your life." So when young Master Jiang confessed to me a few days ago, I agreed to him. Lin Feng's joyful expression gradually stiffened. "I am so touched. I really want to thank you and your whole family. Let's break up and part ways amicably." Lu Shirsher expressed her attitude. At this time, a super sports car drove over and a limited edition Lamborghini Veneno stopped not far away. "Master Jiang is here to pick me up, you can go now." Lu Shirsher's tone was resolute. Sure. Lin Feng screamed out instinctively, as if his most beloved thing had been taken away. "I told you, stop bothering me." Lu Shirsher's face darkened and she shouted, "I am a woman. Is it wrong for me to pursue the life I want? You are just a small fish in my pond. I am here to spice up my taste when I am bored." Lin Feng wanted to say something else, but Jiang Lu came over, patted his shoulder, and then casually put his arm around Lu Shirsher's waist. "Silly boy, don't try to hold on if you're poor. It's very uncomfortable to be a jack." Jiang Lu had a playful look in his eyes and a cold smile on his face. He didn't take Lin Feng seriously at all. "Ignore him, let's go." Lu Shirsher twisted her waist and said coquettishly. Jiang Lu felt the wonderful touch coming from his body and had no intention of mocking Lin Feng anymore. The two got into the sports car. Woo! The sports car roared and quickly disappeared at the end of the site. Many people on the playground saw the scene and couldn't help pointing and muttering, "Isn't that Senior Lin Feng? How pitiful. He gave his heart and soul for 2 years, but he was still dumped. Yes, Senior Lin Feng has reached a new level of licking. Who in the entire CUHK doesn't know Senior Lin Feng's reputation as a licker? Unfortunately, the facts have once again proved that those who lick the dog will end up with nothing. But this is normal. Jiang Lu is now a popular figure in the school. He suddenly became rich. I heard that he is very generous. Who said that Senior Lin Feng is a bootlicker? I just think he is very loyal and a real man." Some people even took photos and posted them on the school forum, sparking heated discussions among other students. Lin Feng sighed, walked to the grass next to him and sat down, not caring whether it was embarrassing or not. "I feel very depressed. Being a time traveler is such a failure." Yes, Lin Feng is a time traveler. "It has been several years since I traveled to this parallel world that is very similar to Earth. I am an orphan. When others travel through time, they all come with a halo, pretending to be cool and slapping people in the face, pushing forward all the way and reaching the peak of their life. It's completely different from the novel." Lin Feng cursed in frustration, and there were some things he just couldn't understand. For example, how did some ordinary people like Jiang Lu suddenly become so awesome? He had been in the same club with Jiang Lu and knew that Jiang Lu's conditions were not good before. It's too fake to suddenly prescribe poison, right? There was also a poor student who often set up stalls on the street. Suddenly, he was able to drive a sports car and live in a mansion. Have times changed? Or are they all cheating? Bite. The host guessed correctly, they were indeed selected by various systems and all of them were cheating. A mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's mind, which scared him. Super authority, happy everyday system is binding. Lin Feng was confused. At first he thought he was hallucinating. But when a transparent light screen appeared in his mind, he believed it was true. Super authority, what the hell is this? Happy every day? Are you mocking me? I'm so sad now. Lin Feng opened the system information page that only he could see. The interface is quite simple. On the left is the happiness value, 60. On the right is a lucky wheel called Happy Moment, but you can't see what the prize is. Bite. the host's happiness value is 60 at this moment. He is in extreme sadness due to a broken heart and needs comfort. The purpose of this system, to make the host happy every day. Activate super authority, issue comfort tasks to nearby system owners, appearance is prioritized. Lin Feng was confused again and said, "Why, you can still issue tasks to other people's systems?" "Of course, otherwise how can it be called super authority?" Report to the host, the super authority has absolute control and management rights over all systems, can change system properties, issue system tasks, rewards and penalties, etc. Is this true? System, you are not fooling me because I am sad, right? Lin Feng blurted out, somewhat unbelievably. After all, assigning tasks to other people's systems sounded a bit unreliable. As a senior novel fan before traveling through time, he had read many system-themed novels, but he had never seen such an awesome one. Whether it is true or false, the host will know it immediately. At this time, the information layout changed. Circles of red radar like light flashed, and then all nearby system owners appeared on the information page. Damn it! Lin Feng cursed loudly. There were more than a dozen system owners nearby. There are all kinds of systems, such as dog licking gold system, sign-in system, street stall system, super rich system, selection system. Zhang Lu's name was among them. Not only that, several of the famous beauties in their school are also system owners. Lin Feng thought, no wonder the whole school is in such a mess. The cars that come in and out of the school are either Lamborghini Veneno, Koenigsegg, or Pagani Zonda. It turns out they are all cheaters. I, a time traveler, haven't even bound myself to the system, but you natives are all cheating. A suitable candidate has been found, and the task is being issued with super authority. At the same time, Luo Shi, one of the four most beautiful girls at Zhonghai University, heard a system prompt in her mind. Bite. Trigger a new task. Comfort the heartbroken Lin Feng. Note, the current happiness value is 60, and it needs to be increased to at least 30 points. Shulan, the richest woman in Zhonghai and a famous beautiful CEO, was sitting in her office when a system prompt suddenly rang in her mind. Bite. Trigger a new task. Comfort the heartbroken Lin Feng. Note, the current happiness value is 60, and it needs to be increased to at least 30 points. The head of state of a certain Western country who was visiting Zhonghai, Her Majesty the Queen of the St. Falros Empire Yaratina. She had just finished her visit today and was about to go back to the hotel to rest when a system prompt suddenly rang in her mind. Bite. Trigger a new task. Comfort the heartbroken Lin Feng. Note, the current happiness value is 60, and it needs to be increased to at least 30 points. The system also considerately attached Lin Feng's brief information and location, saying that he was heartbroken because of a breakup. Chapter 2. The Empress arrives. No way? It's the Lin Feng that was hotly discussed in the forum. Why do I need to comfort him? The beautiful schoolgirl Luo Shi was confused. What is this mission? Shulan stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window with a surprised look on his face. Yaratina, this is such a bizarre mission. Yaratina actually speaks fluent Chinese, which is obviously due to hard practice. Just when they were feeling puzzled, the system prompt sounded again. Bite. The situation is urgent, please complete it immediately. The consequences of failure are very serious, and all system rewards within 1 year will be cancelled. The three beauties with different identities and backgrounds all changed their expressions. Cancel all rewards for 1 year? Then all their efforts last year would have been in vain. Luo Shi was at school, packing dinner and preparing to go back to the dormitory, and immediately quickened her pace. Shulan hurriedly ordered the secretary, prepare the car immediately and go to Zhonghai University. Yaratina ordered the female bodyguard Nancy from the escort team, tell the convoy to change the route and go to Zhonghai University. Next to the playground. Lin Feng's three good friends in the dormitory saw the news on the forum and rushed over to comfort him. Brother Feng, don't be sad. At most I won't restrain you for 100 miles anymore. Dai Xin is a fat man with a crew cut and a round head. Chao Dalong rolled his eyes at the fat man and said, yeah, we brothers can play ranked games together again. Isn't it more comfortable than being a bootlicker? Li Yu, who was thinner and more gentle, also consoled him, yes, I'll treat you tonight. How about we go eat spicy hot pot? That's a good feeling. When Fatty Dai heard that someone was treating him, his eyes lit up and he said, Brother Feng, if you lose your girlfriend, you can always find another one. If you don't eat this meal, you'll never get another one again. Lin Feng then looked up at the few people. Seeing their anxious expressions, a warm feeling rose in his heart. Brother Feng, there are so many people watching us, shall we go back to the dormitory first? Dai Xian lowered his voice and said, they are all waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. You used to show off your affection with your sister-in-law, Lu Shirshir, which made many people unhappy. At this time, more and more people came to watch. Ha, this bitch deserves to be dumped. Now he won't show off anymore, right? Yeah, I've been eating dog food for more than a year. It's good now. Lu Shirshir has dumped him. People in the crowd were talking, with looks of sarcasm and satisfaction on their faces. Although Dai Xian and others couldn't hear clearly what they were saying, they could roughly guess what they were saying, and their faces turned a little ugly. Look, it's the campus beauty of Luo University. She's here too. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Everyone turned around and saw a beautiful woman with a perfect appearance and figure walking towards them. Ha, even the beauty of Luo University can't stand it, so you want to make some ridicule too? This is going to be fun. I feel embarrassed just thinking about it. I broke up with someone and was mocked by the school beauty. Luo she ignored everyone and walked straight towards Lin Feng. Dai Xian and several other good friends in the dormitory almost stopped breathing, their minds went blank, and they didn't know what to say. Lin Feng was not surprised at all, because he knew that this woman was here to complete a mission. Luo she squatted down in front of everyone, showing a charming smile, and said gently, hello, classmate Lin Feng, I am Luo Shi. I admire people who are loyal to their love the most. I have heard a lot about your glorious deeds. I admire you very much. Lu Shirshir's breakup with you is definitely her loss. You should cheer up, okay? Lin Feng glanced at her and said, if I didn't have super authority, I would have believed it. Don't think I don't know, you all say I'm a bootlicker behind my back. However, when Lin Feng recalled the 2 years he had been dating Lu Shirshir, wasn't all he did just to be a dog licker? Now that I have super authority, I will get back my lost niece piece by piece. No matter how infatuated, gentle, or heartfelt you are, won't you still be treated like a jack in return? I will never make this mistake again from now on. Thank you. Lin Feng nodded lightly. Maybe it was because they had just broken up, he didn't have any good feelings towards women now. Just when she was feeling angry and had no place to vent, Luo Shi ran into trouble. Oh my god. Damn it. What's happening? The beauty from Luo University didn't come here to laugh at the joke, but to comfort this guy? Everyone's eyes widened and their jaws dropped. This result is totally different from what they thought, isn't it too different? Dai Xian and his 3 good friends stepped back a few steps, looked at Lin Feng, then at the campus beauty of Luo University. The shock in their eyes was no less than seeing a supernatural event. Someone is coming again. Someone else exclaimed, and the crowd became excited again. Oh my god, it's actually the richest woman, Shulan, the business queen that countless entrepreneurs admire. This beauty, this aura, is too strong. Shulan's car was a customized Bentley, which was parked on the side, with his secretary and driver waiting there. She glanced at the crowd and slowly walked towards Lin Feng. Before she was halfway there, another scream was heard. Oh my god, someone else is here, and this time it's even more exaggerated. This time, the exclamation sounded a little hoarse. Who is so awesome? They are all customized Rolls-Royces with exclusive logos on them? I remember now, isn't that the golden Rolls-Royce in the middle the one we've seen on the news every day recently? That is the exclusive car of Her Majesty the Queen, the head of the St. Pharaoh's Empire. Why is the Queen here too? Could it be because... Everyone looked in Lin Feng's direction, and a terrifying thought flashed through their minds. This time, not to mention the onlookers, even Shulan stopped in surprise. Luo Shi was also shocked, and Lin Feng was also shocked. Isn't this too exaggerated? Is this also what the system asked to comfort itself? In an instant, the luxury convoy stopped, and a large number of well-trained bodyguards emerged to open up a safe passage. A female bodyguard opened the door of the golden Rolls-Royce in the middle. Queen Yaratina, with blonde hair and blue eyes, impeccable looks and figure, walked out and greeted the onlookers with a smile. Although she had a friendly smile, the dignity and aura of having been in a high position for a long time made everyone tremble in their hearts. It turns out that seeing it in person is completely different from seeing it on TV. Although Shulan is known as the Queen of Business, that is just a respectful title given by her admirers. But Yaratina is the real head of state of a country. The St. Pharaoh's Empire is a monarchy. The head of government is also the emperor, a hereditary monarch. Although Blue Star is a small western country with a small area, its economic development ranks among the top 5 in the world. Yarutina nodded to everyone and walked towards Linfeng. Chapter 3. Let's have some fun. Ah! A scream like a pig being slaughtered was heard. It turns out this isn't a dream. It's true. They all came here for Linfeng. What's so special about him? This is so weird. A fat man in the crowd said in a lost voice, not caring at all that his arm was red from being pinched. As for Dixin and the other 3 people in the dormitory, they have automatically stepped aside and become passers-by. Are you kidding me? Is there still room for them by Linfeng's side now? Where is the need for their comfort? At this time, Chulan and Yarutina also came to Linfeng. They didn't know each other, but they could vaguely guess that the other party's purpose was the same as theirs. Sometimes, women's intuition is very accurate. Luo she didn't expect Linfeng to be so difficult to coax. If it were her suitors, they would probably be so happy if she said such comforting words. The famous female devil of Zhonghai University, Luo Yaojing, actually has her moments of failure. So Luo she said coquettishly, "What do you want to do to be happy?" Linfeng glanced at her, expressionless and unmoved. "You women, do you know how to make me happy now? Where is your awesomeness?" Of course, Linfeng also knew that it was wrong to lose his temper, and it had nothing to do with Luoshi. But now he just wants to be willful for once. Maybe he has been a bootlicker for too long and it's too frustrating. If he doesn't explode, he will get sick. I already have a system, can't I show off a little? Ha ha. I have to say, it feels really good to be coaxed by others. Linfeng appeared calm on the surface, but he was actually a little moved inside. Happiness, +2. Linfeng's mood improved a little, and the happiness value on his system page changed from 60 to 58. Luoshi, Chulan and Yarutina all received system notifications at the same time. Bite. The target happiness value increased by 2, keep going. Luoshi was a little discouraged, and secretly cursed this bastard in her heart, he's too stingy. It's only a small increase? If this continues, when will I be able to make your happiness value reach 30? So she gritted her teeth, made a huge effort, and said, "Don't be sad. Besides, it's time to eat now. You must be hungry, right? This is the dinner I made myself, you can have it." Luoshi held back the pain and handed the bag over, smiling. Sometimes the emptiness in your heart can be satisfied by filling your stomach. Also, I'll add you on WeChat, so we can go shopping together when we have time, okay? Luoshi thought, I even gave you my WeChat account, so you should be satisfied, right? Humph, I'll delete it immediately after completing the task, and then you can go cry. Linfeng was actually a little hungry, so he took the dinner and added other people on WeChat. He saw the petrified expressions of others from the corner of his eyes, and his vanity was satisfied, making him quite happy. Bite. The target happiness value increased by 20 points, keep going. This is only an increase of 20 points? Luoshi was about to cry, she was really at her wits' end now. Chulan and Yarutina on the side seemed to be inspired and were thinking. Chulan took the lead and said to Linfeng, "Student Linfeng? Although it may be a bit presumptuous, I believe that our meeting is fate. One day, you will understand that a past relationship is just an insignificant episode in your life. It is not worth your sadness. Cheer up, okay? Thank you." Linfeng nodded and said, but his happiness level did not change at all. Chulan smiled calmly. She didn't have time to prepare anything. After thinking for a while, she took out a black card with a special mark on it. "I'll give you my supplementary gold card. Go have some fun with your classmates tonight." Chulan said, and then explained, "There is no limit on the amount, you can use it as you like. It would be great if you could get the job done for a little money." As a figure who often appears on the global rich list, Chulan is not good at making people happy, but he has a lot of money. Linfeng raised his eyebrows, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" "No." Chulan thought he didn't like money, but before she could explain, Linfeng had already put the card in his pocket. Bite. The target happiness value increases by 30 points, currently it is 8 points, keep going. Chulan. This scene caused the crowd watching to go crazy. Fuck. 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 3 fucks are not enough to express my feelings. Isn't this too good to be true? Just swipe as you like? Unlimited amount? Woo woo, I want to be heartbroken too, I want comfort too. Wake up, you don't have a girlfriend? Shulan and Luo Shi were a little depressed. Although Lin Feng's happiness value had increased a lot, it was still a long way from 30. At this time, the two women looked at Yaratina at the same time, and the meaning was very clear: we have tried our best. Now it's up to you, Your Majesty, the Queen. If even the Empress can't do anything, then you can only accept your fate. At this moment, everyone held their breath and their eyes were fixed on Yaratina. Did she really come to comfort Lin Feng? If so, that's too exaggerated, right? It's just a breakup. Do you want to escalate it into an international incident? This incident will probably be on the headlines around the world tomorrow. Yaratina slowly stepped forward under the gaze of everyone, and her every move was dignified and respectful. Student Lin Feng, in order to help you get over the pain of a broken heart. Yaratina spoke in fluent Chinese and said slowly, as the Emperor of St. Pharaoh's Empire, I confer upon you the title of first-class Prince of the Empire. I will also bestow upon you the Empire's highest honor, the Order of the Dawn of Light, which symbolizes freedom and bravery. I hope you will be happy. Chapter 4, First-Class Prince. First-Class Prince. Medal of Dawn Light. Yarutina's words were like a nuclear bomb dropped on calm waters. Shocking. The shock it brought to the onlookers was no less than that of a 22-magnitude earthquake. Just because you are sad after a breakup, you can be crowned as the head of state? And he is a first-class prince of the St. Pharaoh's Empire. This title is not just a gimmick, it is of extremely high value, comes with an exclusive palace and salary, and can be inherited, with extremely high power and status. It can be said that just by virtue of his status as a first-class prince, Lin Feng can live a life of wealth and glory for the rest of his life. Isn't this consolation prize a bit too big? If this is possible, I also want to break up. Lin Feng, this toad, did he save all of humanity in his previous life or something? The whole world has to make him happy after he was dumped? In fact, in addition to wanting to complete the task, Yaratina also had deeper considerations. Otherwise, even if she was a hereditary emperor with supreme power, it would be impossible for her to casually confer a first-class prince title. She mainly felt that the system's task was too strange. It was obvious that the system was trying to please this person. Why would a person even try to please her own empress system? There must be a deeper reason. This is the vision and pattern of the empress. It's not something ordinary people can compare to. Now no one dares to laugh at Lin Feng's joke. What a joke! Now it seems that those who want to see the joke are the joke, okay? Have you ever seen someone break up and the school beauty, the CEO, and even the head of state all rush to comfort him? Those present can answer loudly, I have seen it. Although they don't know the reason, this is the fact. While the others were still in shock, Yaratina's entourage and bodyguards reacted and stepped forward, saluting respectfully. Meet the Lord. In the St. Pharaoh's Empire, the status of a first-class duke is extremely high, and his status is second only to that of the royal family. According to the rules, their followers should pay their respects when they see them. Although they all didn't know why the Empress conferred the title of first-class prince on this yellow-skinned foreigner, no one dared to question the Empress's decision. Lin Feng recovered from his confused state. As a humble bootlicker, he suddenly was chased and coaxed by so many goddesses, which made him feel like a liberated serf singing. It feels so good. He wanted to keep a straight face. But why can't I control the corners of my mouth from curling up? Ha 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 ha. I just want to laugh. It feels so good. A broken heart is really just a small matter. I have to say that Yaratina's trump card directly conquered Lin Feng, and it was hard for him not to be happy. Seeing that he could no longer hold back his anger, Lin Feng simply smiled and waved his hand. Hello everyone, no need to be so polite. Yes. The bodyguards retreated respectfully. Bite. The target happiness value increases by 60 points, currently 52 points. Congratulations to the host, mission accomplished. Yaratina, Chulan, and Luo Shi all breathed a sigh of relief when they heard the system prompt sounding in their minds. Finally completed this weird task. Now that they had completed the mission, they all said goodbye to Lin Feng. They didn't know Lin Feng, so they didn't have much other topics to talk about. Besides, Yaratina and Chulan had special identities, so it wasn't a good idea for them to stay here any longer. Not to mention Luo Shi, she slipped away very quickly. Wow. I feel like a loser. Others have become champions in their junior year, but I'm about to graduate and still busy looking for a job. Oh, I thought I was here to see the joke, but I was the joke. It's so exciting, my weak heart can hardly bear it. I want to break up too. I also want the goddess to comfort me and make me happy. These onlookers who came to see the joke seemed to be full of energy, and they walked with their heads held high. When he left, he looked as if he had taken the wrong medicine and had a sad face. It didn't feel like Lin Feng was dumped, but rather like they were dumped. When Dai Xin and the others saw that everyone else had left, they surrounded him and shouted with envy, "Brother Feng, you are going to be soaring to the sky. Brother Feng, from now on you will be the elder and I will be the younger. You can't abandon me. Do you remember when you were sick in your freshman year? I cooked for you every day." Chao Dalin spoke excitedly about the glorious deeds of those years. "Brother Feng, I've made up my mind. From now on, I'll just be a pendant on your leg." Li Yu also hugged Lin Feng excitedly and said firmly. Lin Feng coughed lightly and said with some disdain, "It's okay to say it, but don't make a move. I'm a person of status now. How can I, a first-class duke, be so close to you?" After hearing what Lin Feng said, several people stopped and looked at each other, their smiles gradually becoming vulgar. Dai Xian stretched out his fat hand, punched Lin Feng, and shouted, "Oh, I actually punched the prince so I don't have to chop off my head?" Of course, the intensity is still under control. Wow, the prince's muscles are very elastic. Haha, let me try it too. Lin Feng was horrified. These dogs were simply lawless. He begged for mercy, "Let me go. I was wrong." You can scream even if you scream your throat out, but no one will come to save you. Don't mention it, the prince's cry is different from others. Did I hear it right? Ha, a first-class duke actually begged for mercy from me. I can brag about it for the rest of my life. Not only did they not put Lin Feng down, but they grabbed him and carried him up. Dai Xian also said, "Prince Wang, you are of noble status, how can you walk by yourself? We brothers will carry you back." Lin Feng was speechless, but even though he was pranked, he didn't get angry. Instead, he felt a little warm. The relationship among the people in their dormitory was still very good. He traveled to this world as an orphan. Before he got the system, he had to rely on himself for everything. He has been living like this for 5 years. He could only rely on various scholarships to go to college, and his life was very tight. Several people in the dormitory helped him a lot, both in life and financially. Lin Feng kept all these favors in his heart. Now that I have the opportunity, of course I have to repay it. Put me down. While struggling, Lin Feng took out the unlimited black card Chu Lan gave him and shouted, "I'll treat you tonight, have fun as you like, as long as everyone is happy. You can eat, drink and have fun all in one place. You can choose any place you want. We have no shortage of money." When they heard that Lin Feng was treating them, they immediately behaved themselves, put Lin Feng down, and patted his clothes. "Brother Feng is awesome. Ha, I'm going to make you a big feast tonight. I'm going to an 8-star hotel and enjoy a top-notch meal. Then go sing karaoke and party all night long. Everyone, this is a rare opportunity, I must completely indulge myself and let myself go. Ha 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 ha." Chapter 5 Waiting Online, Urgent. The male dormitory building of Zhonghai University. When the 4 heroes from dormitory 305 came back, it was already past midnight. Everyone drank a lot of wine. Although I wasn't drunk, I was a little tipsy and walked a little unsteadily. Online. Go ahead, I'll take you flying. Dai Xian shook his round head and shouted at the top of his voice, "My monkey is a cunning 6. He he." 3 disdainful sneers suddenly rang out in the dormitory. Lin Feng was almost speechless. Generally, those who talk about Dai Fei all the time are usually the worst. Usually, 3 minutes into the game, they start cursing, "My internet connection is bad and my phone is laggy." However, several people still took out their mobile phones and opened the familiar game interface. Kick rice. They only discovered the problem after entering the game. What should we do if we are missing one person in the 5th row? Chao Dalong said somewhat embarrassedly. Look at your friends or teams to see if there are any other people. Just pull anyone in. Anyway, we have 4 of us leading us, so we can still win even if we pull a rookie to make up the numbers. Li Yu said arrogantly. But having said that, his gaming skills are the best in dormitory 305. They do have the capital to be arrogant. I can reach more than 50 stars in every season. There is none left. Dai Xian said somewhat frustratedly that he had very few friends. By the way, how could I forget this? Chao Dalong touched his head and suddenly looked at young Fan, with a strong light flashing in his eyes. Why are you looking at me? Lin Feng felt uneasy when he looked at him. Could it be that this guy took the wrong medicine? I'm not gay. Brother Feng, didn't you add Goddess Luo on WeChat tonight? You can invite her to play with you. She's a great goddess. Chao Dalong then said with some excitement. After hearing his words, Dai Xin and Li Yu were also a little excited. Although Luo Shi is still a student, she is a famous online anchor with more than 5 million fans on Feiyu, the largest online live broadcast platform in China. She has many live broadcast projects, including singing, dancing, and games. His gaming skills are top-notch. Whether he's playing King of Glory or Chicken Dinner, he's first-rate. It is said that a professional team once invited her to join, but she refused. Yeah, Brother Feng. See if you can invite the school beauty Luo to play with us. Even though we can't pick her up, I'll be satisfied if I can play a game with her. I'll be proud to brag at class reunions in the future. Dai Xin and Li Yu also expressed their strong demands with excitement. His eyes were full of anticipation. Lin Feng touched his chin. This is a good suggestion. Hey. The main thing is that he is very confident in his heart. I have super authority and can control and manage Luo Shi's system. She should not refuse to invite her to rank together, right? Okay, I'll notify her to go online right away. Lin Feng said confidently, I'll fulfill your wish tonight. I'm not bragging to you, I can even let Luo Shi play with us all night. Lin Feng's tone was very certain, as if Luo Shi had already agreed. Brother Feng is looking at you. When they heard Lin Feng agree, their faces flushed with excitement. Then they surrounded him, looked at Lin Feng with fanatical eyes, and took out his cell phone to send a WeChat message to Luo Shi. When he saw Lin Feng open Luo Shi's chat window, he was drooling with envy. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. Watch this. Lin Feng's vanity swelled, and he said proudly, then quickly typed a line of words and sent it over. I'm Lin Feng, come online quickly, our dormitory is still short of one person in the 5th row. The next scene was shocking. A line of words quickly popped up in the chat window. Luo Shi has enabled friend verification, and you are not her friend yet. Please send a friend verification request first. You can chat only after the other party passes the verification. Send friend verification. Lin Feng's face darkened when he saw this message. Damn it! This woman deleted me right after completing the system task. It's so abominable. Unforgivable. Lin Feng then realized that Luo Shi didn't know that he had super authority. He must have thought that making him happy was just a task randomly triggered by the system. Forehead. Dai Xin, Chao Dalong, and Li Yu also had frozen expressions. What I fear most is that the air suddenly becomes very quiet. No one spoke. I don't know what to say in this situation. It's so embarrassing. Of course, it was not them who were embarrassed, but Lin Feng. They felt that no matter what they said now it would be an insult to Lin Feng, so in order not to embarrass him, they should not say anything. Are you exaggerating too much? I don't know how to make it right for you. Lin Feng was now truly embarrassed and ashamed, and wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Cough. Lin Feng coughed, and in order to hide his embarrassment, he angrily cursed, even if Luo Shi begs me to add her tomorrow, I won't bother to answer. Coming again? Isn't it embarrassing enough? It's blowing again. It turns out that school beauty Luo added you on WeChat just because she felt sorry for you because you broke up. I was so scared, I thought you two were really having an affair. Still begging you to add her? You must be daydreaming. Dai Xin and others rolled their eyes at him imperceptibly, but no one responded. You can't argue with Lin Feng at this time. Hey, I'm so sleepy. The alcohol has taken effect and my head is a little dizzy. How about we play tomorrow and just take a shower and go to bed tonight? Dai Xin slapped his head in a pretentious manner and sat down on the bed. Yeah, I feel a little tired too. We had so much fun tonight. Chao Dalong and Li Yu also agreed. Okay, let's go to sleep first. Lin Feng knew what they were thinking and it just so happened that he had a way out. How could he have the heart to play games now? Lin Feng is very angry and the consequences are serious. Took a quick shower. Lin Feng lay down on the bed and didn't have time to call up the system interface. I heard the system prompt sound first. Bite. The host is aware that he has been angered by Luo Shi, the strongest talent system binder. The current happiness value is 25, unforgivable. Activate super authority, issue a punishment task. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then immediately became happy. The system is so good that he doesn't have to do anything at all. In the girls' dormitory, Luoshi had just finished taking a shower and was applying a facial mask. She felt happy when she thought about having just deleted Lin Feng. I really want to see how interesting Lin Feng, that stingy guy, would look when he saw the message was deleted. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in Luoshi's mind. Bite. The host deleted Lin Feng's WeChat without authorization, which made him very unhappy. Punishment: 1 day of dog licking experience, starting from now. Bound target: Lin Feng. Dog licking gold, 100 million. Reward: the target happiness value reaches 30 points, and the reward is twice the amount of the dog gold spent. Mission failed, all system rewards within 2 years will be cancelled. Luoshi was completely stunned. What? Let this school beauty be Lin Feng's lapdog for a day? System, are you kidding me? The campus beauty of Luo University picked up the phone with a sad face. Is it too late to add him now? Urgent, waiting online. Chapter 6, Fairies in Action. In dormitory 305. It's already the middle of the night and everyone says they are sleepy and want to sleep, but everyone is lying in bed looking at their phones. This is what college life is like. Staying up late is a compulsory course. Lin Feng was still watching videos when his phone suddenly prompted someone to add him as a friend. He knows who sent it without even looking. Super authority is really awesome, it works so quickly. I'm sorry, I deleted you by mistake. I hope you're not angry, hee. I have to say that Luoshi's request to add the user was very well thought out. He first apologized, explaining that it was an accidental deletion, giving himself a way out. Then he ended with a playful hee. For the usually arrogant campus beauty of Luo University, this tone of voice had a hint of submission and flattery. If it were someone else, I'm sure that even if Luoshi did something outrageous, she would be forgiven at this time. School beauties are always more likely to gain other people's understanding. Unfortunately, Lin Feng is not in the same category as the others. He simply chose to ignore it and didn't even bother to refuse. You want to get rid of me with just one sentence? Impossible. In this case, Luoshi would never receive a reply. The more this happened, the more anxious she would feel while waiting. In fact, this feeling is more painful than being rejected. Lin Feng switched the software and continued watching videos. After a while, Luoshi sent another message requesting to add a friend. I really didn't mean it. Please pass through first. Okay? This tone is a bit coquettish. Lin Feng remained unmoved. I opened the news again and read tonight's headlines. Who would have thought that the first piece of news on top was about him? Shocked, Her Majesty Queen Yaratina, in order to comfort a man who had been heartbroken, actually did this in public. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. What the hell, what kind of nonsense are these clickbait headlines writing? It makes me feel like I'm being kept by someone. Can you have some professional ethics? At this moment in the girls' dormitory, Luoshi was staring at the unresponsive mobile phone screen with dark circles under her eyes. This bastard. Have you never heard of my name, Luo Yaojing? Wait and see, you have successfully aroused the interest of the senior sister. I want to make you feel hope, and then snuff it out. The sky is just getting light. At 5:30 in the morning, Luoshi's alarm clock rang on time. Luoshi got up sleepily and quickly turned off the alarm clock so as not to disturb other roommates' sleep. Then reluctantly, he went to the balcony to wash up. Is this the daily routine of a bootlicker? It's totally unfair. Luoshi couldn't help but complain. Bite. Host, please correct your attitude. It is indeed unfair, but a bootlicker does not deserve to sleep until he wakes up naturally. Hear the system prompts in your mind. Luoshi showed a look of despair again. Finished washing up. She took out her cell phone again and sent a message to Lin Feng. Of course, Lin Feng hasn't added him as a friend yet, so she can only send the message through verification. Good morning, today is also a day full of energy, come on, my male god. Luoshi clicked send, and she felt a little cheesy. Almost vomited. But there is no way, this is the daily life of a dog licker. When you wake up in the morning, the first thing to do is to send a good morning message to the person you are licking. Next, Luoshi started to put on makeup. She was particularly careful and attentive today. As a licker, when you meet the person you want to lick, you must show your best side. Unconsciously, Luo Shi gradually became a dog licker. It seems quite interesting. After Luo Shi's initial resistance and reluctance, she actually felt a little excited and curious. She was shocked by her own thoughts and found it a little unbelievable. Could it be that I have a tendency to be a bootlicker in my bones? Like to be a lick dog? Impossible. Luo Shi quickly shook her head and shook off this terrible idea. 6-5. Luo Shi put on her makeup and changed into her favorite outfit. For some reason, she was wearing black stockings, which she rarely wore. Then she hurriedly picked up her bag and went out. But as a bootlicker, there are many things to do in the morning. Time flies. Soon it was 8:30. Lin Feng opened his sleepy eyes, reached out from under the pillow to take out the ringing cell phone, and turned off the alarm. Then he saw the message Luo Shi sent early in the morning. Lin Feng thought about it and clicked to agree to add. A day later, after going through many twists and turns, the two became WeChat friends again. The other side. When Luo Shi saw the message pop up on her phone, her nose felt sore and she almost cried. Lin Feng stuck his head out and glanced at the others. Everyone was still sleeping like dead pigs. Why don't you hurry up and get up? Today is Master Lin's class. You are risking your life. Or do you not want to graduate? Lin Feng yelled at the top of his lungs, then forced himself to cheer up and wash up. Master Lin? Damn, how could I have forgotten about this? Wait a minute, I need to go to the bathroom. When the other three big men heard Lin Feng's words, they all jumped up from the bed as if by conditioned reflex. From this we can see how powerful these three words Master Lin are. Master Lin was the nickname given to him by his classmates. His real name was Lin Yong, and he was their counselor. Don't be fooled by his nickname Shirtai, he is actually a man. The reason why she is called Master Lin is because she is like a master in menopause, with a bad temper and moody expressions. It was basically done in less than 5 minutes. Men are just fast. After everything was done, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Class didn't start until 9:20, so there was still time. Let's go have breakfast. Dai Xin fastened his belt and spoke hurriedly. He is quite fat and is used to eating breakfast. He feels uncomfortable if he doesn't eat for a day. Let's go. Lin Feng also nodded, and then several people walked out of the dormitory together. However, what Lin Feng didn't know was that at this moment, a scene that made countless otakus unbelievable occurred downstairs in the dormitory. Countless students who were preparing to go to class saw that their dream goddess Luo Shi was actually looking around at the door of the dormitory building, as if she was waiting for someone. So, the students who were about to go to class stopped. I don't feel like going to class. Oh my god, why is school beauty Luo here? Is she waiting for someone? She's so sexy, is she waiting for her boyfriend? This is unscientific. How could someone be able to subdue the Luo fairy? What's unscientific about this? Don't forget that Luo Xiaohua is a famous filthy demon king, a female demon. It is said that she changes her boyfriend every month. I heard that she went to comfort Lin Feng yesterday. Could it be that school beauty Luo has taken a fancy to him and wants to change her taste? Goddess, let Senior Lin go, come at me if you dare. With the magic of Luo Yaojing, won't Lin Feng, the licker, be left with nothing? At this moment, Lin Feng and the others just happened to walk downstairs. Chapter 7 System Level Competition. The four big guys from dormitory 305 discovered something was wrong as soon as they got downstairs. Is there any international news today? Yesterday, Lin Feng's breakup incident caused quite a stir. Not only did it make the school headlines, it made the domestic headlines, it even made the international headlines. Then they soon saw Luo Shi. It's hard not to notice. Stunning. This was Lin Feng's first impression. The upper body is a small shirt, just covering the belly button, revealing a touch of white waist. The lower body is a pair of denim shorts and high-heeled sandals, which is very fashionable and avant-garde. A spider-shaped earring adds a touch of dark and cool feeling. Coupled with her tall and plump figure and delicate face, this outfit seems to have a fatal temptation. I guess Daji is no more than this, right? Lin Feng sighed to himself. Dai Xian, Chao Dalong and Li Yu's eyes almost popped out of their heads. Lin Feng, good morning. The moment Luo Shi saw Lin Feng, her eyes lit up and she walked over. The sound of the system prompt rang in her mind. Bite. Start the dog licking action. Luo, she was speechless for a while, it was so embarrassing, luckily no one could hear it. Bite. The other party has started the dog licking action, the host enjoys it. Lin Feng listened to the system prompt sound in his mind and his face looked a little strange. In the system level competition, I win. What are you enjoying? System, you are so evil, huh, but since you can't resist, just enjoy it. Good morning, what's the matter? Lin Feng replied expressionlessly, his tone flat, not as flattered as everyone imagined. Don't you want to be a licker? I'll see how you lick. Damn, what is going on? Dai Xian, Chao Delong, and Li Yu all widened their eyes. It's like seeing a ghost. What the hell is going on? Didn't Luo Xiaohua delete all of Brother Feng's WeChat yesterday? Why did she delete all of Brother Feng's WeChat again today? Dai Xian shook his round head and said, damn, this is too complicated. My brain is not enough. Chao Dalong and Li Yu looked at each other, also bewildered. They simply couldn't make any clues from this complicated relationship. Of course, it wasn't just them. The audience's reaction was even more intense at this time. Fuck, Luo, she really came here for Lin Feng. She was even made a king yesterday. Isn't that enough? She even wants to show off her love to us in public. What's going on? Can anyone tell me how Lin the licking dog became the golden cicada? Even the Luo fairy is circling around him? Brothers, stay calm. The situation is still unclear. Let's observe first. I don't think Fairy Luo was interested in Lin Feng. That's right, everyone, take another look and don't lose your composure. The heated discussion that was almost boiling finally quieted down. Everyone held their breath and watched what would happen. It's nothing. I sent you so many ad messages on WeChat yesterday, why didn't you agree? I really didn't delete yours on purpose. Luo, she pouted and spoke in a wronged voice. Coupled with her pitiful expression, she is so pitiful that everyone wants to hold her in their arms and comfort her. Dai Xian and others were petrified instantly. The look he gave Lin Feng changed. Did the beauty from Luo University really come to beg Lin Feng to add her as a friend? Forehead. Lin Feng was embarrassed for a moment when she said it so bluntly, and he didn't know how to respond. I guess your phone must be lagging. The last time I saw your phone, it was very old. Phones will get laggy after being used for a long time. Luo, she suddenly smiled and said charmingly, this is the latest model of Apple that I bought for you early in the morning, and this one has the largest memory. Do you like purple? If not, I'll change it. After Luo she finished speaking, she handed over a gift bag in her hand, blinking her long eyelashes, which was extremely seductive. She thought to herself, boy, you are too young to fight with my sister. Isn't it time to lick you until you are dizzy? Lin Feng. I have to say, Lin Feng was really touched. Although he knew that Luo she was mostly acting, people are so strange and their emotions are very complicated. Even if he knew it, he would still be moved. Lin Feng couldn't help but open the package and took out the mobile phone inside. It really is the latest model, it feels so damn good. Although it's a bit weird for a grown man to carry a purple cell phone. It feels very showy. But Lin Feng still couldn't control his love for him. Luo, she was right, his phone was more than 2 years old and it was indeed a bit slow. Not only does it cause heat when playing games, but the computer also keeps breaking down. Every time we get to the crucial moment of a team fight, I feel like I'm about to die. Luo, she's gift really hit Lin Feng's heart. Thank you, I love it. But this phone costs more than 10,000 yuan. Isn't it too expensive? Lin Feng said a little embarrassedly, but put the phone in his pocket. Luo, she saw this scene and rolled her eyes at him in her heart. This guy is really stingy. He can't get it without spending some money. As long as you like it, money is not a problem. Luo, she said with a smile again. Anyway, it wasn't her money that was spent, so of course she didn't feel bad about it. These are all the money given to me as a bootlicker during the mission. Luo, she was eager to spend more so that she could get double the rebate after completing the task. Thinking about it this way, Luo, she suddenly felt that this task was quite good and not that difficult to accept. By the way, I bought you breakfast, eat it quickly, it's getting cold. After Luo she finished speaking, she looked at Dai Xian, Chao Delong and Li Yu who were already in a daze, and said, you have some too. You are all Lin Feng's roommates. I bought some for you too, but I don't know if it suits your taste. Luo Shi's words were actually very clear. She did this purely because he was Lin Feng's roommate, which invisibly brought her closer to Lin Feng. The licking was just right. At present, Luo she still has a talent for being a dog licker. I like it. We are not picky eaters. We just need to eat whatever we have. Dai Xin and the other two nodded desperately. Luo Yaojing brought them breakfast, so how could they dare to dislike it? This guy can brag about his class reunion 20 times. Lin Feng's breakfast was specially prepared, with different packaging and plenty of food. This subtle gesture touched Lin Feng again. Men just like to be different. Ha ha. After Lin Feng and the others finished breakfast, Luo she said again, your clothes are so old. I'll wait for you after class and go shopping with you to buy clothes, okay? Okay. Lin Feng nodded without hesitation. The mouth that eats the food is soft, and the hand that takes the food is short, he has both of these. How can I still pretend to be noble in front of others? Well, okay, I'll give you a chance to complete the task. It's so annoying. After class I have to go shopping with the school beauty. I don't have any private time at all. Seeing this, the crowd gradually dispersed. Let's go. I'm completely disappointed. From this second on, my life is gray. My goddess has left me forever. Get lost, give me back your goddess? When have you ever had her except in your dreams? Woo woo. I can't even dream now. My youth is over. It flew away like a bird. Chapter 8 Get in the car. Return to the classroom. Dai Xian was the first to lose control. He hugged Lin Feng's shoulders and said excitedly, Brother Feng, I am really convinced by you now. I bow down to you. Can you teach me a couple of moves? Lin Feng took a look at his round belly, which was bigger than that of a pregnant woman of several months old. How could anyone admire his figure? I don't believe it. Chao Dalong and Liu also stretched their necks and looked at Lin Feng expectantly. They watched Luo Shi's entire performance today. That humble and fawning look just like when they meet their favorite goddess. It really looks like, exactly the same. Lin Feng, I can't give you a system too, right? Fortunately, Teacher Lin came in at this time and the classroom suddenly became quiet. Class starts. Lin Feng was sitting there bored, when suddenly an idea came to him. He called up the system layout in his mind and began to study the system. The left side is the happiness value, 12. On the right is a lucky wheel, happy moment. Moreover, the turntable was gray yesterday, but it turned bright today. Lin Feng felt that it should have been bound just yesterday and had not been refreshed yet. At this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded. Byte. Congratulations to the host, today's happy moment has been updated. The host can spin the lucky wheel once to get a mysterious reward. Happy moment, refresh once a day. Only then did Lin Feng understand that this was the case. Then he was a little surprised again. This function was a bit like the daily sign-in in the sign-in system. Host, would you like to start today's happy moment? I definitely agree. Lin Feng closed his eyes and chose to agree. Happy moment, yeah. At this time, the pointer on the happy moment turntable began to move. And the results came quickly. Byte. Congratulations to the host, you have drawn System Customized Luxury Fleet and Star Shield Guard. The Star Shield Guard is an exclusive security team created for you by the system. As the system manager, the host has a distinguished status and cannot afford any mistakes. Lin Feng thought about it and thought it was not bad. This lottery was quite practical. The key is the convoy. Where should I go to pick it up? Lin Feng asked the doubts in his heart. He didn't ask what kind of car it was, but it should be pretty cool anyway. Other systems are often poisonous. Super permissions are much more powerful than those systems. How can they be bad? Host, rest assured, the system will arrange it immediately. That's good. Lin Feng continued to study the system, but this time he was not studying his own system, but someone else's system. It's amazing that he can also study other people's systems. Lin Feng first called up Yarutina's system. Lin Feng was deeply impressed by this queen who was extremely beautiful and powerful. So the first thing I checked was Yarutina's system. The strongest empress system. Name, Yarutina. Age, 26. Height, 178 centimeters. Appearance, 9.5. Identity, Queen of the St. Falros Empire, hereditary monarch, head of government, Commander-in-Chief of the Three Armed Forces. Strength point 66 can be used to strengthen the body and skills. As Lin Feng looked at the information and the row of awe-inspiring titles, the image of Yaratina's noble, cold and extraordinary demeanor emerged in his mind again. Gurgle. Swallowed. I don't know who can have such a powerful and beautiful empress. Time passed by unknowingly, and Lin Feng wanted to check other people's systems when the bell for the end of get out of class rang. I received a text message from Luo Shi on my phone. Feng, I'm waiting for you at the door. I've already bought some water. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, thinking that with Luo Yaojing's personality, she would definitely not be so obedient. It must be because of the mission. She's performing quite well. Should we activate super permissions directly and cancel her one-day dog-licking experience, and make it permanent? As soon as Lin Feng walked out of the school gate, he saw Luo Shi waving at him. How about I drive? Luo Shi said a little embarrassedly. She forgot that Lin Feng didn't have a car. She does have a car, which she parks in the school parking lot. Just then, someone suddenly exclaimed. Wow, whose luxury fleet is this? It's too awesome. The luxury of this motorcade is even more exaggerated than that of some presidents. Today is really an eye-opener. They are all Rolls-Royces. Did you notice that the custom-made extended version in the middle is the Rolls-Royce Dream One that has been making a lot of noise online and is worth $1 billion? Lin Feng also turned his head in surprise, and saw a fleet of luxurious Rolls-Royces driving towards him. My heart is pounding. Here they come, the convoy arranged by the system is here. This is my convoy. Lin Feng could guess with his toes that this was the luxury fleet that the system mentioned. The campus beauty of Luo University was also shocked by this scene. The impact of this row of cars was much more shocking than any top supercar. Byte. The luxury fleet has been delivered. Please accept it. Happy number 1 will be your private car from now on. At this time, the luxury convoy stopped, and then a group of well-trained bodyguards in black clothes and sunglasses emerged. Boss. These black-clad bodyguards bowed to Lin Feng and spoke in unison. Cough. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was not called Dragon King. He waved his hand somewhat unnaturally. Move aside first. Yes. All the bodyguards retreated to the side of the luxury car and guarded there like Optimus Prime. Byte. Tips, on the surface, they are all employees of the Starshield Security Company, and are elite bodyguards trained by the system for the host. Host, don't underestimate them. Each of them has a system. In the underground world today, most of the top-ranked organizations were founded by them, such as the Temple of God, the Holy Temple, the Blood Prison, etc. Lin Feng. These awesome people are now my security guards? I see. Lin Feng was much more accepting this time. After being shocked so many times, he got used to it. Luo Shi is now full of doubts and shock. What is the identity of this Lin Feng? Even if I have a system, it has never been so awesome. No wonder the system issued a task to ask me to comfort him. Did it want me to have a good relationship with him? Of course, it was not just Luo Shi. Other students coming in and out also looked at Lin Feng as if he were an alien. For a long time, the most common rumor about Lin Feng in the school is that he is a dog licker and is extremely good to his girlfriend Lu Shishir. But no one has ever said that his identity is so awesome? Could it be that he is the son of some hidden tycoon and that he delivers food just to experience life? Well, senior sister Luo Shi, please get in the car. Lin Feng didn't want to stay and be admired like a giant panda, so he said to Luo Shi, have you chosen a place? Let's go. Lin Feng is now a junior, and he also knows that Luo Shi is now a senior, so it is definitely right to call her senior. Oh well. Luo Shi came back to her senses, smiled charmingly at Lin Feng, and said delicately, why don't we go to Zhongtian Plaza, eat first, and then go shopping? Luo Shi also has her own plans. You must go to a place with high consumption, otherwise how can you earn money? Okay. Lin Feng nodded. He was not very picky about food and just wanted to leave here quickly. He also knew Zhongtian Plaza, which is a well-known high-consumption place in Shanghai. It has world-renowned luxury goods stores and a snack pedestrian street, where you can eat, drink and have fun. But Lin Feng didn't have the money to spend there before. So, in full view of everyone, the two of them got on the customized Dream One in the middle. Chapter 9 Chapter 10 The Dirty Demon King. Welcome. 2 rows of waitresses wearing cheongsams saluted respectfully at the door. This is a very famous Western restaurant in Zhongtian Plaza. This is Lin Feng's first time here. Do you want a private room or a private seat? The person leading the way was a young male waiter in a suit. He looked at Luo Shi out of habit. Because according to his experience, when people come here to eat with beautiful women, it is usually the women who have the final say. What's more, Luo Shi is simply a beauty among beauties. Luo Shi was about to speak, but subconsciously stopped and looked at Lin Feng beside her, her eyes full of questioning. Lin Feng said calmly, "Let's find a private room with a good location." Two people don't need a private room. After the shoe tying incident, Lin Feng's mentality changed a little, and he realized that a man must be tough. As you say. Luo Shi nodded obediently, but she felt so aggrieved that she wanted to cry. Facing this stingy guy Lin Feng, she has to pay attention to these details. The waiter was stunned by this scene. He looked at Lin Feng with a questioning look in his eyes. He couldn't help but shout in his heart, "Awesome! Awesome!" What's even more amazing is that when he arrived at his seat, he actually saw the beautiful Luo Shi, who actually took the initiative to open a seat for Lin Feng. After Lin Feng took his seat, she obediently sat down opposite him. Is this not acting? Beautiful women are so gentle? Two questions popped up in the waiter's mind. Ahem, please help us order the food first. Lin Feng coughed lightly, feeling somewhat amused and his vanity a little inflated. Of course, he knew why the waiter had that expression. I almost knelt down and worshipped him. Oh, okay, sorry. The waiter kept apologizing. She could see how smart Luo Yaojing was, and thought, no, if this goes on, she will have no initiative at all. We have to find a way to turn passivity into initiative. Luo Shi thought about Lin Feng peeking at her in the car again. As long as you are a man, no matter how outstanding your strengths are, you will always have weaknesses. Order whatever you want. Luo Shi glanced at him charmingly and said, your stomach is not good today, so you can only eat soft rice, do you know? Lin Feng. I didn't see you saying this when I didn't have a system. Soon, various dishes were served, which were really delicious. Lin Feng couldn't help but start moving. Luo Shi also started to eat, and then said slowly, eat quickly, after you finish drinking, I will take you to wash your hair. Puff. The female driver was driving too fast and Lin Feng couldn't control himself. The water he drank from his mouth sprayed out from his nose. Don't get excited. What are you thinking about? Luo Shi laughed loudly, wiped him with a tissue, and said jokingly, it's just a hair wash and a haircut, you don't need to do that, do you? Lin Feng was choking and gasping for air. He rolled his eyes at Luo Yaojing. Is this about cutting hair? This filthy demon king must have done it on purpose. But it was still a bit awkward. He didn't dare to continue the topic and quickly asked, why did you take me to get a haircut? Luo Shi glanced at him and said, your hairstyle is too ugly. Today, I will help you transform it from head to toe. Besides, changing your hairstyle will make you feel better. Lin Feng thought about it and felt that what Luo Yaojing said made sense. Today could be said to be the day he started a new life. It seems like a good idea to change your hairstyle and start over. All right. After dinner. The moment the payment was completed, a system prompt sounded in Luo Shi's mind. Target happiness value +3. Luo Shi also laughed, thinking that men and women are the same, they both like to be treated by others. Luo Shi was obviously very familiar with Zhongtian Plaza and should be a frequent visitor here. He took Lin Feng to a luxuriously decorated and very fashionable barber shop with ease. Miss Luo, do you want to get your hair done? A beautiful and elegant lady came over and greeted with a smile, obviously knowing Luo Shi. Lin Feng discovered that all the barbers in this barber shop were women, and they were all very good looking. It's not me, it's him. Luo Shi raised her slender jade hand, and her fingertips landed on Lin Feng's body. The elegant beauty was a little surprised. It was the first time that Luo Shi brought someone to their barber shop, and it was a man. Lu Meng quickly adjusted her mood and greeted Lin Feng with a smile, hello. Hello? Lin Feng also responded faintly. Luo Shi began to calmly give instructions to the hairdressers again, telling them how to cut their hair better. Lin Feng, the person involved, was listening quietly on the side. He was very confident in Luo Shi's vision and taste. A very young barber washed Lin Feng's hair before starting to cut it. Half an hour later, Lin Feng looked at himself in the mirror, a little dazed. So cool. I dare not take more photos, because I will have to pay for the beauty. In fact, his facial features are very handsome, but he didn't take care of them before. Otherwise, how could a gold digger like Lu Shishir fall in love with him? Isn't it just because of male beauty? The other barbers were also praising inwardly, and some of the younger ones had big red hearts flashing in their eyes. If they hadn't been concerned that this was brought by Luo Shi, they would have gone up and added WeChat long ago. TSK, I can't believe it, he is like a completely different person after changing his hairstyle. Luo Shi's eyes also lit up. In her discerning eyes, this guy is handsome from every angle. It's okay. I originally wanted to keep a low profile, but it seems that's not possible now. Lin Feng sighed and shook his head, looking like a handsome guy. Luo Shi chuckled and said unhappily, "You want to open a dyeing factory after I give you a little color? Let's go, next stop." After Luo Shi paid the bill, the two walked out of the barber shop. Lin Feng was a little surprised. Damn, a haircut costs more than 1,000 yuan. But when he thought about how handsome it would look. He was indeed a lot happier after changing his hairstyle. Happiness +3. Luo Shi secretly cheered herself up in her heart, keep going. She checked and found that after unremitting efforts, Lin Feng's happiness value has now reached 18 points. There is still some distance from 30 points, but it is always moving in a good direction. But the current consumption is too little, we need some bulk transactions. Luo Shi suddenly stopped and said, "We're here." Lin Feng looked up and saw Blair Clothing Flagship Store. This is a top international luxury clothing brand. The cheapest set of clothes costs tens of thousands. Lin Feng looked at the cheap clothes on his body and thought it was time to change them. It seemed that he would have no chance to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, or to pretend to be cool and get slapped in the face. But when he thought about it, it made sense. Now they were all people with a system, so they had to change into better clothes. Otherwise, if they always wore cheap goods and were ridiculed by others, they would be sick. Chapter 10 Chapter 11 Are you going to propose to me? This one, and these few. I don't want any of them. Everything else is included. Lin Feng looked at Luo Shi, who was pointing and gesticulating in front of him with great confidence, in a somewhat stunned manner. Where did he seem to have seen this scene before? Yes, many novels have this kind of plot, but in novels it is usually the male protagonist who shows off and buys clothes for beautiful women. But now, Luo Shi has become the male protagonist in the novel, and myself, what is my identity? Okay, Miss Luo, wait a moment, I'll pack it for you right away. A sweet-looking waitress said excitedly, there are more than a dozen pieces of clothing, all packed together, how much does it cost? She could already imagine which commission item in next month's pay slip would increase dramatically. Wait, change into this one first. Luo Shi suddenly picked out a more casual outfit and handed it to Lin Feng. You can throw this one into the trash can now. Lin Feng thought, can't this female demon speak properly? It's so strange, why doesn't my happiness level drop? But looking at the cheap goods that had turned a little white after being washed, he sighed again and thought it was time to throw them into the trash can. From this we can see how badly Lin Feng was exploited by Lu Shishir. He is reluctant to buy himself even a piece of clothing, but is willing to buy Lu Shishir lipsticks worth hundreds of dollars, skin care products worth thousands of dollars, and bags worth tens of thousands of dollars. I am such a good man, he gave himself an excuse in his heart. Lin Feng came out of the fitting room and blinded everyone's eyes again. Putting on this world-class brand-name clothing, his original handsomeness is brought out to the fullest, and there is not a single sense of incongruity. So handsome. The waitresses in the store had their hearts pounding. Luo Shi walked up with her high heels, stepping on them with clattering sounds. A pair of charming almond-shaped eyes are also full of spirit. She circled around Lin Feng and said in a tender voice, perfect. She suddenly leaned close to Lin Feng's ear and said in a coquettish voice, forget about her. I will spoil you in the future, okay? Fortunately, Lin Feng now has a little resistance to Luo Yaojing. Not to be killed in seconds. Lin Feng straightened his collar and said calmly, you teach me how to do things? Chuckle. Luo Shi was amused by him and laughed so hard that she fell over, it was magnificent. Lin Feng was shocked. Fairy, are your clothes of good quality? Don't let them pop out. Everything has been packed for you. A waitress came over and whispered, but her eyes kept glancing at Lin Feng from time to time. Many people know that men like to sneak a peek at beautiful women. Little do they know that women also like to sneak a peek at handsome guys. Luo Shi nodded and said calmly, swipe the card. How much does this cost? Lin Feng, who was standing aside, asked curiously, looking at the pile of large and small bags on the cash register. It's just like a small hill. At this moment, he actually felt like a mistress. Hello, the total is 2.68 million. Miss Luo is our member. After the discount, you only need to pay 2.2 million. The cashier explained gently. Lin Feng stopped talking. He kept telling himself in his heart to stay calm and not to make a fuss. This is the life of rich people. You also have a system, and it's the most awesome system. You have to learn to get used to it slowly, you know? The two of them walked out of the store with bags, and Lin Feng waved in one direction. A bodyguard came over immediately. The bodyguards arranged by the system for Lin Feng followed him secretly from a distance after parking the car. Please put it in the car for me. Lin Feng ordered. Okay. The black-clad bodyguard responded respectfully. The two men handed all their belongings to the bodyguards and set out again with light equipment. I'm really a little curious, what is your identity? Luo she looked at the bodyguard's back and couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Like most people think, Lin Feng has such an awesome identity, why doesn't he just reveal it? Why bother delivering food? This is very complicated to explain. It's hard for me to explain it to you clearly in a short time. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and said slowly. He really didn't know how to explain it. He knew that Luo she had a system, but he couldn't tell her that he also had a system, right? And my system is strong and can control your system. It's also outrageous and can easily arouse jealousy. Lin Feng's honest words turned into what Luo she heard as. My family is wealthy and my status is too awesome to explain it all at once. Luo she's heart trembled. He is indeed a big shot. Even with my system, I am far inferior to him. Feng, you have to remember how good senior sister is to you, okay? Luo she suddenly acted coquettishly towards Lin Feng and said delicately, you have to protect senior sister from now on. Lin Feng trembled all over, got goosebumps, and his soul almost flew away. He subconsciously looked at Luo she's majesty, then looked at his own palm. There was no problem in covering it, but he didn't know if he could do it. As the two walked and talked, Lin Feng's mood improved a lot. Moreover, after spending half a day together, Lin Feng and Luo Yaojing became more familiar with each other. It can be said that we have a little revolutionary friendship, and it is not as strange and awkward as it was at the beginning. At this time, Luo she secretly opened the system interface in her mind. Click on the taskbar. The dog licking action is in progress. The current happiness value is 23 points. Increase it to 30 points to complete the task. When she saw the task consumption, she shook her head. What a failure! The mission fund of 100 million yuan, but I only spent more than 2 million yuan. No, you have to keep giving me the money. But what to buy? He cut his hair, changed his cell phone, and bought some clothes. It can be said that Lin Feng was changed from head to toe. I can't take him to buy bags. Luo she was a little embarrassed. She had never bought anything for a man before. For a moment, with the huge amount of mission funds in her hand, she felt like she had no idea where to start. This money is so hard to spend. As Luo she was thinking about it, her eyes suddenly lit up. Let us go buy jewelry and diamonds. These things are valuable. Although it may seem a bit strange to give jewelry and diamonds to a grown man. But it's still better than giving away bags. Where are we going now? Lin Feng asked. He felt that he had bought almost everything and his feet were numb from walking. I'll buy you a diamond, the kind the size of a pigeon egg. Luo she said domineeringly without even turning her head. When talking about diamonds, Lin Feng thinks of that classic advertising slogan. What's the matter? Are you going to propose to me? Lin Feng said fearfully. According to what he understood today, given Luo Yaojing's style, this is very likely. P.S. Friends who have read chapter 10 before can reread chapters 5 to 10. They have been revised. Do they look a bit abrupt before? In addition, if you like it, please give it 5 stars. Also, don't keep it up. Follow the latest chapters. This is very important. If you ask for more, I will add more. Chapter 11, Chapter 12, he is coming. Puff. Luo she's long, snow-white legs tilted and she almost fell down. I feel a little angry and funny. Is this Stinky Jr. a little too confident? Are you kidding me, Senior? Luo, she said as she laughed exaggeratedly, thinking that Lin Feng was really funny. You were the one who joked with me first. Why should a grown man like me buy diamonds? Lin Feng rolled his eyes at him and said unhappily. Okay, then let's buy jewelry, okay? Luo, she's round eyes rolled and she had a new idea. Why should a grown man like me wear jewelry? Lin Feng retorted. If it were in the past, he would definitely accept it with pleasure. After all, this thing is very valuable. Since someone gave it to me, there is no way I would refuse it. At worst, I can just sell it later. But now he really doesn't care about money anymore. I don't care. Luo, she glanced at him and said in a tender voice, you have to buy it. If you don't need it, you can give it to someone else. You can also give it to a senior sister. Maybe if the senior is happy, there will be a mysterious reward. Luo, she looked at him seductively and licked her lips. Gurgle. Lin Feng swallowed his saliva in frustration. Fairy Luo's fighting power was too strong. Since he couldn't resist, he might as well enjoy it. Mysterious gift, I feel a little excited just thinking about it. Okay. Lin Feng compromised. Luo, she tilted her head and thought for a while, then took Lin Feng and walked in one direction. This shouldn't be considered cheating, right? Luo, she murmured in her heart. After all, even if Lin Feng really gave her the gift in the end, the money was spent on him. Zhongtian Plaza is a high-end shopping mall in Shanghai, an international first-tier metropolis. It really encompasses everything. Even the world's top jewelry flagship stores can be found here. Legendary Century. It is a foreign brand and can be said to be the most prestigious jewelry company in the world. Luo Shi and Lin Feng walked in. Is there any place to make money better than here? It was Lin Feng's first time to come to such a high-end jewelry store. The decoration of the store, covering thousands of square meters, is very elegant and tasteful. However, this kind of high-end jewelry store definitely has fewer people buying things. It is quite empty and there are more waiters than customers. Lin Feng looked around curiously, and was shocked by the prices of various necklaces and jewelry in the glass window. It seems that the cheapest ones start at $1 million. This made Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What would happen to me if there was no system? I'm afraid I will never have the chance to spend money in a place like this in my life. Bite. If you didn't have the system, you'd still be delivering food. Lin Feng. Forget it, let us not talk about this topic, it's a bit embarrassing. Luo, she walked around the jewelry store, looking for a suitable target. Let us see if there is one that is priced at more than 90 million, well, it would be best if I could get it in one go. The business funds were fully utilized without any waste. Is there anything worth around 100 million? Luo, she looked around and found that the most expensive ones were only 20 or 30 million, and nothing met her expectations. Lin Feng just stood there quietly, not wanting to talk. It's always a small target. I don't know how to deal with it. A tall and pretty saleswoman's eyes lit up and she immediately said, yes, but it's not in this showroom. Please follow me. Wherever I went, every waiter would nod and greet me. Makes you feel at home. Lin Feng thought that novels were all lies, and there were no such melodramatic plots as ridicule, insults, and looking for managers. At the same time, he felt a little disappointed. He had a huge amount of money in his hands, and he also wanted to learn how to act cool and slap others in the face. Unfortunately, the quality of sales here is so high that he is not given any chance. Led by a beautiful female salesperson, the two came to a small exhibition hall next door. Although this place is a little smaller, the decoration is obviously more upscale and thoughtful than the outside. Moreover, it can be said that every piece of jewelry here has a great origin and are all well-known collector's editions. Luo, she smiled faintly at the beautiful saleswoman and said, please pick one for my little man. He originally wanted to say junior brother, but he always felt that it was not appropriate in this situation. Lin Feng was angry at that time. When did I become your little man? What's even more annoying is, how did I become smaller? Ha? Have you ever seen it? Do you dare to take out your ID card for comparison? The beautiful saleswoman was obviously stunned for a moment. It was common to see rich second generations buying jewelry for beautiful women. But it is a bit rare for such a young beauty to buy such expensive jewelry for her young boyfriend. Okay. Of course, the beautiful saleswoman did not continue to ask this question, and she quickly recommended a jade Buddha pendant. I think this jade Buddha pendant is very suitable for this handsome guy, and this pendant has a great origin. It is made of the finest and rarest jade, which is extremely rare and has a very high appreciation and collection value. Luo, she asked indifferently, how much? 96 million. I bought it. Beautiful saleswoman. Is she so generous? For a moment, she felt like an old lady in the vegetable market, selling vegetables. Lin Feng. This is a transaction worth hundreds of millions, don't you even need to discuss it with me, the client? But, my mood inexplicably improved. Luo, she thought that this price was really suitable. It wasn't her money anyway. At this moment, the system prompt in her mind suddenly sounded. Happiness plus 2. Happiness plus 2. Happiness plus 2. Byte. The current target happiness value is 29 points. The task can be completed if it reaches 30 points. There is still 1 point left. I hope the host will continue to work hard. Luo Shi's face suddenly turned bad. How could it be so short? She was going crazy. Stay calm. Don't lose your mind. Luo Shi comforted herself in her heart, she was just a little bit away from finishing it, and it would be done soon. Swipe the card directly. Just when Luo Shi and Lin Feng were about to go out, another young man and woman came in. They all looked at each other in surprise. Lin Feng's face suddenly turned gloomy, and his good mood was instantly ruined. The people who came turned out to be the ex-girlfriend Lu Shishir and Zhang Lu, the couple. Happiness value 9. Happiness value 5. Happiness value 2. Happiness value 7. Lin Feng's happiness value suddenly plummeted, like a flood that broke through a dam, rushing thousands of miles away. Luo Shi was about to cry when she heard the constant system notification sounds. I've been working hard for a whole afternoon and was about to complete the task, but now it's all in vain. Jiang Lu and Lu Shishir didn't expect to meet Lin Feng here, and he was accompanied by the enchantress Luo Shi. This was also somewhat unbelievable. Lin Feng came back to his senses and let out a light breath. He is coming, he is coming, he is really coming. I can finally show off and slap someone in the face. Is there the strongest dog-licking system? Is there 900 trillion dog-licking gold? My super authority can finally come in handy. Chapter 12 Chapter 13 John Lu's money ability. Lin Feng, how could a poor bastard like you come to a place like this? Do you know how expensive the cost is here? You can't afford a pair of earrings here even if you deliver food for your whole life. Lu Shishir came back to her senses and immediately launched a sniper attack, saying disdainfully, "Why, are you still not giving up on me? You actually followed us secretly, your behavior only makes me more disgusted." Under normal circumstances, Lu Shishir wouldn't react so strongly. But now Jiang Lu was right next to her, so she has to adopt this attitude. At the same time, she was a little surprised. She didn't expect that this poor guy Lin Feng would look so handsome after getting a haircut and changing his clothes. Lu Shishir's eyes were full of tears. If possible, it would be nice to have a friendly match occasionally to keep in touch. Lin Feng was really amused by this brainless woman. A wave of sadness rose in my heart again. I really was blind before. Lin Feng laughed in anger, pulled Luo Shi beside him and walked in front of her. Come on, open your dog eyes. Compare yourself with my new girlfriend, from head to toe. Do you think you can compare with her in any way? Can't you be a little more self-aware? You still refuse to give up on me. You are thicker-skinned than a pig. Now that they have fallen out, Lin Feng will not be a good guy. When I loved you, you said whatever I wanted. Now I don't care about you anymore, what do you think you are? In fact, he has never been a weak and inferior bootlicker at heart. On the contrary, Lin Feng's personality is a bit strong. It's just that I was blindly obedient to my girlfriend before. He is really a good man. Luo Shi was originally a female devil. When she heard Lin Feng's words, she was not angry but gave him an appreciative look. He said sarcastically, hateful. Actually, Shishir is just a little underdeveloped. How can you say that about her? Don't you know that comparing yourself to others can make you angry to death? Puff. To be able to work as a salesperson in such a high-end jewelry store, one must have good qualifications and must have received professional training. Normally they wouldn't laugh unless they really couldn't help it. Just like now. Several beautiful saleswomen couldn't hold back any longer and turned their faces away, but their trembling bodies betrayed their suppressed smiles. Lu Shishir opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a word. The face turned red to blue, blue to purple, purple to green, green. It really embodies the word unpredictable to the fullest. Embarrassed and ashamed. She never thought that Lin Feng's reaction would be so intense and powerful. Asking her to compete with Luo Yaojing would really put her in a difficult position. There is no comparison at all. In fact, Lu Shishir is not too bad. If the system were to divide her equally, she would at least get 8.2 points. She is considered a beauty among ordinary people. But compared with Luo Shi, she was abused into ashes. You have to know that when one's appearance reaches a certain level, it is extremely difficult to improve it by 0.1 points. Lu Shishir has tried very hard to make the comparison in her mind. What a pity that just as Lin Feng said, she couldn't find a single place worth mentioning on her body. Appearance? Being crushed. Long legs? There is no comparison. Snowy mountains? This is just asking for trouble. Lu Shishir racked her brains and finally found a point to refute. She said proudly, yes, this classmate Luo Shi is really excellent. She knows how to follow me around and pick up the dogs that I don't want. You really found a treasure. I have trained him to be very obedient. If young Master Jiang hadn't been so devoted to me, I really wouldn't have been willing to give it to you. Lin Feng's breathing stagnated and his face turned red with anger. Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Luo Yaojing's eyes. Lin Feng's heart moved. Is this going to be a fight? How could Lu Shishir, this little sheep, be a match for Luo Yaojing? Lin Feng felt very calm. At this time, the female salespeople in the store all took a few steps back at the same time. You have a high level of comprehension. When gods fight, don't let these little fish get hurt. If it were anyone else, they would have been kicked out long ago. But Luo Shi just spent 90 million, and Jiang Lu is a frequent visitor here, so neither side can be offended. They had no choice but to watch quietly. Besides, this was so exciting, with so many ups and downs, it was even more enjoyable than watching a movie. Sure enough, Luo Yaojing counterattacked with a king bomb. She took out her phone calmly and searched for it. Seeing this scene, Jiang Lu, who had been standing by, had a bad feeling in his eyes. According to his arrogant personality, if it were someone else, he would have jumped out to mock and humiliate them long ago. The reason why I am so quiet today is because I see the female devil Luo Yaojing is here. Soon, Luo Shi found the voice message that Jiang Lu sent to her unilaterally on the short video software. They are not friends, and Xiaoxi was sent to Luo Shi unilaterally by Jiang Lu. Luo Shi calmly turned up the volume of her phone to maximum, turned on the speaker, and clicked play. Jiang Lu's familiar voice came out. Senior Luo Shi, I'm Jiang Lu from the Civil Engineering Department. I'm sending you a voice message here. Although it may be a bit abrupt, I still can't help but tell you that I really love you and have admired you for a long time. Other women are just shit compared to you. No, they are worse than shit. Forgive me for being a little rude, but this is the truth. I will not fall in love with any other woman except you. You can only send 3 messages. Since I am your loyal little licker, can you add me? I look forward to it. Jiang Lu twitched the corners of his mouth and patted his forehead awkwardly. The thing he was worried about finally happened. He roared in his heart, you rubbish know nothing. I am bound to the strongest dog licking system. As long as the conditions are met, it is reasonable for anyone to lick me, no matter who it is, right? Ignoring a high-scoring goddess like Luo Shi, and always licking those who just barely pass the passing line, isn't that stupid? Lu Shishir is confused again. His facial expression started to show again. What an unpredictable expression. She turned her head and looked at Jiang Lu, the man who always said he loved her and was extremely generous with his money. It was precisely because of this that she abandoned Lin Feng. I can't believe it. In his eyes, I am not even as good as shit? When Lu Shishir noticed the sympathetic looks from others, she wanted to die. Who is as miserable as me? I was so embarrassed that I wanted to use my toes to dig a time crack and travel to another world. Cough. At this moment, Jiang Lu coughed lightly, slowly took 2 steps forward, and his face returned to normal. He no longer felt embarrassed at all, but became arrogant and domineering, with an aura of being in control of everything, shocking the entire audience. Money is a man's courage. Jiang Lu controls a system of licking dogs worth 900 trillion licking dogs gold. In other words, he is full of courage. What are you afraid of? Even if Luo Shi exposed it, so what? It didn't matter. Jiang Lu thought to himself, I can also slap you in the face. He looked at Lu Shirshir and said calmly, I sent those messages, but they are all in the past. Who doesn't make mistakes? I'll let you know that you're the only one in my heart now. Then, Jiang Lu turned to a beautiful saleswoman and said, Go and get your store's treasure, the star heart bracelet. The words fell. The faces of all the waiters and salesmen changed. Even Luo Shi's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Jiang Lu looked at Lin Feng with disdain, country bumpkin, let me show you what money power is. Once the money makes a sound, the strange sounds stop abruptly. Chapter 13 Chapter 14 I'll just watch you act cool. Master Jiang, are you saying, you want to buy the heart of the star and give it to me? Lu Shirshir spoke with a trembling voice and her breathing became rapid. The Heart of Stars is a pair of bracelets, which are the treasure of Legend Century and are well known all over the world. It is said that Legend Century Company spent a huge amount of money to make this bracelet using a whole piece of rare gemstone that is rarely seen in the world. The whole bracelet is naturally formed, and if you look closely, it seems as if the stars are contained in it. What's even more amazing is its price. Each bracelet is priced at 1 billion and is not sold individually. This price is daunting for many collectors. However, this amount of money is nothing to Jiang Lu. Yes, I think only you are worthy of the heart of the star. Jiang Lu nodded affectionately, but he was cursing in his heart. It was such a waste to give such a top-level bracelet to this woman who just reached the passing line. Jiang Lu's strongest dog-licking system, the appearance must reach 8.0 points to be bound to the dog-licking relationship. Woo woo. Master Jiang, you are so good to me. Lu Shirshir was really touched and said, I will definitely repay you well, whatever you say. Jiang Lu felt a little overwhelmed by this, but he heard the system prompt and was very happy that Lu Shirshir's favorability had been rising. Favorability plus 5. Favorability plus 10. Favorability plus 15. Lu Shirshir's favorability towards him suddenly reached 85, and will soon reach 90, completing the reversal. Originally, Lu Shirshir was attracted to Jiang Lu's money, so her favorability towards him was not high at the beginning. Jiang Lu felt that he had made a lot of money this time. His strongest dog-licking system allows you to obtain 10% of the dog-licking gold as long as you bind yourself to the object of the dog-licking relationship, complete a counterattack, and reach a favorability of 90 towards him. Master Jiang, please wait a moment. We will take out the heart of the star right away. The store manager, Shinya, rushed over, greeted Jiang Lu with a smile, and then walked in one direction. The other beautiful sales ladies also greeted Jiang Lu with excitement. This was a big order for them. If Jiang Lu really bought the Heart of Stars, they would also get a commission. We must serve this god of wealth well. In this way, Lin Feng and Luo Shi were left aside. After listening to Luo Shi's low-voice introduction of the Heart of Stars, Lin Feng was a little shocked. 2 billion for 2 broken bracelets? No wonder those salesmen were so excited as if they were having an orgasm. Some people, just open your eyes and see what it means to be rich and what it means to be powerful. Lu Shirshir finally felt proud for once, and said to Luo Shi in a sarcastic tone, what's the point of just being sharp-tongued and talking nonsense? After saying that, she looked at Lin Feng again and said, and you, a poor bastard. Now you know why I dumped you, right? A hair pulled out of Master John's legs is thicker than your waist. Luo Yaojin's silver teeth were clattering, but she could do nothing about it. She definitely could not compete with Jiang Lu in terms of money. Hers is a talent system, and it doesn't reward too much money. It can't be compared with a professional bootlicker system. Lin Feng glanced at her coldly, then silently opened the super authority in his mind and checked Jiang Lu's system information. System, the strongest dog-licking system. Name, Jiang Lu. Age, 22. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 65 kilograms. Dog-licking amount, 98624423133022600. Personal assets, 36030000. Bound objects, Lu Sime, Chen Yi, Lin Shadong, Chen Xian, Lu Shirshir. Note, dog-licking gold can only be used on the bound dog-licking object. When the dog-licking object's favorability towards the host reaches 90 points, the counterattack is completed and 10% of the dog-licking gold consumed is rewarded. The dog-licking action is in progress. Lin Feng cursed inwardly with some jealousy. Jiang Lu, this damn licker, had more than a dozen lickers bound to him. But it seems that they are all those who just reached the passing line after breaking up, and there is no goddess above 9 points. System, I want to activate super authority to freeze this guy's bootlicking gold, is that okay? Lin Feng communicated with the system with some uncertainty. It was the first time that he actively used the super authority function. Byte. Reporting to the host, it is possible, superpowers can do anything. Activate super authority to freeze the funds of the strongest dog licking system. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief and started laughing, his mouth almost smiling like a dragon king. Ha ha. He looked at Jiang Lu. I'll just watch you show off. Let us see how you pretend to be awesome. Are you okay? Why are you grinning like an idiot? Luo, she asked in confusion, thinking that he was irritated. But it's strange that according to the system prompt, Lin Feng's mood inexplicably improved. Happiness +2. Happiness +3. Happiness value +8. After meeting Lu Shishir, it dropped to 5 points, and now it has risen to 8 points. It's okay, just watch. Lin Feng restrained his smile and was embarrassed to reveal too much. At this time, Manager Chenya came over with 2 waiters, holding a rather high-end black box in her hands. The heart of the star should be inside. Not only that, the entire flagship store suddenly closed its doors, and dozens of security guards in black were standing outside, not letting anyone approach. Master Jiang, the star heart bracelet you want is right here. You have a really good eye. This is the treasure of our store. However, only a talented man and a beautiful woman like you are worthy of owning such a treasure. Chenya said flatteringly, and then opened the box. Lu Shishir had been waiting there and gave Luo Shi a provocative look. Lin Feng and Luo Shi couldn't help but look over curiously to see if it was really that beautiful. With a click, the box opened. A pair of exquisitely crafted bracelets appeared in front of everyone. Unlike the usual colors, these were extremely rare light blue bracelets that seemed to have a layer of sparkling light. It is indeed a rare treasure. Lin Feng has never paid much attention to jewelry, but now he has to admit that this pair of bracelets is really beautiful. TSK. Jiang Lu sighed, picked up one of them and looked at it carefully, then looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Originally, he didn't take Lin Feng seriously, but he didn't expect Luo Shi to be with Lin Feng today, which made Jiang Lu very angry. Why would a woman who couldn't even date me be with a loser like Lin Feng? Jiang Lu raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Let me show you something more exciting, so that you can know what it means to be rich and willful." Brush. Jiang Lu suddenly threw the bracelet in his hand into the air. The bracelet moved in a straight line in the air and fell to the ground with a snap. It was smashed into pieces and turned into a pile of slag. Ah! The one who reacted most violently was Lu Shishir, who screamed out loud. In her heart, all of this belongs to her. Shenya and other service staff were also horrified. This was the treasure of the store, and if it was damaged, they would have no use working there. Lin Feng and Luo Shi looked at each other, wondering what this guy was planning to do next. Don't worry. Jiang Lu looked at Chenya arrogantly and said indifferently, I bought both of them. You don't have to bear any responsibility. I have a habit of liking unique things. Now, the remaining one is unique. Lin Feng, this guy is such a bully. Are all people with systems pretending to be so cool? However, this is better. Without the dog licking money, I wonder how you can get away with it. After Jiang Lu finished speaking, he looked at Lu Shishir again and said against his conscience, only something this unique can be worthy of you, Shishir. Ugh. Jiang Lu thought, I really tried my best to gain some favorability. Sure enough, after hearing what he said, Lu Shishir was so excited that she almost took off on the spot and couldn't even stand steadily. Favorability +10. The sound of a system prompt rang in Jiang Lu's mind. Byte. Lu Shishir's favorability towards the host reaches 95 points, completing the reversal. Shenya breathed a sigh of relief. Although she felt it was a pity, if someone bought it, it would no longer belong to their store. Swipe the card. Jiang Lu raised his head and said lightly, then took out his bank card. P.S. I will repeat it once more, otherwise many people don't know that chapters 5 to 10 have been revised for friends from the past 2 days. You can read them again. Thank you. I would like to ask for another 5-star praise, and thank you for the gift of emotion. Chapter 14. Chapter 15. Does Senior like you? Okay, this way please. Manager Chenya said this as he walked towards the cashier counter. He had to personally oversee such a large transaction and there couldn't be any mistakes. Other salespeople in the store followed suit. This was a historic moment. 2 billion. If completed, it would be the store's biggest deal ever. Lu Shishir twisted her hips and walked with a step that showed she didn't care about anyone. At this moment, she felt that she was really the happiest woman in the world. She couldn't help but confess with emotion, "Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect you to be so affectionate to me. I swear I will never leave you in this life and will be with you forever." Jiang Lu, okay. He was thinking to himself, who the hell wants to be with you forever? You are just a tool, okay? Once you have completed your mission, you will exit the stage of history. There is no self-awareness at all. Others didn't know what Jiang Lu was thinking, nor did they think there was anything wrong with Lu Shishir's confession. If they had such a handsome and wealthy boyfriend, they would definitely declare their sovereignty to the whole world. Many beautiful saleswomen feel jealous of Lu Shishir. They think they cannot compare with Lu Oshi, but they are not worse than Lu Shishir. Let's go. Why are you still grinning? Fairy Luo pushed Lin Feng's arm and said, "Do you still want to stay and watch this idiot show off? Walk? How is that possible? The real show has just begun." Lin Feng couldn't say it directly, so he could only say, "Wait a minute, I want to see if he is really so infatuated that he would give such a valuable thing to Lu Shishir." Lu Shishir had been secretly following Lin Feng's movements, and immediately said, "Look, poor loser, this is the gap between you and Master Jiang. No matter how hard you try, you can't make up for it." Jiang Lu smiled confidently upon hearing this, then swiped his card and entered the payment password. Soon, the Bluetooth speaker emitted a transaction reminder. Transaction failed. At this moment, everyone in the audience was stunned and their faces changed instantly. They all turned to look at Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu was also surprised and felt a little strange. How could the transaction fail? Was the card machine broken? He never suspected that the problem was with him. Manager Chenya's expression became a little serious. She looked at Jiang Lu and said, "Mr. Jiang, did you take the wrong card? The balance on this card is insufficient." As she spoke, Chenya showed Jiang Lu the content displayed on the card swipe machine. "I'll try again, it will work this time." Jiang Lu took out another card, and he began to feel something was wrong. There is no specific card bound to the Lickdog Gold, all cards can be used universally. Jiang Lu had never encountered such a situation since he obtained the system. Transaction failed. However, this time the transaction failed again. Chenya didn't say anything else. She gave a look to the security guard coming out of the door, and then the security guard locked the door. Lin Feng almost burst out laughing when he saw this scene, but he was trying hard to restrain himself. Fairy Luo was still by his side, and he couldn't let her see anything. "Fuck you, you bastard, just keep pretending. I'll see how you act so pretentiously and then slap your face." Luo she seized the opportunity and said with a smile, "Oh, you are out of money, right? Then we can really win big." She had wanted to pull Lin Feng away just now, but now she was watching with great interest. Lu Shishir's face also changed, and she asked awkwardly, "Mr. Jiang, how come there is no money in your card? Do you want to call the bank and ask?" Jiang Lu was already sweating profusely at this time. He rolled his eyes at her and said, "Nonsense, how should I know that there is no money in the card suddenly? That is impossible. I still have tens of trillions of dog-licking gold. Did the dog eat it? Mr. Jiang, if you don't pay, we're going to call the police." Chenya's smile disappeared, and she said sternly, "It's okay if you just want to look at it but don't buy it, but you've already broken one. You must pay the price. Manager Chen, don't be anxious. Give me some time. I'll see which card the money is in." Jiang Lu said flatteringly, and then roared at the system in his heart, "Dad Tong, where is the money? Why can't I use the dog gold? I'm not spending this money on myself. Don't you know that the dog-licking operation is going on?" The mechanical voice of the system sounded in his mind. "Bite. The system is subject to force majeure, and the dog money is temporarily frozen." Jiang Lu's eyes went dark and he almost fainted. He asked quickly, "How is it possible? Who can freeze the dog money in the system? You are not kidding me. So what do I do now? Host, please pray for your own good fortune. The system cannot help you this time. Depend on. Fuck. Why didn't you tell me earlier that your dog's money was frozen? You're already pretending, how can you hold it back? How are you going to compensate 1 billion? Jiang Lu's eyes turned red. He was silent for a while, then he explained to Chenya awkwardly and asked, "I didn't bring enough money today. Can I have a few days' grace? Don't worry, I can write you an IOU and settle the bill as soon as my money is unfrozen. It won't take long, just a few days." Shenya slowly shook her head and said coldly, "No, I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, this is a serious matter, I don't have the right to do so. I can only call the police." As she spoke, she waved to the security guards, and 4 tall and strong security guards walked in immediately. Shenya said, "Watch him." "Oh, and this woman, I suspect they are in the same group." Jiang Lu was anxious and said quickly, "Give me a chance, don't call the police. I have money, I really have money, but I can't use it for the time being. Give me a few days." But Shenya ignored him. "Let me go, he and I are not in the same group." Lu Shishir panicked and said hurriedly, "Let me go, Lin Feng, please save me, Wu Wu." "Jiang Lu, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You have no money but you still like to act cool and pretend to be rich. I've really been killed by you this time." "Shut up, you bitch." Jiang Lu was now extremely angry, and didn't care about his favorability anymore. He cursed, "It's all because of you, bitch." Beep, beep, beep. There are police stations near these large shopping malls, so the police arrived very quickly. After Chenya explained something to the police, the officers took Jiang Lu and Lu Shishir away directly. The show is over. Lin Feng and Luo Shi also left. There is a big river near Zhongtian Square named Zhongzhong. The two walked along the river bank. It was already dusk, and the setting sun was shining on the sparkling water. "Ha, that's hilarious. Luckily you wanted to stay, otherwise you wouldn't be able to watch this good show. You didn't notice how wonderful Jiang Lu and Lu Shishir's faces were when they were taken away by the police." Fairy Luo smiled happily and said excitedly. Lin Feng nodded casually, lacking interest. His mood at the moment was very complicated. He was not happy nor sad, but a little depressed. At this point he also completely saw through Lu Shishir's character and felt that his past heartfelt dedication was really not worth it. You really need to keep your eyes open when it comes to love. If you meet the wrong person, no matter how good you are, you will be nothing but dog shit in the eyes of the other person. Lin Feng suddenly had an idea and thought that being a scumbag was not bad, just engaging in ambiguity and not talking about feelings. If your kidneys work a little harder, your heart will feel more comfortable. Thinking of this, Lin Feng sighed and said with emotion, "I think I will never fall in love again in the future." Luo Shi suddenly stopped and looked at Lin Feng in a daze. The charming phoenix eyes are becoming more and more blurred. She was stunned. At this moment, Lin Feng's true feelings were revealed and he was handsome, like a melancholy prince. Luo Shi walked up to him as if possessed by a ghost, grabbed his collar and pulled him, so that their faces were almost touching. Feeling the breath I exhale, it feels itchy. She opened her red lips slightly. "Really? What if the senior likes you, you won't talk about it? P.S. Finally there is a cover. I will update it tomorrow. If you like it, remember to read it. Don't just wait for it. Data is very important. Thank you again." Chapter 15 Chapter 16 Become a demon together. Lin Feng felt his mind went blank. I even forgot to breathe. He took another breath only when he felt a little short of oxygen. About a minute ago, my decision to only pursue my body and not my heart began to waver. If a senior falls in love with you, will you really not be in a relationship anymore? When Luo Shi came to her senses, she was also shocked by her own actions, but seeing Lin Feng's cowardly look, she decided to continue teasing him. The main thing is that Lin Feng's happiness value has been increasing. It's almost breaking 20 points now. If we keep going like this, we can complete the task quickly. Fairy Luo decided to add fuel to the fire and licked her red lips teasingly with the tip of her tongue. Lin Feng felt that his heart was beating at a speed 10,000 times faster than usual. I can't stand it anymore. This female enchantress is so flirty. Luo Shi is different from those girls who are aloof and seem to be out of touch with the world. She is the type of person who is down to earth, and when people see her for the first time, they can't help but think of many scenes. She is truly a peerless beauty. If she lived in ancient times, she would have brought disaster to the country and the people. Answer immediately. Luo Shi said again in a firm tone. No. Not sure. Lin Feng answered with some shame. It was so embarrassing. Could he be more determined? Was it because I was poor that I was so single-minded before? It shouldn't be like this. Ha ha. Luo Shi suddenly smiled and said sarcastically, "Junior brother, your heart is not firm enough. If you practice Taoism, you will definitely be seduced by a vixen halfway through. Your willpower is too weak." Lin Feng's face darkened. Did you listen to what this person said? This female demon drags others into this trap and wants to get away with it? I can tolerate my aunt, but I can't tolerate my uncle. You're right. Fairy, let's fall into the devil's way together. Luo Shi was stunned for a moment and didn't understand what he meant. The next moment, Lin Feng leaned forward and kissed those bright red lips. Luo Shi opened her eyes wide as if she had been electrocuted, and only started to struggle after she reacted. Luo Shi underestimated her own charm, or rather, she trusted Lin Feng's determination too much. Maybe she had some gambling involved, but unfortunately she lost miserably. Time passed by minute. Luo Shi's struggling body stopped moving, and her hands awkwardly hugged Lin Feng's waist. I don't know how much time had passed, but both of them were out of breath when they separated. My roommate is about to give birth, I have to go back and take care of him, so that's all for today, bye. Lin Feng's face flushed red, he left a word and ran away. He really didn't know how to face. How could I, such a devoted person, do such a thing? Didn't we agree to be a scumbag? Luo Yaojing's rank is too high, and she can't be a scumbag at all. It's better not to abuse her, just run away first. Luo Shi looked at the direction where Lin Feng disappeared, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Gnashing his teeth in shame and anger, he said, "This bastard." Luo Shi straightened her clothes again, and suddenly a system prompt sounded in her mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host, the licking dog mission has completed the goal, Lin Feng's happiness value has reached 50 points. Reward, the rebate is twice the amount of the used dog money. The funds have been deposited into the host's bank card and can be used at will. Luo Shi's expression looked better now. This bastard is actually very honest at heart. But after thinking about it, she couldn't be happy. She slapped her forehead helplessly and said, "The mission is accomplished, but I'm dead." An hour later. When Lin Feng returned to school, he happened to meet the other 3 heroes from 305 coming down to eat. As for the bodyguards and the convoy, Lin Feng asked them to withdraw first, and he didn't know where they were going. Lin Feng didn't bother to care about it, thinking that the system should be able to arrange it properly. We can't let them park in the school parking lot with a dozen bodyguards around. That would be too much. Lord Feng, you're finally back. As soon as Dai Xian saw him, he ran over excitedly and asked, "How's your date with the school beauty going?" Chao Dalong and Liu also ran over and stared at Lin Feng like curious babies. Maple King? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Damn, who gave me such a nickname? If you don't know, you would think I'm the queen bee. Damn you, King Feng, I'm still used to you calling me Daddy Feng. Lin Feng said unhappily. We must fight. Nicknames are something that should either be strangled in the cradle or stay with you for life. Brother Feng, you are now a first-class duke. Liu explained, isn't it reasonable for us to use the word Feng in your name and add a word Wang? Lin Feng. Are you guys going to eat? I haven't eaten either, let's go together. Lin Feng said and walked towards the school cafeteria with them. According to normal procedures, he and Luo Shi should have gone out for dinner before coming back. Unfortunately, a small accident happened and Lin Feng slipped away early. Dai Xian was surprised, staring with his big round eyes, and asked, "You are not just doing the work and not eating, are you? King Feng, please take care of yourself. You have to eat even if you are in a hurry." Chao Dalong also advised earnestly, "The body is the capital of revolution, young people must know how to be moderate." Lin Feng slapped his forehead, "What kind of amazing roommates are these? You think too much. In fact, our relationship is very pure, purer than that of Terensu." Lin Feng protested weakly, thinking that it was still very pure in the first half hour after returning. Cut. 3 middle fingers were raised in front of Lin Feng. Damn it, is my character really that untrustworthy? Ha! Lin Feng thought to himself, I just made a mistake that every man would make. A few of them talked and chatted, and soon they arrived at the cafeteria. It's lunchtime now and the cafeteria is very crowded. After they got their food, they found a seat by the window and started eating. In less than 5 minutes, everyone walked out of the cafeteria burping. However, they did not return to the dormitory. Instead, they continued the tradition of dormitory 305 and went to the basketball court to take a walk together to digest the food. You can also watch the ball. Because the school's basketball court is right downstairs from the girls' dormitory, this time is when people come and go most frequently. Wow, this body is perfect, but it's a pity that the face is only half point. Liu looked at a girl passing by and shook his head with some regret. I like this, it's the same even if the lights are turned off. Dixin said nonchalantly, his eyes following others back to the dormitory. Lin Feng, absolutely. He looked at the girl, then lowered his head and gestured with his hands. I've held a bigger one. Chao Dalong, can you not be so disgusting, fatty? Do you really have to turn off the lights? Can't you just cover yourself with a blanket? Chapter 16 Chapter 17 A beam of light that illuminates the world. Night. In dormitory 305. Lin Feng was lying on the bed. The other 3 roommates were fighting in the canyon, and the sound of cursing could be heard from time to time. Damn it, AD is so bad, he might as well go play in the mud. You are not suitable for playing games. What's wrong with me dying a few times? Are you awesome? Do you want a one-on-one fight? If we can't win, let's fight together. I have a lot of stars, I don't need this one. Oh. Lin Feng shook his head. This kind of sound has become a daily routine in the university dormitory. Young people nowadays really have no ambition at all. What will happen in the future if I don't have a system and don't work hard? He changed to a comfortable position and opened the system's personal information page. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 22. Appearance, 9.2. Height, 182 centimeters. Weight, 65 kilograms. Skills, none. Special items, none. Lin Feng frowned and communicated with the system in his mind. System, although I have had a great time these 2 days, I always feel that something is wrong. Bite. What's wrong? The mechanical voice of the system soon sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Are you the most awesome system? Lin Feng asked. Of course, there is no doubt that super permissions can control and manage all systems, which is definitely the most awesome. That's it. Lin Feng's tone was a little excited. You are the most awesome system, but I am not the most awesome host. Although it has superpowers, it sounds awesome. But you neither give me company shares nor money, nor do you help me to improve my physical fitness. I can't always rely on superpowers to fleece other system hosts, right? Forehead. Host, I'm sorry, I think there is a novice gift package, but I forgot to send it to you. Lin Feng. Damn it, you stupid system, luckily I asked you, otherwise would you want to eat it yourself? Take it out for me now. Lin Feng's tone left no room for doubt, this was a top priority. The system seemed to know that it was wrong and responded immediately. Bite. I noticed that the host still has a novice gift pack that has not been opened. Do you want to claim it immediately? Open it for me right now, right now. Ding, the novice gift pack has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Physical fitness has been fully upgraded, and strength, speed, and agility have reached the limits of ordinary people. Congratulations to the host for winning. Ultimate fighting, combat power is invincible among ordinary people. Congratulations to the host for obtaining King's Dominance. After using it, the host's temperament will be completely changed. The cowardly and licking dog character will no longer appear in the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 million in happiness fund. Having money does not necessarily mean happiness, but having no money will definitely make you unhappy. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100% equity of Kaisen Capital. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Spring Dream Experience card, which can be used on others. The system sound dropped and began a thorough transformation of Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng felt as if he was surrounded by a warm current, and his whole body was warm. Every cell seemed to be washed by an inexplicable force, and then the tendons, veins and muscles of the whole body became stronger little by little, reaching the limit of ordinary people. Half an hour later. Body evolution, no, transformation completed. Lin Feng took a bath. He stood in front of the mirror and looked at himself. His appearance had not changed much, but his figure had changed drastically. The lack of exercise has caused the loose muscles to become extremely strong. The muscles are not exaggerated and he has not turned into a muscular man, but every low-key line is perfect and contains explosive power. The most important thing is that his temperament has also undergone a drastic change. If he was a weakling before, he is now an eagle that looks down on the world. The gap is so obvious. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. He got a lot of wealth and immediately got the god-level equipment. This feeling was so great. Back to bed. He checked the balance of the happy fund and was too lazy to think about how much money 100 million was, since he couldn't spend it all anyway. Happy capital? I haven't heard of it, I'll go check it out when I get a chance. Lin Feng looked at the last item in the novice gift pack, which was currently placed in the item column. Experience card? What the hell? This name doesn't sound serious. System, why do you always give me such weird things? Lin Feng asked speechlessly. Literally, the host can use it himself or let others experience it. Tip, use the experience card, the feeling will be extremely real and strong. Lin Feng was a little tempted, but after thinking about it, he decided to give up. Who should I give it to? Suddenly, a beautiful figure flashed in Lin Feng's mind. Luo Shi, that demon? Lin Feng's eyes lit up and he smiled a little evilly. It was her. It is also very easy to use. Just give it to the talent system host through super permissions. If it were any other ordinary person, Lin Feng would need to get close to the other person and make contact with him. Lin Feng felt that he was really good to Luo Shi. Whenever the system gave her good things, he let her experience them as soon as possible. Never mind. Just consider it as repaying the kindness of enlightenment. Lin Feng remembered that wonderful touch again, it was simply amazing. After a whole day of shopping today, Lin Feng was actually quite tired, and just when he was about to take a rest, the system voice sounded again. Bite. Today's happy moment has been updated. Host, do you want to participate in the lottery immediately? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. It turned out that after 12 o'clock, a new day began. Go ahead. Lin Feng agreed without thinking, to see if he could draw something good. Happy moment, yeah. The system's voice sounded, and the pointer on the happy moment turntable began to move. Bite. Congratulations to the host for drawing the passive skill, Son of Light, becoming a beam of light that illuminates the world. You are light, you are electricity, you are the only myth. Stop. Lin Feng's face darkened. What the hell is this? System, are you poisonous? Do you think this is a game? Lin Feng has never seen a system that can draw a passive ability. This is unscientific. Host, do you want science or system? Forehead. Lin Feng was speechless after holding it in for a long time. What exactly is this passive child of light? What does it do? Lin Feng accepted the reality helplessly, but he had to figure out what this passive function was. Bite. Host, rest assured, you will know soon, and it will definitely make you feel very happy. I heard the system gave a guarantee. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a little excited, and prepared to go to bed with a satisfied smile. About another 30 minutes passed. The system voice in Lin Feng's mind sounded again. Bite. I noticed that the host was feeling sad and unhappy because of loneliness. Activate Super Authority, arrange special professional system hosts to visit and comfort you. Lin Feng suddenly came to his senses and immediately reprimanded him righteously. I didn't expect that you have such a system, but you still have this kind of function? But I hope you remember that I am a loyal and pure person. Lin Feng paused and said, for my reputation, don't arrange it in a public place like the dormitory in the future. Clear. At this time, there is an item showing Lin Feng's happiness value in the system interface. Happiness value plus 2 plus 6 plus 13 plus 37 plus 25 plus 69 plus 96 plus. Chapter 17 Chapter 18 Passive Power. Early morning. In the girls' dormitory. The other girls in the dormitory went to class, and Luo Shi sat up with sleepy eyes. He seemed very tired, as if he had worked at a construction site all night. Her face was filled with shame and a hint of despair. So embarrassing. How could I have such a dream, and it lasted for the whole night? The most abominable thing is that the male protagonist is actually that bastard. Besides, it feels too real. Is that bastard really that powerful? Luo Shi covered her face, even though she knew there was no one in the dormitory. Another moment passed. Luo Shi got up and poured a glass of water. She had lost too much water and needed to replenish it urgently. There was a large wet spot on the bedsheet. Then I took a shower, changed my clothes, and threw the sheets into the washing machine. In her heart, she cursed the idiot who had tortured her in her dreams all night. Ha ha. Lin Feng sneezed while walking on the road. Who is cursing me behind my back? I have class this morning. So the four big guys in dormitory 305 got up very early, and after breakfast, they were walking into the classroom while bragging. Brother Feng, you have made a comeback now. There will be one less of the four big guys in 305. As Liu was walking, he suddenly said with some emotion, he was crowned the king and dated the school beauty. It's like cheating. Lin Feng's smile froze, and he thought, isn't it just cheating? How far have you and Luo Yaojing progressed? Have you taken over the jungle? The fat guy Dixin said shockingly, I think we should hurry up and get the first blood. Yeah, even if we can't get the first blood, we can't let others steal the red and blue buffs. Chao Daolong also reminded. Some people say that if men in a dormitory don't talk about the opposite sex after 3 sentences, the dormitory is unhealthy. It turns out that the 4 big guys in dormitory 305 are all mentally healthy. Lin Feng sneered and said, you don't know, I directly took the second tower yesterday and hit the crystal. Depend on. Is this true? Is it fun? He. This doesn't seem real. Are you kidding us? Several people walked and talked, sometimes chasing and playing. At the corner of the stairs, Lin Feng was walking too fast and suddenly he felt a bump into a soft body with a bang. Ah! Then there was a cry of surprise. The girl took 2 steps back and almost fell down, but Lin Feng was fine because of his strong physique. After Lin Feng saw the other person's face, he exclaimed, oh my god! It was Sui Yun. The recognized #1 campus beauty of Zhenghai University is impeccable in terms of appearance, background, and temperament. The fame overwhelms the existence of Luo Yaojing. This woman has dominated the cover image of Zhenghai University's admission letters in recent years. It can be said that the first person every student who comes to study at Zhenghai University knows is Sui Yun. Lin Feng too. It is said that since Zhenghai University changed its admission letter to include Sui Yun's image, the admission rate has greatly increased. This shows how beautiful this woman is. Sorry, are you okay? Lin Feng asked casually. Sui Yun adjusted the hem of her skirt, a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes, and she said unceremoniously, I have something to do. Are you going to take me to the school clinic next? It would be better if you carry me on your back, take advantage of me on the way, flirt with me a little, and then add me on WeChat after that so we can keep in touch when we have time? Then the scandal spreads, and you treat me to a meal to apologize? After a while, we'll be familiar with each other, right? This plan is perfect. Goddess Su was really angry. She didn't give Lin Feng any chance to explain himself and continued, please, can you be a little more creative? You only have one trick, but you really want to dominate the world? Lin Feng's mouth twitched, and he spread his hands helplessly, I really didn't mean it, sorry. After saying this, in order to prove his innocence, he left. Sui Yun was indeed very beautiful, so beautiful that Lin Feng had paid her the highest respects on many nights. Sui Yun and Luo Yaojing have exactly opposite temperaments. Sui Yun is like a proud snow lotus on an iceberg, while Luo she is a passionate rose. One is as cool and pure as a fairy, the other is coquettish to the core. Each has its merits. If it could really be fatal. But this time it was indeed an accident. Dixin, Chao Daolong, and Liu hurriedly followed. Brother Feng, it's so high. Is this also one of your tricks? But how did you know that Goddess Su would come around the corner? What should we do next? It seems like your plan has been discovered. You look so confident, do you have another trick up your sleeve? The 3 big men gave a thumbs up at the same time. And showed a strong desire for knowledge. Lin Feng. With such a strong imagination, if he were to write a novel, the number of words would be terrifying. However, seeing how they were willing to learn from him, Lin Feng became playful and acted like a big boss. Wait, in about 5 minutes. She would come over and apologize and invite me to lunch. Pretending to be in deep thought, he continued, it's so annoying. I don't know whether I should agree to her. Really? Impossible. I don't believe it either. If you're really that awesome, I'll help you clean your dorm for a whole semester. Can you explain the principle? It would be better to be more detailed. Several people started chattering again. Lin Feng walked and laughed, don't say you don't believe it, I don't believe it either. He was just talking nonsense. But at this moment, before Sui Yun took a few steps, a familiar voice from the system suddenly rang in her mind. Her super goddess development system gave a hint. Bite. Trigger the only passive task. To gain the favorability of the Son of Light Lin Feng, it must reach 90 points or above. Mission deadline, 1 year. Discover the light, meet the light, chase the light. Start the light chasing operation. Sui Yun was stunned for a moment and hadn't reacted yet. Son of Light? Lin Feng? I still need to gain 90% of his favorability? The system's voice sounded again, explaining. Yes. Rewards for completing tasks. The system is upgraded to the highest version, all task rewards are doubled, and all skill rewards are enhanced. During the operation, if Lin Feng's favorability towards the host reaches 10, 20, 30, etc., there will be a mysterious gift package and a random reward of 1 to 10 times the spending cashback card. Penalty for mission failure: the system goes into hibernation and all system rewards are cancelled. Special tip: every time the host completes an in-depth communication with Lin Feng, he will immediately gain 5 to 10 points of favorability. After reading the system introduction, Sui Yun's expression became as exciting as it could be. In other words, once the mission fails, it is equivalent to losing the system. Not only did the system go into hibernation, but all the rewards were gone. This is an unacceptable price to pay for anyone who gets the system. Deep communication? Is this a shortcut? But you didn't tell the system what constitutes in-depth communication. Goddess Su had a sad face and asked unwillingly, why have I never heard of passive tasks before? This is the only passive task. You must be within a certain range of the Son of Light to trigger it. The chance is very small. Once triggered, you must go all out. Host, please quickly figure out how to gain Lin Feng's favorability. Time is tight, and I will fully cooperate. Sui Yun slapped her forehead. Is it too late to catch up with him and talk to him now? Chapter 18, Chapter 19. Even the school beauties have to queue up. The bell rang for the end of get out of class. The morning classes are over. Lin Feng sat in the back row of the classroom, lamenting that he could not read many chapters of a novel in one class and time passed too quickly. Since he had the system, Lin Feng felt that he was neglecting his studies more and more. Oh, the system. Did you know that your appearance directly caused a hard-working and ambitious young man to become decadent? Lin Feng boasted happily in his heart. The familiar machinery immediately sounded in my mind. Then I leave? Lin Feng, it's just a joke. As soon as the teacher left, the classroom became noisy. In fact, there is still an elective course later, but many students have already packed up their belongings and prepared to run away. They are all young people with ambition and ideals, who would take elective courses. The three big men from 305 immediately surrounded them. I told you that you are bragging. Goddess Su doesn't care about you at all. Dai Xin said with a teasing look. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. How can she care about me when she doesn't even have a bird? Dai Xin was a little anxious. I'm not talking about that bird. Don't change the subject. Didn't you say the goddess would come to you in 5 minutes? That's right, the get out of class is over. Where are the people? Chao Dalong and Li Yu also joined the battlefield. Lin Feng said slowly and calmly, don't be too concerned about the gains and losses of the moment. A goddess is of course different from an ordinary woman. How can it be that simple? Hold on. Haven't you ever tried to turn the tide? Dai Xin was about to speak when he suddenly felt that the atmosphere in the classroom was a bit strange. Why is it suddenly quiet? Then a pleasant voice came in. Excuse me, is Lin Feng here? With a swish, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Feng in the back row. Before anyone could respond, Sui Yun walked in because she had already seen Lin Feng. She is tall and walks lightly. She is wearing a white dress, revealing her snow-white and delicate skin at her calves. It's a pity that her temperament is cold, and she always gives people a feeling of keeping them at a distance. Everyone in the class held their breath, as if their souls had been sucked away, and their eyes followed the beautiful figure. When he came back to his senses, he looked at Lin Feng with mixed emotions, mainly envy, jealousy, and admiration. The three big men from 305 opened their mouths wide, as if they had turned into ice sculptures. Not to mention them, Lin Feng was also confused at this time. Dad Tong, have you assigned any tasks to others again? Lin Feng thought of the system first and asked in his heart. Reporting to the host, no. Lin Feng wanted to ask more, but Sui Yin interrupted her and said in a clear voice, Lin Feng, I'm sorry, I bumped into you in a hurry this morning. Are you okay? How about I take you to the school infirmary for a checkup? A hint of embarrassment flashed across Sui Yun's eyes. The word she had used to mock Lin Feng actually came back to haunt her. But apart from this excuse, she really couldn't think of any other reasonable reason to contact Lin Feng. Dai Xin, Chao Dalong, and Li Yu felt the most deeply. They were all speechless and were shocked. Lin Feng still hadn't figured out what Goddess Su was up to, so he said, "I'm fine, no need." Sui Yun smiled, which was truly breathtakingly beautiful. She said again, "Then we can be considered as strangers. How about I treat you to lunch at noon? Just consider it as an apology to you. You won't deny me this, will you?" Sui Yan added another sentence as if she was afraid that he would refuse, and silently opened the system interface in her mind. I checked the extra column operation light chasing. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 22. Height, 182 centimeters. Weight, 65 kilograms. Current favorability, 16. The column contains the most basic information about Lin Feng. When Goddess Su wanted to see more, it showed that she had no permission. System, if I want to improve his favorability, you have to tell me his interests and hobbies, right? Sui Yun complained in her heart. The current favorability is only 16, when can it be raised to 90? Byte. This system is powerless, and it is recommended that the host have more contact, learn more, and explore on his own. Sui Yun was discouraged. Okay. Well. Lin Feng was a little embarrassed. It was not that he didn't want to have dinner with the goddess, but mainly because he felt that this matter was weird. It's just so confusing. What does the goddess want when she licks him like this? Is there any conspiracy? After witnessing the magic of Luo Yaojing, Lin Feng is now a little afraid of these campus beauties. Hey, Senior Lin Feng is from this class, right? A sweet and lovely voice suddenly sounded, and everyone looked in the direction of the voice. Oh my god, what a cute and innocent schoolgirl. Isn't this Zhou Qingru, the goddess of the second-year broadcasting department? Why is she here too? All the school beauties are flocking to our class. They are all here to see Lin Feng. Isn't he just more handsome than me? Why? TSK, that's pretty cool. Others were furious. Lin Feng was confused again. There's another school beauty here. What's going on? System, is it really not you who issued some weird tasks? Lin Feng asked again in his heart. But Lin Feng knew that these school beauties were actually all cheaters. Strictly speaking, all the cheaters are now under his management. Absolutely not. Then, Lin Feng was interrupted again before he could finish. Brother Lin Feng, I'm Zhou Qingru from the broadcasting department. I've admired you for a long time. Zhou Qingru, wearing a JK outfit, said in a sweet voice, I happen to be in the class next to yours today, so I came here specially to get to know you and make friends. Lin Feng swallowed secretly. Zhou Qingru is not as stunning and cold as Sui Yu, nor as charming and enchanting as Luo Shi. She is like a pure and lovely little sister next door, who makes people want to protect her at first sight. Lin Feng exhaled, trying to keep himself calm, and said with a smile, Thank you, I'm happy to do it. Sui Yan frowned, not knowing why Zhou Qingru came over at this time, and asked coldly, You haven't answered me yet. Before Lin Feng could figure out how to answer, a charming laugh came over. Chuckle, chuckle. Before the person arrives, a faint fragrance can be smelled and the voice is alluring. Who else could it be besides Luo Yaojing? I'm sorry, Lin Feng has already agreed to go shopping with me. Luo Shi walked over slowly and said in a coquettish voice, Goddess Su, please stop making things difficult for him. Let's make an appointment next time? But this guy has been having a lot of luck with women lately, so please line up early. Lin Feng looked up at Luo Yaojing and was about to ask when did they make the appointment. Luo Yaojing gave him a death stare and immediately became timid. Lin Feng is not afraid of anything now, except this female demon. After all, she has done something wrong. Moreover, Lin Feng was also a little curious. Why did Fairy Luo look for him again? Could it be that he was conquered by my advanced ball skills? Ha ha. Okay, then we'll make an appointment another day. Sui Yun sighed. She didn't expect to meet Luo Shi and Zhou Qingru at the same time, so she had to take a step back. Brother Lin Feng, I'll treat you to a meal next time too. Zhou Qingru also said with her cute little mouth pouted. Okay. Lin Feng's forehead was covered with cold sweat. What happened today? Why do these school beauties want to ask me out for dinner? So annoying. A victorious smile appeared on Luo Yaojing's beautiful face. In this round of Son of Light competition, Luo Yaojing wins. P.S. Sorry, I've been a bit busy lately, so I can only update once. I'll be back to normal tomorrow and will update at least twice. Chapter 19 Chapter 20 Who is the dog licker? Just out of school. Brother Lin Feng, I'll treat you to a meal next time too. Luo Yaojing deliberately imitated Zhou Qingru and spoke in a coquettish voice. Lin Feng's scalp went numb and he got goosebumps. When Zhou Qingru said this, it was cute and a bit coquettish, which made people feel very comfortable. When Fairy Luo said this, it was coquettish and a bit tempting, which made people very angry. Lin Feng really didn't know what to say? Why, can't I imitate him? Seeing that he didn't respond, Luo Yaojing glanced at him with her almond-shaped eyes and said, "The way you looked at Zhou just now, you didn't even blink. You are slandering me, blatant slander." Lin Feng said with a stiff face. He. Luo Yaojing glanced at him charmingly, and suddenly laughed. "Then tell me, which type do you like? Like Sui Yun, noble and cold, or like Zhou Qingru, pure and lovely? Or, like my sister? This is really a headache. Think seriously for a moment." Lin Feng then slowly asked, "There is a 50 yuan note and a 100 yuan note on the ground, which one do you pick up?" Luo she didn't even think about it and blurted out, "Do you think I'm stupid? Of course I'll take both." Halfway through her speech, she seemed to have discovered something, and then she reacted and said unhappily, "Well, the whole school thought you were a bootlicker, but I didn't expect you to be a wolf warrior." After saying this, Luo Yaojing smiled charmingly and said, "But I like it. This is the true nature of a man. Unlike some people, they obviously want it but pretend like a grandson." Lin Feng. Is she suggesting that I can be bolder? By the way, why did you look for me today? Do you want to go shopping again? Lin Feng changed the topic to a less embarrassing one. Luo Shi's smile became more charming. She glanced at Lin Feng without saying a word. You want to leave after taking advantage of your sister? Impossible. Besides, I've been your bootlicker for the whole day. You won't be so lucky to trigger the system task this time, right? Lin Feng felt uneasy when she looked at him, and the more she looked at him, the more scared he became. Today, you just be a good licker for me. Luo Yaojing narrowed her eyes and said lazily, "I'll go shopping with you and you'll pay me. Is that okay?" "No problem." Lin Feng agreed readily and breathed a sigh of relief. What did he think he was doing? Going shopping with Luo Shi, I wonder how many people would wish for such a thing. Moreover, he now has a happy fund of 100 billion. He is a real nouveau riche and has no shortage of money. He can just buy whatever he wants. Humph, you're smart. If you dare to say no, I'll go to the academic affairs office and report you for your improper intentions towards my senior sister. Do you think the teacher believes you or me? Lin Feng was sweating profusely, and said quickly, "Why would I not want to? I couldn't ask for more. Listen to my explanation. I really couldn't help myself last time. I'll let you off this time." Luo Shi handed over the bag and drink in her hand. Get into character. Lin Feng took it and thought, the plot twists are quite frequent. The two called a car and went directly to Zhongtian Plaza. The incident happened suddenly, and Lin Feng did not ask the system to send his luxury fleet over. For some reason, Luo Shi did not drive herself either. Lin Feng guessed that it was probably because of poor driving skills. After all, the driver was a female. We soon arrived at our destination. You don't look very well. Didn't you sleep well last night? Lin Feng asked. When Luo Shi heard this, her face immediately turned red. This bastard, he really brought up things that were not relevant to the topic. Fine. Luo Yaojing was rarely embarrassed. When Lin Feng saw her like this, his heart moved. Could it be because of the erotic dream experience card? I immediately asked tentatively, "Did you have an unhealthy dream?" Luo Shi was shocked and her heart beat faster. Could this bastard read minds? 2 red clouds flew across her face. She said angrily, "What kind of mess do you think about all day long?" Luo Yaojing decided to punish him. Suddenly she remembered the last time she tied her shoelaces and said, "Your feet are so sore. Come on, massage your feet too." She walked to a marble bench nearby and sat down, looking at Lin Feng with a smile. Depend on. No way? Lin Feng's face changed. This was in the square, with people coming and going. If I rub your feet, I will be laughed to death. But considering that it's long and white, well, it doesn't seem impossible. Why are you looking like that? You can touch my feet as you like, just giggle. Luo she sneered and said, but just thinking about my breasts. At this point, she glanced at Lin Feng, meaning you know what I mean, and said, I don't care about this. Sweat. As soon as Lin Feng sat down, Luoxi's pair of long and straight legs stretched out to him. On his knees. Luoxi was wearing a simple white t-shirt today, paired with a pair of denim shorts and a pair of sexy bright silver high heels. Almost the entire snow-white long legs were exposed to Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng's mouth was watering as he gently rubbed his calves. This is what skin as white as cream means. Oh, so comfortable. Luoxi moaned softly with an intoxicated look on her face. Lin Feng trembled all over and saluted almost instantly. But now Lin Feng is really in pain and happy. The strange looks from passers-by made Lin Feng feel that his knees, which had just straightened up a little, were bending again. But at this moment, the system voice suddenly sounded in Luoxi's mind. Bite. Trigger the only passive task. Start the light chasing operation. Luoxi was stunned for a moment, secretly opened the system interface in his mind, and learned about the so-called light chasing operation. About a minute later. Her expression became very interesting, so interesting that she wanted to cry. Luoxi really envies children now, because children can cry whenever and wherever they want. But she is an adult and has to bear with it. Luoxi opened the Operation Chasing Light column and checked Lin Feng's information. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 22. Height, 182 centimeters. Weight, 65 kilograms. Current favorability, 28. Lin Feng's current favorability towards her has reached 28 points, which is much higher than Sui Yun's. It should be because the two had contact before. I'll accept it if I want to improve his favorability. After all, this guy isn't annoying and can be quite entertaining sometimes. Luoxi had a sad face and communicated with the system in her heart. She asked with her last bit of stubbornness, "But system, can you answer a question for me? Why do I feel like you are an undercover agent planted by Lin Feng on me?" The system's voice was still cold. Bite. Absolutely not, host, rest assured. Luoxi sighed helplessly, too lazy to argue with the system anymore. Because, I don't know if Lin Feng was tired of pressing, but his favorability towards her actually started to drop. Ha, man. Favorability 1. Favorability 1. Luoxi was about to cry. How could she dare to wait any longer? If she dropped any more, it would be gone. She quickly sat up and looked at Lin Feng with resentment in her eyes. Don't press it. Feng, I think being a licker is more suitable for me. Are you tired too? Let me give you a massage. As Fairy Luo said this, she lifted Lin Feng's feet up without saying anything and massaged them gently. Real? Lin Feng was overjoyed, not knowing that it was because of a task being triggered. My favorable impression of Luoxi rebounded quickly. Favorability +1 +1 +2 +1 +5. Fairy Luo is very considerate and caring. She is like a caring sister. Chapter 20 Chapter 21 Lin Feng's Weakness. In broad daylight, under clear sky. An enviable scene took place in the rest area outside Zhongtian Plaza. A young handsome guy is enjoying himself with a look of ecstasy on his face. Next to him was a beauty who was at the level of a fairy. She is giving the handsome guy a massage very gently. This scene made countless male compatriots passing by envious. This is what a man should be like. Based on my many years of experience as a human being, I'm afraid this handsome guy's wealth has reached an astonishing level. I agree. Otherwise, how could a beautiful woman be so worthy of licking her ass? Isn't it said that all dogs are equal in the face of love? Look at Principal Wang, how down to earth he is. Ha, the principal would probably cry if he saw this. I admit that I am jealous and envious. He is truly a role model for my generation. No, I want to regain my status as a husband. Lin Feng naturally also noticed the looks of the people coming and going. My vanity was satisfied a little. But at first Lin Feng thought that Luo Yaojing was joking, but now he sees that she is working so hard. I always feel like something is wrong. System, what's going on? Don't tell me you don't know. Lin Feng asked the system in his heart. He was now sure that this matter was definitely related to the system. Lin Feng knew that he was handsome. But he is definitely not so handsome that all those pretty schoolgirls come to him one after another to please him. The system reply sounded quickly. Bite. Reporting to the host, that is because of the passive effect. They triggered the passive task because they were close to you. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. Passive? Are you talking about the lottery, the one that becomes a ray of light that illuminates the world? Lin Feng blurted out. He had a deep impression of this. What does that passive mean and what does it do? Host, you should read it yourself. At this time, a few lines of information suddenly popped up on the system page, which was an introduction to Operation Chasing Light. About 5 minutes later, Lin Feng finally digested the information that popped up in his system. I couldn't help but feel excited. Good job. Lin Feng is simply a good guy. Isn't this passive ability too awesome? And it's so cool. Ha ha. With this passive ability, doesn't it mean that as long as you get close to the system owner and trigger the light chasing action, the other party will have to kneel down and lick your boots obediently? It was not until this time that he finally understood why school beauties like Suiyun and Zhou Qingru came to the classroom to please him. No. Lin Feng finally realized the problem and communicated with the system again. Wouldn't it be annoying if every system owner came to brush up my favorability? The host can choose to block most people. There is such an operation, not bad, it's very humane. Lin Feng gave orders without thinking, block all men, and also, those with a beauty score below 9, don't bother me. Okay, blocked. Lin Feng looked at Luo Shi again, who was massaging his calves diligently, with a hint of pity in his eyes. It is true that success or failure is due to the system. You guys who are just cheaters, it's really difficult for you when you meet me, the biggest cheater among all cheaters. Unconsciously, my favorability towards Luo Shi increased again. Favorability +1. Luo Shi was pressing helplessly, when suddenly her hand paused. Because the sound of the system prompt sounded in her mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host, the light chasing operation has made new progress, and Lin Feng's favorability towards the host has reached 35 points. Received a mysterious gift package. Would you like to open it? Luo Shi was stunned for a moment. Finally, this kid had some conscience and didn't let her press against him in vain. Finally, there is some reward. Open. Luo Shi gave the order with some anticipation. She also wanted to know what the reward would be for this so-called light chasing operation. Soon, the system's congratulatory voice rang out. Congratulations to the host for winning a high-end villa in Yuhu Garden. The relevant materials and certificates have been placed in your bag. The host can move in at any time. The host can freely dispose of everything in the villa. Luo Shi opened her mouth slightly, full of surprise. This reward was too awesome, right? It was totally beyond her expectations. Just by improving Lin Feng's favorability, you can be rewarded with a high-end villa? You have to know that Zhonghai is a first-tier international city, and housing prices are ridiculously high. The starting price of an ordinary suite is basically 50,000 renminbi per square meter. Not to mention villas in high-end communities like Yuhu Garden, even the cheapest one would cost close to 100 million. When Luo Shi looked at Lin Feng again, her eyes changed and she licked her sexy red lips. It seems to be saying what a big piece of fat. At first Luo Shi thought that this light chasing operation was too depressing, but now it seems to be a completely beneficial task. It's simply a 3-point question. Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Feng noticed her eyes and asked weakly. What kind of plane is this goblin planning to make? The next moment, Lin Feng was completely stunned. Luo Shi quickly kissed Lin Feng on the face. This is a reward from my sister. Lin Feng came back to his senses and wiped it quickly. This enchantress is wearing lipstick, so don't leave any marks on his face. There are so many people watching, how embarrassing it would be. But somehow it feels kind of cool. Ha ha. Favorability +1. Luo Shi paused and kissed this guy, and his favorability increased by 1? If this works, then. Now Lin Feng's favorability towards her has reached 36. As long as it reaches 40, he will be rewarded with a mysterious gift package. This made Luo Shi really eager to make some moves. But considering that this happens in public, it is better to restrain yourself. But how smart was Luo Yaojing? She still found the right direction to increase her favorability. In other words, she figured out Lin Feng's weakness. Luo Shi gave him a charming look and said, "Feng, I got the vaccine yesterday." What vaccine? Lin Feng asked casually. That's loving every second of it. Favorability +1. Luo Shi almost jumped up with excitement, it really worked. Immediately, she struck while the iron was hot and said tenderly, "Feng, can we exercise together when we have time?" What sport? Lin Feng was a little cautious, after all, he had experienced it before. This female enchantress is really good at teasing people. If you're not careful, you'll fall into her trap. What are you moving? Every time my heart beats for you. Luo Yaojing looked playful. Lin Feng, okay. It's no use. I feel like I'm no match for him at all. What should I do? But why do I have to endure this? Favorability +2. He. Luo she heard the system prompt again and couldn't help laughing so hard that she fell forward and backward. The two huge snow mountains in front of my chest were shaking continuously as if they were about to avalanche. Lin Feng really wanted him to hold it steady to prevent it from jumping out. Luo she looked at Lin Feng again with burning eyes and decided to give him another big move. Lin Feng's favorability towards her has reached 38 points, just 2 points short. I'm happy today, so I decided to take you to my villa. Luo she was like a demon staring at Tang Seng's flesh, and said seductively, there's a big swimming pool there, we can really swim together. But before that, accompany me to pick out a swimsuit. A bikini is also fine. Lin Feng's eyes widened, his breathing quickened, and the image of a fairy in a bikini waving at him appeared in his mind. With her 9.6-point figure, isn't it a crime to put on a bikini? Depend on. This is too exciting. However, Lin Feng felt that he should remain calm. What if she changed her mind? Cough. It doesn't matter if I wear a bikini or not, the main thing is that I like swimming. Go buy it now, stop pressing it, I'm not tired at all. Chapter 21 Chapter 22 You are cheating. In a well-known brand swimwear store. Lin Feng was really amazed. The various colors and designs were really dazzling and made his blood boil. There is just one problem that has been bothering him since he was a child. Lin Feng really doesn't understand what the difference is between a bikini and underwear? What you wear secretly is called underwear, but what you wear openly is called a bikini. How strange. Luo she came over and whispered seductively in Lin Feng's ear, want to see what I wear? Pick whatever you want, I'll satisfy you today. Lin Feng paused and swallowed his saliva, but people are like this, the more they can't let go at times like this. That. Lin Feng looked around and finally stopped at a relatively conservative swimsuit and said, I think this one is okay. Luo Yaojing rolled her eyes at him and slowly uttered two words, hypocrisy. Not sexy enough, not in line with my style. I have finally seen through you stinky men. You clearly want it in your heart, but you are not honest at all. Lin Fengshui's face turned red and he couldn't refute at all. This demon is too powerful, I can't resist him at all. Luo she started to choose by herself, and finally picked up a purple leopard print swimsuit with an extremely avant-garde design. Well, actually it's just a batch with less fabric. Good job. It's similar to sexy lingerie, with a completely hollow back and two ropes on the sides, designed as straps. How about this one? Luo she pinched the strings on both sides of the swimsuit and asked with a smile. Lin Feng swallowed his saliva again. My heart was already filled with joy, but I pretended to be calm. Yes, you will look beautiful in it. Lin Feng praised sincerely. I couldn't help but feel that my favorable impression of Luo she increased a little bit. Favorability +1. Lin Feng checked the system page himself and found Luo she's task progress in passive task. Wow, it's been less than an afternoon and my favorability towards her has reached 40 points. This means that she received 2 mysterious gift packs. When it comes to improving favorability, I, Lin Feng, would like to call you the best. There are currently 3 people involved in the light chasing operation. They are Luo Yaojing, Sui Yu, and Zhou Qingru. But Sui Yu's favorability is only 16. Zhou Qingru had even fewer, only 8 points. Compared with Luo Shi, they are far behind. Luo Shi smiled brightly because the system prompt finally came. Bite. Congratulations to the host, the light chasing operation has made new progress, and Lin Feng's favorability towards the host has reached 40 points. Received a mysterious gift package, would you like to open it? Open. Luo she gave the order directly. The last gift package gave me a villa? This shouldn't be too bad, right? Luo she was full of anticipation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the only super sports car in the world customized by the system, a Porsche 919. The car is parked in the parking space in Zone B of Zhongtian Plaza, and the key is in your pocket. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of red wine with mysterious effects. It has many benefits such as beauty, detoxification, and bodybuilding, so I want to introduce them one by one. They are already in your car. Luo she was in a good mood after reading the reward information. If there weren't so many people around, she really wanted to pick up this living darling Lin Feng and give him a big kiss. It's so cool, isn't it? Mainly because after finding the method, Luo she felt that it was too easy to increase Lin Feng's favorability. Then it's decided, let's buy this set. Luo she nodded readily, and then said to Lin Feng in a coquettish manner, but this is too revealing, it will get me tanned, you are responsible for applying sunscreen for me, understand? No problem. Lin Feng agreed reluctantly. He has loved helping others since he was a child. Favorability +1. He. Fairy Luo laughed a little wildly. Then he picked out a pair of swimming trunks for Lin Feng, paid the bill and left the swimsuit store. This time, Lin Feng paid for it all, since he had no shortage of money anyway. On the way, Luo she leaned closer to Lin Feng's ear and whispered, I look good in stockings, do you want to buy some? I'm happy today, so I can wear them for you. Really? Lin Feng's eyes lit up, but after saying that, he felt that he was too eager, and said a little embarrassedly, this isn't good, right? Lin Feng felt that his relationship with Luo she had not yet reached that stage. But it doesn't seem like a pure relationship, and is heading in an ambiguous direction. Hey, you also know that's not good? Luo Yaojing's face changed, and he said with contempt, then why did you kiss me secretly last time? Lin Feng's mouth twitched and he had nothing to say. If you want to get involved in this mess, you must admit your mistakes and stand at attention when you are beaten. But if he had to do it again, Lin Feng felt that he would still do it. After all, there are some mistakes that all men make. Well, we've already kissed, so it doesn't matter if I just take a look. Luo Yaojing sighed, and asked with interest, tell me, do you like black stockings, suspenders, or big fishnets? I have no problem with them, I can handle them completely. Whatever you want, I'm fine with it. Lin Feng is really not picky. But if he has to choose, he will definitely take them all. Favorability +1. Damn, how come my favorability towards her has increased by another point? This female demon is challenging my weak spot. You are cheating, you know that. He. Luo Yaojing also laughed. It was so satisfying to increase the favorability. Come on, I'll pick something spicier for you. Luo she said somewhat boldly. In this silent contest, Luo she won. But Lin Feng felt that he didn't lose out. It's a win-win situation. But at this moment, a group of bodyguards in black suddenly appeared. Stopped Lin Feng and Luo Shi. Luo Shi. An angry voice came. When Lin Feng heard the voice, he looked and saw a tall, slightly fat young man with an average-looking appearance striding towards him. Wearing all branded clothes, he is definitely a rich young man. How can you do this? Not only did you ignore me, but you even went to a swimsuit store with other men. Do you take me seriously? Huang Wentao walked closer and questioned Luo Shi. Lin Feng frowned, feeling extremely unhappy. Damn it, I'm going to buy black stockings with Luo Yaojing, and then go swimming. This fat guy comes out to cause trouble at this time, isn't he just asking for a fight? Luo Shi's face was full of disgust, and she said bluntly, first, there is no relationship between us. Let alone shopping, we are going to sleep together. What's it to you? Second, stop bothering me and get as far away from me as possible. Lin Feng really wanted to shout, everyone heard it, Fairy Luo, you may not be able to regret it. Huang Wentao's expression changed, and he roared again, are you so indifferent to someone who likes you and cares about you? After saying that, he looked at Lin Feng calmly, as if he was looking at a weed on the side of the road, and said calmly, break one of his legs. Luo Shi, I'll let you experience how annoying it is to have your emotions affected by someone. The author has something to say. Hey everyone, I'm sorry, I don't know why I repeated myself just now, but the update was a bit late recently, I will try to update earlier next time. Chapter 22 Chapter 23 A layman. Break one of his legs. Huang Wentao spoke in a calm tone, and his words were just a casual one, which meant he wanted to cripple someone's leg. It was like killing chickens and dogs, and he didn't take it seriously at all. However, the 6 bodyguards in black suits and with strong build did not move. It was as if he didn't hear it at all. Huang Wentao frowned, feeling very embarrassed, and immediately yelled, I told you to break one of this kid's legs, didn't you hear me? At this time, one of the bodyguards with a buzz cut shook his head and said, we are just bodyguards, responsible for your safety, not your thugs. Luo Yaojing breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the bodyguard's answer. She was really afraid that these people would attack Lin Feng. Luo Shi was clear about the power behind Huang Wentao and did not want to drag Lin Feng into her affairs. Lin Feng glanced at the bodyguards, seemingly thinking about something, but he was not surprised. Fuck. Are you idiots? I'm your financial sponsor. I paid you to come here, and you can't even do such a small thing? Huang Wentao was furious. He was really mad at this group of stupid bodyguards. No. The man with the crew cut still answered coldly. Okay, very good. Huang Wentao laughed in anger and threatened coldly, from now on you are fired, and I will complain to your boss. However, the bodyguards remained unmoved by Huang Wentao's threat and instead turned and walked towards Lin Feng. The 6 bodyguards stood in a row, bowed to Lin Feng, and spoke in unison. Boss, he said he was going to file a complaint against us. Luo Yaojin's eyes widened and her sexy lips opened into an O shape. This scene really shocked her. Isn't this a bit funny? The bodyguard hired by Huang Wentao turned out to be Lin Feng's subordinate? You are from Star Shield Security, right? In fact, Lin Feng already knew it and just wanted to confirm it. Yes. The bodyguards answered again in unison. It's okay, don't bother with this kind of idiot. Lin Feng praised with a smile, saying, well done, I won't take business from this kind of idiot in the future. Huang Wentao's expression also changed, and when he looked at Lin Feng again, his eyes became a little solemn. He never expected that the young man in front of him would be the boss behind his heart. He can scold Star Shield's bodyguards at will, but he would never dare to be presumptuous in front of Star Shield's boss. Star Shield Security, ordinary people may not have heard of this name. But in the top circle of power and wealth, he is like a god, and no one wants to offend him. Because no matter what crisis we encounter, as long as we can ask Star Shield to protect us, we will be absolutely safe. There has been no record of failure so far. Huang Wentao didn't dare to yell at Lin Feng anymore and turned to look at Luo Shi. Thinking that she had found a backer to be so arrogant, he said coldly, Luo Shi, I was wondering why you were so bold. It turns out that you have found a backer. Who in the circle doesn't know that you, Luo Shi, are a wild whore? You don't even know how many people have slept with you. Why do you change your taste now and play with young and handsome guys again? Luo Shi's face turned pale and her body trembled with anger. Although she seemed to be a wanton person on the surface, she actually had never had a serious boyfriend. Chicken is. Huang Wentao wanted to continue cursing, but was suddenly slapped in the face. Bang! Lin Feng's current physical fitness has reached the limit of ordinary people, and the force of this slap is quite strong. Huang Wentao's body spun around, his teeth and blood were all over the floor, he fell to the ground and almost fainted. Lin Feng walked forward slowly, his aura fully open, emanating a kingly dominance. At this moment, he is the most handsome guy in the audience. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, Can you slander my woman casually? Huang Wentao caught his breath and looked at Lin Feng, who was like an emperor at this moment. He was so trembling with fear that he could not utter a word. Fairy Luo was also stunned. Looking at Lin Feng's domineering back and his arrogant and overbearing words, my heart couldn't help but beat wildly. A pair of charming phoenix eyes gradually became moist and blurred. At this moment Luo Shi knew that this was the feeling of heartbeat. She is a passionate woman. Once she falls in love, she will be as passionate as fire. At this time, Lin Feng shouted to the system in his heart, Dad, there won't be any problem if I destroy this guy, right? The system's answer was equally tough. Bite. No problem, the host is awesome, and the rest is up to the system. As long as the host is happy, I will take care of the bottom line. Dad Tong is awesome. Lin Feng couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the system. He looked at Huang Wentao on the ground again, I am a very fair person. If you want to cripple one of my legs, then I will cripple one of your legs. I won't ask for anything more. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he turned around and ordered the other bodyguards, take him away, cripple one of his legs. Okay, boss. Several bodyguards responded respectfully and immediately lifted Huang Wentao from the ground and walked out. There are so many people here that it's a bit inconvenient to get things done. No, let me go. Huang Wentao screamed like a pig being slaughtered, my father is Huang Yukuan, if you dare to touch me, our Huang family will not In the end, Huang Wentao was dragged out by the bodyguard with his mouth covered. Lin Feng turned to look at Luo Shi, and seeing that she was in a daze, he asked in confusion, Why are you looking at me like that? Fairy Luo did not answer immediately. She looked him over for a while before saying charmingly, so handsome. I've decided. From now on, you are my idol. Lin Feng looked a little unnatural when he heard such blunt words. Luo Yaojing seemed to suddenly remember something and said sadly, have you heard any rumors about me? I've heard of it. Luo Shi's face turned even paler. But I believe you, those must be fake. Someone must have deliberately spread rumors to slander you. Lin Feng said affirmatively. Really? Luo Shi's eyes were full of spirit again. Certainly. Why do you trust me so much? Luo Shi asked again. She looked into Lin Feng's eyes, trying to see something. She had heard too many of those hypocritical and beautiful lies, but at this moment Lin Feng's eyes were full of purity and indifference. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. He couldn't say that it was in the system information, right? Lin Feng has 100% unconditional trust in the powerful Father Tong. I don't know why, I just believe you. My intuition is always accurate. Lin Feng could only bite the bullet and talk nonsense. Fairy Luo paused for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled, so warmly, like a flaming rose blooming in the wind. It's so stunning. She narrowed her eyes and opened her red lips. Let's go, you have performed well today, there is a reward. The two came to the parking lot in Area B and found the Porsche 919 that was rewarded by the system. Pink body color. It has a full sense of technology, yet has a few wild lines, which is very consistent with Luo Yaojing's temperament. Luo Shi drove and soon arrived at Yuhu Garden. The talent system is also very powerful, and the check-in process was very smooth. In Villa number 9. Lin Feng was swimming in the huge infinity pool. He was just a little absent-minded, looking in one direction from time to time, as if he was expecting something. In the locker room over there, Luo Yaojing was changing clothes. After a while, Fairy Luo was wearing a sexy swimsuit and walking barefoot. Her snow-white body had stunning curves that amazed the world. It seems like a work of art carefully crafted by God and should not appear in the mortal world. Lin Feng stood in the water blankly, as if the world had lost its color, leaving only a white expanse before his eyes. There was a glimmer of pride in Luo Yaojing's eyes. She lay on the bench under the parasol, raised her finger towards him, and said in an alluring tone, "Why are you still standing there? Come here and put sunscreen on your sister." Only then did Lin Feng's soul return to his body from the sky. Favorability +3. Damn, the favorability increased so much all of a sudden? Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh at himself. Alas, it turns out that I am just a vulgar person who is so handsome that it makes you drop dead. P.S. I will try to update earlier in the future. Also, special thanks to Illusions Created by the Heart, Demon Lord, No Name, No Feelings, Lemon who loves scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and other big guys for their gifts. Dear big guys, if you have time, please help me click to generate electricity with love. I am now on a single machine, eating instant noodles and typing every day. Chapter 23 Chapter 24 Protect Yourself. Luo Yaojing was lying lazily on the bench, her proud figure fully displayed in front of Lin Feng. It's like a painting of a beautiful woman. Lin Feng's breathing was a little rapid, he felt both nervous and excited. It is no exaggeration to say that in the 2 years he and Lu Shishir have been together, she has never shown him so many. Lin Feng picked up the sunscreen and dropped a little on his hand. He wiped his back with some trembling. It feels slightly cool, delicate, smooth and firm. It feels so good. This feel is so damn amazing. Lin Feng was also a little nervous, after all, it was the first time he had encountered such a famous scene. I only dared to apply it on some unimportant parts. Apply it evenly. If you get me tanned, I'll hold you accountable. Luo Yaojing squinted her eyes and said in a lazy voice. Lin Feng's heart moved. Is this female demon implying something to me? I couldn't hold it in any longer. Now that Luo Shi has spoken, how can we tolerate this? Lin Feng simply didn't care and just let go and wiped it boldly. Another moment passed. Luo Shi turned her head, her face was slightly red, and there was a natural charm between her brows. It's very tempting. Unfortunately, Lin Feng was daydreaming and did not see this scene. Fairy Luo frowned and asked unhappily, "What are you thinking about? Why are you so absent-minded? This guy really doesn't understand romance. Can you still daydream at a time like this?" Luo Shi couldn't help but wonder, has her charm declined? Lin Feng came back to his senses and said with a malicious smile, "I was just wondering if you keep your word?" "What?" Luo Shi frowned, somewhat puzzled. Lin Feng's expression became even more awkward. "Didn't you just tell that fat guy that it's okay to sleep together?" Luo Shi was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Were you really amused by Lin Feng?" Lin Feng was stunned. "Don't let it jump out." After a while, Luo Shi stopped. She looked at Lin Feng with her seductive phoenix eyes and said charmingly, "I dare to give it to you, do you dare to take it?" Lin Feng suddenly wilted, like a withered flower. This goblin is so scary. Originally, Lin Feng was just joking and teasing her, but he was killed in the back. My heart is moved. But Lin Feng always felt that he was a traditional good man at heart, so how could he be so casual? Otherwise, he wouldn't have dated Lu Shishir for 2 years but still failed to get the first blood. It seems that as a handsome guy, you still have to protect yourself when you go out. Don't be careless and get eaten by this goblin until there is nothing left. Applying sunscreen to her is the bottom line. We can't let her get it so easily. At least she has to struggle a bit. Otherwise it would be embarrassing. Lin Feng secretly made up his mind, yes, that's it. Things between him and Luo Shi developed too fast, which always made him feel a little unreal. "Fairy, please let me go," Lin Feng said, imitating the monk on TV. He. Luo Yaojing laughed sweetly and rolled her eyes at him. Hypocrisy. Open the red wine. How can such a wonderful moment be without wine? Luo Shi turned her head and looked at the bottle of exquisite red wine on the coffee table. That is a reward from the system, a good thing with mysterious effects such as beautifying and nourishing the skin. Luo Shi felt that since it came out from Lin Feng, it would be nice to share it with him. Okay. Lin Feng responded and reluctantly let go of his painted hands. I secretly feel sorry. Lin Feng picked up the wine opener on the coffee table and took a while to pull out the cork. He didn't drink much and had no experience. Call. Suddenly a rich fragrance filled the air. Even someone like Lin Feng who doesn't usually drink knows that this is absolutely top quality. Luo Yaojing smelled it, sat up from her chair, and said, "It smells so good. I've never tasted such a fragrant red wine. Products produced by the system must be of high quality." At the same time, Luo Shi had higher expectations for the special effects of this bottle of red wine. Women are naturally unable to resist the words beauty and skin care. Cheers. Luo Shi picked up the glass and gave Lin Feng a charming smile. Bang. The glass collided with each other and made a crisp sound. Lin Feng also picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Villa, swimming pool, beauty. Life is trending towards the better. Worth a toast. Luo Shi also felt a little emotional in her heart. The entanglement between her and Lin Feng was really too bizarre. First of all, this guy had some kind of bad luck that actually triggered the system's comfort task. At that time, Luo Shi still felt confused, so after completing the task, she deleted this guy. Who knew that what happened next would be even more outrageous? The system actually punished her by making her serve Lin Feng as a bootlicker for a whole day. After finally completing the task again, Luo Shi wanted to take a small revenge on Lin Feng, so she invited him out shopping again today. The so-called passive task was actually triggered again. It's really hard to describe. Until now, Luo Shi discovered that she, who had always looked down on men, actually had a secret crush on Lin Feng. It happened so suddenly. Both of them were in a good mood and soon drank a few glasses of red wine. Fairy Luo looked at Lin Feng again. He looked more and more handsome. He was exactly like the Prince Charming in her childhood dreams. My heart is beating faster. Breathing becomes rapid. The clear spring in her eyes gradually rippled. The situation of Lin Feng, who was sitting opposite him, was not much better. How so? After all, his physical fitness has reached the limit of ordinary people, and he can still maintain a trace of rationality at this time. Looking at Luo Yaojing's expression, Lin Feng suddenly realized there was something wrong with the wine. Depend on. This witch, in order to get me, is so scheming? The first thing Lin Feng thought of was that Luo Shi had tampered with the wine. In that case, then let me grant your wish. For a moment, it was like thunder and lightning. This situation can only be described with a song. When I was surrounded by enemies on all sides, I drank wine with the sky. Even if I never come back, what does it matter if I fight this battle? The night sky is as bright as day, and the flashes of swords and sabers are intertwined. The moving music was melodious and lasted for a long time. Chapter 24, Chapter 25, Let me do it. I don't know how long it took. The beating of war drums stopped, and the beautiful and melodious singing also slowly ceased. The wind stopped and the rain stopped. Before they knew it, the two of them had returned to the sofa in the living room. Lin Feng woke up slowly, and what came into his sight was a mess. A crazy scene involuntarily emerged in my mind, it was so spectacular. Lin Feng discovered that Luo Shi was not beside him, so he quickly got up and saw her staring blankly with an expressionless face. I don't know when Luo Shi woke up. For a moment, Lin Feng didn't know what to say. After all, he was the one who got the first blood. Although Luo Shi looked reckless, he was actually very steady. Otherwise, as a female fairy who is the apple of everyone's eye and has people lining up to deliver breakfast to her every day, so many that they can circle the court 2.5 laps, she didn't even give away a single blood. This is the best testimony to her noble character. But now, such a precious thing has been taken by myself, I will always feel a little melancholy, right? Lin Feng didn't know whether he should comfort her or praise her for her good figure. After all, he has no experience and he is only the first blood. In silence, Luo Shi was communicating with the system in her mind at this time, and asked in embarrassment, "System, this wine actually has this effect, why didn't you tell me?" The mechanical voice of the system immediately sounded in her mind. Bite. Sorry, host, this system was indeed at fault. Luo Yaojing was furious, you really killed me. But that's not right. This system has checked it out later. This wine does have the effect of stimulating instincts, but it definitely won't make people lose their will. So, is it you, the host? Hey, system, what did you say? Why can't I hear you clearly? Hello, hey. Let's leave it at that for now. We'll talk next time. Luo Shi quit the conversation with the system in her mind, and 2 blushes appeared on her beautiful face again. Very angry and embarrassed. Lin Feng had been secretly observing her expression. Seeing her like this, he thought that she would not be able to accept it for a while. But this is normal. Any girl would be at a loss if faced with this situation, right? Don't be sad. Lin Feng carefully comforted her, since it has already happened, being sad will not help. Luo Shi turned her head and glanced at him, her voice a little hoarse, the first time is gone just like that. Lin Feng was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. However, Luo Yaojing's next words almost caused Lin Feng to sprain his waist and roll off the sofa. I'm so confused and I don't feel anything. No, how about we do it again? Fairy Luo stuck out her tongue and licked her sexy lips. Puff. Lin Feng wanted to slap himself. How come I have no memory? The person in front of me is not a girl at all, she is a female demon. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. Lin Feng felt that he had never admired a woman so much since he was born, and Luo Yaojing was the first one. It turns out that the things the two of them are concerned about are not on the same level at all. I thought you cared about the first blood, but what you care about is the feeling. This time I am on the second level and you are in the atmosphere. Why, you're still not happy? Luo Yaojing narrowed her eyes and said in a cold tone, you want to leave after you've taken everything? Lin Feng. Since you insist, I am happy to serve you. Lin Feng accepted it reluctantly, and then said, but, I haven't had lunch yet. I am so hungry now. I am afraid I can't get into the state. Fairy Luo smiled sweetly and said with some pride, I will cook tonight, you are in for a treat, I promise to feed you well. After all, if you want the cow to work, you have to give it grass to eat, right? Luo Shi is full of confidence. She has mastered cooking skills and is no worse than the chefs in star-rated hotels. It's just that she seldom cooks by herself, and no one has ever had the blessing of enjoying her cooking. Lin Feng. I was shocked by the fairy's quotes again. But who do you think I am? Am I just a cow that plows the fields in your eyes? I'm going to take a shower first and buy some food later. Luo Yaojing got up and walked to the bathroom. It was the first day she moved into the villa and the refrigerator was empty. If you want to cook by yourself, you have to buy the vegetables. Lin Feng nodded. He also felt uncomfortable because his whole body was sticky and the weather was hot. After such a big battle, I was sweating. The villa was very large and luxurious, with several bathrooms. Lin Feng couldn't stand it anymore and went to take a shower. Call. Rinse in the cold water, Lin Feng felt refreshed all over. Moreover, this red wine does have some beauty-enhancing effects. Lin Feng clearly felt that his skin had improved. After taking a shower, Lin Feng came out wrapped in a bath towel. After tidying up the living room briefly, he lay on the sofa and played with his phone. I thought, I might not be able to go back tonight. Lin Feng thought about it and realized that he didn't have any classes tomorrow morning, so he just needed to tell the three big men. The roommates of the host in 305 are relatively traditional. Usually, no one goes out at night, mainly because there is no opportunity. So generally, if I don't reply to something, I will say hello to everyone in the group. I sent a message in the group, telling everyone that I would not be going back tonight. The fat guy Dixin immediately replied, Brother Feng, what are you doing with the school beauty Luo? The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. When did this fat guy become so smart? He guessed almost everything right with just one sentence. But he was too lazy to reply. After a while, Luo she also came out after washing, but she was slow because she had to blow dry her hair. Do you want to go out to buy groceries? Lin Feng asked casually. In fact, he felt a little embarrassed, because he himself didn't know what his relationship with Luo she was now. So complicated. Luo she rolled her eyes at her and said, Don't you know that you can order takeout now? I've already placed the order and I'm too lazy to go out again. Lin Feng has never tried to buy groceries via takeout, but this is better as he doesn't have to go through the trouble of changing clothes. And you can also take more rest while you have time now. After more than 10 minutes, a delivery man brought over a lot of vegetables, fruits, and drinks. Lin Feng continued to lie on the sofa and play with his mobile phone. He didn't know how to cook anyway. Luo she was busy in the kitchen alone, but with her cooking skills, making some home-cooked dishes was a piece of cake for her. It was done quickly. It's time to eat. Lin Feng was already hungry, and when he heard Luo she's call, he walked to the dining room. Looking at the table slowly filling up, he took a deep breath. His expression gradually became solemn. He seemed to see a soldier's last meal before going to the battlefield, which was extremely sumptuous. There are fried eggs with leek, fried river shrimp with leek oyster soup, leek box, cold leek, fried squid with leek, etc. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Is this the rhythm of a fight? It seems that a war is inevitable. Luo Yaojing looked at him charmingly and said, Why are you still standing there? Eat quickly. Lin Feng tried it and found it tasted really good, so he started to eat it voraciously. After dinner. The lights in Villa 9 were turned off a little early tonight. You're up there? In the dim bedroom, Luo Yaojing's voice was a little hoarse. So tired. Lin Feng answered while panting. Favorability 1. Luo she was about to cry, and said helplessly, Forget it, let me do it. Favorability +1. P.S. I humbly ask for a wave of love, free of charge. If you have time, please help click. This update is a little late, sorry. Chapter 25 Chapter 26 A Day of Failure. The next morning. Lin Feng opened his eyes sleepily, his butt was hot from the sunlight coming in from the window. I took out my cell phone and took a look. Oh my god, it's almost 11 o'clock. He couldn't help but think of the madness of last night. He was treated like a 1,000-mile horse, traveling 1,000 miles in one night. Awake? Luo Yaojing's charming voice became even hoarser. Not only does this sound unpleasant, it also has a strange flavor and is full of temptation. When Lin Feng turned around, he saw her looking at him with a smile. Gurgle. Lin Feng swallowed his saliva awkwardly. This demon wouldn't. I couldn't help but shudder. Even an ordinary person with the limit of physical fitness can't withstand such torture. Cough. Lin Feng cleared his throat and said quickly, Don't misunderstand me. In fact, I am still a relatively traditional man at heart. What happened yesterday was purely an accident. Luo Yaojing was stunned for a moment, then she giggled and said coquettishly, I know that you are the most traditional and loyal. A woman like Lu Shishir forced you to lick her knees for 3 years. But please put on your pants quickly. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel his face flushed and a little embarrassed. He quickly got up, found the clothes thrown at the door and put them on. I was thinking somewhat indignantly, it was you who made me take off my clothes and it was you who made me put on my clothes. Alas, I still failed to protect myself. Not only did I fail the first time, I failed the second time too. What a failure! But from today on, I am also a grown man who has conquered demons. Lin Feng put on his clothes and went to the bathroom to wash up and take a shower while he still had time. Otherwise, I would bring the fragrance back to the dormitory and irritate those three big guys. Luo she also got up and was about to make some breakfast. There were still some ingredients left from the ones she bought yesterday. A system prompt suddenly rang in her mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing one in-depth communication with Lin Feng and gaining 6 points of favorability. I hope the host will continue to work hard. Luo Shi. I have to say, this communication is indeed in-depth. It only increased by 6 points. Luo Yaojing was very dissatisfied. According to the light chasing operation, completing an in-depth communication could randomly gain 5 to 10 points of favorability. This 6 points is considered to be in the lowest tier. But it's better to have something than nothing. It's worth it for this fairy to ride his horse all night and his throat his horse. That's not right. Luo she suddenly reacted and said, didn't we have 2 in-depth exchanges yesterday? Speaking of this, Luo Yaojing still felt a little embarrassed. Bite. Host, within the same day, it is counted as 1 time. Luo she was speechless, feeling a little amused and helpless. Then I opened the system layout in my mind and took a look. Click on the Chasing Light Operation column. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 22. Height, 182 centimeters. Weight, 65 kilograms. Current favorability, 48. Currently, Lin Feng's favorability towards her has been raised to 48 points. All in all, it's only been 1 day, so this result is pretty good. Among the 3 campus beauties who triggered the light chasing action, she is currently ranked first. Luo Yaojing was delighted now. It was already level 48, which meant that if she brushed 2 more points, she would be able to get the mysterious gift package again. Luo she looked at Lin Feng, who was playing with his phone in the living room, his eyes burning. Do you want to make a concerted effort and get 2 more points? I've even sacrificed my life, so you should at least give me a few more gift packs as compensation, right? But when she thought of the hot newt, she couldn't help but shook her head helplessly. Maybe she would do it next time. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Humph, you, 1,000-mile steed, cannot escape from the 5-finger mountain of this demon. Ha ha. Lin Feng was lying on the sofa, playing with his cell phone and yawning. Suddenly I felt cold all over and my scalp was numb. Baby, come and have breakfast. Luo Yaojing called out in a delicate voice. Lin Feng got goosebumps and hurried over. When he saw the dishes on the table, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Today's breakfast is finally a bit normal. There is milk, millet porridge, fried dough sticks, and a cold dish. Good, nutritious, and healthy. Most importantly, there are no more leeks, oysters, etc. Lin Feng is now about to vomit when he smells the odor of leeks. The leek dinner he had yesterday has left him with psychological trauma. He felt that he had never eaten as much leeks as he did last night in the past 20 years. Eat quickly, I'll take you back after you finish eating. Luo Yaojing gave a warning, and suddenly said, I really don't understand you. You are so rich, but you still live in the dormitory. Luo she had seen Lin Feng's luxury fleet and knew that he was the boss of Starshield Security. She couldn't help but speak with some emotion. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Where would he live if not in school? Although he had endless money now, he still didn't have time to buy a house. Well, I still prefer to get along with you as ordinary people. Lin Feng thought of a lame excuse. Luo she rolled her eyes. Is this a prank played by rich people? The two chatted as they ate, and it seemed that they both had good appetites today, and a large table of breakfast was quickly finished. Then, Luo Yaojing drove the Porsche 919 and prepared to return to school. A high-end private hospital in Zhanghai City. In a luxurious VLP healthcare ward, Huang Wentao miserably accused Lin Feng of his crimes. But he was indeed very miserable at this time. Half of his face was swollen, several of his teeth were knocked out by Lin Feng's slap, and his left foot was broken and was in a plaster cast, tied up like a dumpling. Dad, you don't know how cruel that bastard is. Huang Wentao said with a hint of leaking out, he didn't give our Huang family any face at all. I even mentioned your name, but who knew he would beat me even harder? You must teach him a lesson for me. I want him dead. You must avenge me. His father Huang Yukuan is a handsome man with neatly combed hair. You can't tell at all that he is already in his 50s. At this moment, his face was gloomy, but his eyes were shining brightly. The atmosphere was somewhat solemn. Huang Yukuan glanced at his son lying on the bed and asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure he is the boss of Starshield Security?" Huang Wentao frowned and thought for a while, then nodded heavily. "It's confirmed. The bodyguards hired from Starshield at that time were called that bastard boss." Huang Yukuan's face became increasingly gloomy. He nodded slowly and asked again, "Which leg is broken?" "Left." "Someone, break this rebellious son's right leg." Huang Yukuan roared madly, "I'm really pissed off." "Yes, boss." The personal bodyguards immediately took action. They had all followed Boss Huang for many years and were his absolute confidants. Know that once the boss's order is given, it must be executed. Even if this person is a young master, there will be no exception. Huang Yukuan seemed still unsatisfied and continued to roar. "I'm really pissed off. You offended the boss of Starshield just for a woman? I have been smart all my life and built up this huge family business. How could I have given birth to a pig-brained waste like you? You will ruin me sooner or later. From now on, you are not allowed to leave the house without my permission. Come and apologize to me tomorrow. P.S. I'm really tired from moving bricks during the day and typing at night. Sorry, it's late today, and here's another chapter. Please give me a like for love. If you have time, please give me a like. I will try to update more." Chapter 26, Chapter 27. It's so annoying, the school beauty is here again. Lin Feng did not let Luo Yaojing send him directly to the dormitory building, but walked back by himself at the school gate. That's too exaggerated. I'm afraid it will cause quite a stir. These days, his affairs have dominated the campus headlines. First, she was dumped by a green tea girl. Then the goddesses came to comfort her. Then Luo Shi ran downstairs to the dormitory to deliver breakfast and act like a bootlicker. These events all made headlines on the school forum. If Luo Shi drove that flashy sports car to take him back to the dormitory today, it would definitely make the headlines again. As Lin Feng walked towards the dormitory, he thought about what had happened in the past few days. I have to say, the world is truly unpredictable. After 2 years of licking my ass, I have nothing left. Every dog has his day. Once you have the system in your hands, you can be the school belle, the CEO, and the queen. Lin Feng thinks it's better to keep a low profile. After all, pretending to be awesome and then getting slapped in the face is not his style. I used to read novels about brainless rich people. He complained a lot, what the hell is this stuff he writes about? The protagonist has already reached the system, but he is still like an idiot and is reluctant to buy a piece of clothing. I'm just being ridiculed every fucking day. I was ridiculed when I went shopping. Some people look down on you when you buy a car. I was scolded again for buying a house. Then at the last moment, he relied on the system to show off and slap someone in the face. They even call it the super rich man. But Lin Feng felt that this was just the mentality of a loser who became a nouveau riche after obtaining the system. God, you're such a jerk. Lin Feng secretly swore that although he also got the system, he would never take that stupid path. He was almost sick of watching that stupid and pretentious trick. I absolutely cannot let those stupid plots pollute my legendary life. Before I knew it, I was back in the dormitory. Lin Feng pushed open the door, and what was surprising was that the 3 big men in 305 were not playing a game together. Chao Dalong and Li Yu were standing around Fatty Dai's bed, and no one knew what they were doing. Lin Feng walked over and saw that the fat man's nose was swollen. Brother Feng, you're finally back. Li Yu turned his head and took a look, then exclaimed with some surprise. Lin Feng nodded and asked curiously, Fatty, did you fight with anyone? After listening to Lin Feng's words, several people looked at each other with strange expressions. What's going on? Lin Feng asked again, feeling a little strange in his heart. He knew the personalities of the people in the dormitory, and he should not have conflicts with anyone. It's all because of you. Fatty Dai looked up and said with some resentment, I thought your trick really worked. Who knew? Lin Feng was confused. What the hell? What's the matter, Brother Guan? I was busy all night yesterday, so I didn't have time to deal with you. At this time, Li Yucai explained awkwardly, Fatty saw you bump into school beauty Sue, and the effect was surprisingly good. The school beauty even chased to our classroom to look for you. So Fatty learned a thing or two, and bumped into Zhong Shaoling in the afternoon. As a result, his nose was crooked. Everyone knows that Zhong Shaoling is the fat guy's secret crush. She is of average looks and is quite sturdy. He is a special student for sports, and is said to be specialized in shot put. How strong is that hand? Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. This fat guy. That's so funny. I have a system. If you dare to do this without the system, aren't you asking for trouble? But the incident was caused by him after all. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, well, although you are being beaten now, this collision must have had a certain effect. At least you have left a deep impression on him, haven't you? Lin Feng racked his brains and could only come up with this lame excuse. After hearing this, Fatty Dai's eyes lit up and he thought it made a lot of sense. That makes sense. Fatty Dai stroked his chin, looking a little unintelligent, and said, this woman is indeed strong. If we catch her, we won't have to worry about carrying manure to water the vegetable fields anymore. She's a good woman who can live a good life. Lin Feng, Li Yu, Chao Daolong. The three of them were all speechless. You just want to see that person because he's strong and can carry manure for you to irrigate the vegetable fields? It's really pitiful that you like me. Lin Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense with this guy, so he went back to his bed and lay down. I found that the whole bed was very hard and not at all comfortable as the big round bed in Luo Fairy Villa. People are like this, once you experience something better, it's hard to go back. Look at the dormitory environment, isn't it incomparable? Lin Feng suddenly felt unhappy when he thought of this. The system's voice sounded in my mind. Bite. Realizing that the host is unhappy with the house, I will reward the host with a first-class manor in Zhonghai Bay, which includes a villa, hot springs, gardens, etc. Oh shit. Lin Feng suddenly jumped up from the bed and shouted, oh my god. Good job. It is worthy of being called super authority, happy everyday system. It's impossible not to be happy. I'm a little worried about the house and feel a little unhappy. The direct reward is a manor. Moreover, Zhonghewaniping Manor is the most luxurious and mysterious existence in the legend. That is a world-renowned super manor. Suddenly it's mine? Ha ha. That is so cool. Sure enough, life is different when you cheat. Lin Feng was so excited that he suddenly felt like reciting a poem. A waning moon does not lose its brightness, a broken sword does not lose its steel. Those who have a system don't need to be self-reliant. A gentleman has a broad mind, his heart can hold 100 rivers flowing. Those who have a system do not need to go far. Encouragement should be given in time, as time waits for no one. People with systems just waste their time. Feeling the times and thinking about serving the country, I drew my sword and cut the weeds. People who have a system don't have to work hard at all. Ha ha. I am really a genius. Lin Feng happily took a nap. After all, he was a little tired last night. It was not until around 5 in the evening that I was woken up by my roommate. Well, after waking up from a nap, it's time to eat again. The four big men from 305 came to the cafeteria together. Unexpectedly, as soon as they walked into the cafeteria, they saw a lively show. Evian, I think you should understand my feelings. I don't expect you to agree to be my girlfriend today. A handsome and slender young man looked at Sui Yun affectionately and said, but can you give me a chance? Can we add WeChat and be friends first? Lin Feng glanced at the young man, and it was the school's most handsome boy, Chen Yishuan. Goddess Su is wearing a white dress today, looking ethereal and cool. Listening to Chen Yishuan's touching confession, his cold face did not fluctuate at all. She shook her head calmly, sorry, I never add strangers. There was a hint of coldness in the cold tone that kept people at a distance. There was an uproar among the crowd. Even Chen Yishuan was rejected in seconds. Goddess Su is too cold. It seems I have no chance. The rumors can't be true. Is it possible that Goddess Su is really a lesbian? I really don't know how outstanding a person must be to be noticed by a goddess. However, even though everyone was joking quietly, there was also a sense of relief. They don't want to watch their dream lover agree to another man's confession. Even though I knew I had no chance. Okay. Chen Yishuan shook his head bitterly. But he felt that he still had a chance. After all, Sui Yun had the same attitude towards everyone. Hurry up and get some food, there's nothing to see. Lin Feng said this and quickly pulled his roommate away. Decided to keep a low profile. I said I didn't want to be on the headlines. Lin Feng was really afraid that Sui Yun would see him at this time. What if she came over to improve his favorability? But he was still a step too late, and Sui Yun just happened to see him turn around. When Lin Feng came back after getting his meal, he saw Sui Yu walking towards him. Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Oh, it's so annoying, the school beauty is here to improve her favorability again. A Luo fairy just left. Here comes another fairy Sue. P.S. Thank you for the gifts from all the big guys. I won't post all of them. Anyway, I will read every one of them carefully. I am especially grateful. I even received an inspiration capsule, haha. If you have time, please help me click to generate electricity for love. 3 updates tomorrow. Chapter 27, Chapter 28. Don't let me stop being a good man. Student Linfeng, what a coincidence. Can I sit down and eat with you? Goddess Su greeted with a smile, and her cold expression softened a lot. The people who were observing secretly were speechless. Everyone was eating in the cafeteria, so it was normal to meet each other. Was this a coincidence? If this is a coincidence, then why doesn't T the goddess come and eat with us? Lin Feng sighed secretly in his heart. The goddess had already humbled himself so much, how could he refuse? Okay, let's go together. Lin Feng said as he walked to a corner by the window and sat down. The space here is spacious enough to accommodate 5 or 6 people. Dai Xian, Xiao Dalong, and Li Yu were all stunned, feeling both excited and nervous. Dining with Goddess Su may have appeared many times in their fantasies and dreams. But in reality, there has never been such treatment. They were all very reserved. They usually ate meat with big mouthfuls, but at this moment they pretended to be like little girls and ate slowly and with small bites. Lin Feng was much calmer. After being trained by the Luo fairy, facing such scenes was commonplace to him. Sui Yan didn't forget her purpose, which was to improve her favorability. Student Lin Feng, this is for you. I bought 1 extra bottle. Sui Yun handed over a bottle of drink and said with a smile. Lin Feng smiled, took it and said, thank you, I'm a little thirsty too. Dai Xian and the others continued to eat without daring to raise their heads. Of course, they did not dare to hope that the goddess would bring them water. But in this situation, I still can't help but envy Lin Feng. Favorability +1. Sui Yun smiled when she heard the system prompt sound in her mind. Not bad, 1 bottle of water can be exchanged for 1 point of favorability. I opened the Operation Light Chasing interface in my mind with some joy. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 22. Height, 182 centimeters. Weight, 65 kilograms. Current favorability, 17. Sui Yun simply ignored the previous few data and saw that the favorability had indeed increased by 1 point. She also seemed to have discovered a shortcut to improve her favorability. Classmate Lin Feng, don't forget that you still owe me a meal. Sui Yun smiled again and said, how about we go shopping together this weekend? I'll definitely give you a good meal then. Lin Feng was stunned when he heard this. It was you who said you would treat me to a meal, so when did Brother Cheng owe you a meal? Can a goddess be slandered at will? Suddenly I felt unhappy. Favorability 1. Poor thing. The little favorability that Goddess Su had just gained was immediately reduced to its original state. Lin Feng thought to himself, don't think that I will spoil you just because you are a goddess, even though I am not short of money now. Humph, I will never be a bootlicker again. Luo Yaojing's magic is so profound, I can even make her fully automatic. Sui Yun's smile froze. She was a little confused and had no idea what was going on. She glanced at Lin Feng in surprise. This guy must be poisonous, right? Why is he so capricious? I haven't offended him. Sui Yun was completely unaware of the problem, because from her point of view, she was used to thinking that giving others a chance to treat her to a meal was already a great honor. Actually, this cannot be blamed on her. If anyone should be blamed, blame those bootlickers. They have spoiled these school beauties and goddesses into having bad habits. Lin Feng saw her performance and laughed jokingly, ha, it's obvious that you owe me a meal. Sui Yun. It's a bit laughable. Then she understood what was going on. She thought to herself that this guy was too stingy. He really couldn't stand even a little loss. It was the first time that Sui Yun encountered a boy who would argue with her about who would pay for dinner. Okay, I'm sorry, I forgot. Sui Yun said apologetically, I owe you a meal, so you can rip me off when the time comes. That's so sorry. Lin Feng nodded with a satisfied smile. Favorability +1. Call. Sui Yun breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the system prompt sound again. At the same time, I also realized the problem. This guy doesn't seem to be that easy to serve. That's settled then. Sui-Yun confirmed again. She could only deal with it as the time came. It's only 17 o'clock now, and we still have a long way to go. Okay. Lin Feng nodded, thinking that shopping was no problem. It's no problem to improve your favorability. Just don't learn from Luo Yaojing, or you'll affect my ability to be a traditional good man. Oh, it's so annoying. There are too many temptations these days. It's so hard to be a good man. This scene left Dai Xian, Chao Dalon, and others stunned. It's absolutely amazing. This is really like a little cow lighting firecrackers and it exploded. Lin Feng once again taught them a lesson through practical actions on the importance of having a system. Not far away, Chen Yixuan was still standing there stupidly, watching Sui-Yun and Lin Feng having a very pleasant conversation. His face was terribly gloomy. It would have been fine if his confession was rejected, he never thought it would be successful. But he never expected that Sui-Yun would actually kneel down and lick Lin Feng in front of him. Running over to deliver water happily, in Chen Yixuan's opinion, it is indeed like a dog licking. Isn't this what he often does? Chen Yixuan looked at Lin Feng viciously again, then turned and left. At this time, the school forum was in an uproar again. Lin Feng didn't know yet that he had once again made headlines on campus. A post titled "Shocked, I Got the School Beauty" at the very beginning is sparking crazy discussion on the forum. And uploaded a lot of photos. There is a photo of Queen Yarutina conferring the title of prince on him. There are also photos of Luo Shi delivering breakfast downstairs. There are also photos of Sui-Yun, Zhou Qingru, and Luo Shi meeting in the classroom. And the latest one is the picture of Goddess Su delivering water in the canteen. What made Lin go, from a humble bootlicker, become an invincible wolf warrior? He became a school beauty harvester. What is it that makes the three campus beauties willing to kneel down and lick his ass? Just this one post attracted thousands of comments within an hour. Fuck, my goddess was ruined by this bastard. I'm going to beat up this idiot. If anyone sees me, tell me where he is. Go upstairs quickly, I just saw him eating with Goddess Su in the cafeteria. Are you going to team up together? In less than an hour, Lin Feng didn't even know that he was about to become the public enemy of the entire school. After dinner, Sui-Yun said goodbye to Lin Feng and the others. For him, successfully making an appointment to go shopping together on the weekend was already a mission accomplished. After all, it happened in front of so many people at school. Continue to keep a low profile and flatter Lin Feng to improve his favorability. Sui-Yun feels it is really embarrassing. After all, she is a cool goddess. The top school beauty also needs to save face, okay? But when we go out together on the weekend, things will be much easier. As usual, the four big men from 305 went to the stadium to watch the game after dinner. Lin Feng and his friends had just arrived at the stadium, and before they had time to use the eye of LSP, they heard a sound of breaking wind coming from behind them. A basketball hit Lin Feng's head heavily. Fortunately, he is now in strong physical condition and has quick reactions, so he dodged by tilting his body. Bang! The basketball hit the trash can next to it, knocking the entire trash can over. This shows how powerful the force is. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at the young people who were walking over. He narrowed his eyes and his face was gloomy. If you get hit by this ball, you will definitely get a concussion. And Lin Feng was very clear that the opponent was deliberately hitting him with the ball. P.S. There will be another chapter later. If you are interested, please click here to show your love. Chapter 28, Chapter 29 come. You are the recently popular Lin Feng, right? A few young men in sportswear came over. They looked rather immature and were probably freshmen. The young man in the lead was handsome, but short, half a head shorter than Lin Feng. He raised his head and spoke to Lin Feng with a haughty look. It's me. Lin Feng glanced at him, pointed at the basketball that fell to the ground, and asked indifferently, what do you mean? Lin Feng is not a person who is willing to suffer losses. This can be seen from the way he treated Luo Shi, Sui-Yu, and others. It can even be said that it is a bit stingy in some aspects. For example, don't deliberately provoke him. That's what you mean. The young man smiled, then suddenly pointed at Lin Feng and said with disdain, my last name is Yi, and I'm Yi Han from the freshman year. I came here today to tell you that I am very upset with you and I just want to teach you a lesson. Yi Han finished speaking, and then continued, also, I warn you to stay away from senior sister Luo Shi. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and was amused by him. It turned out that he was another crazy fan of Luo Yaojing. Fuck, did you take the wrong medicine? Are you looking for a fight? Fatty Dai has a hot temper. If Liu hadn't stopped him, he would have started fighting. Now hearing Yihan's arrogant words again, how could he bear it? Chao Dalong and Liu were also angry at this time. They don't want to fight. But I'm definitely not afraid of fighting. Fatty, do you want to give it a try? Several tall boys behind Yihan surrounded them and ignored Dai Xian and the others. Fuck you. Dai Xian couldn't help but rushed forward, but was stopped by Lin Feng. You guys go to the back, I can take them down by myself. Lin Feng was actually a little excited. The ultimate fighting technique could finally come in handy. He had long wanted to find someone to try it out, to see if the power was real. It was as awesome as the system said, and ordinary people were invincible. Seeing Lin Feng coming over, Yihan became even more arrogant and said with disdain, "If you dare to touch my hair, I'll let you." Bang! Of course Lin Feng wouldn't touch his hair. It was just a slap on his face, but the force was so great that it turned him into a Dragon King. Are you looking for death? The other men, who were wearing jerseys and were much taller and more powerful than Yihan, were angry. They are all Yihan's lackeys. Now their master was slapped in front of them. If they do nothing, how will they have the face to stay with Yihan in the future? Several people swung their fists as big as sandbags and attacked Lin Feng. The other side. Dai Xian, Chao Dalong and others, seeing that they were about to beat up Lin Feng, immediately rushed over. A team fight is about to break out in the middle lane. But they stopped again before they got halfway. Their eyes widened as if they had turned into stone sculptures. Stunned. They actually saw that Lin Feng was not at a disadvantage at all, but instead beat his opponent like shit. The bunch of lackeys Yihan hired were like children, completely unable to fight back, and all fell to the ground in just a few minutes. Not only Dai Xian and his group, but other students who were watching the excitement were also shocked. Is this Superman? I was so scared, I thought it was a gang fight, but it turned out to be a movie shoot. Yeah, I almost called the teacher. When did a film crew come to our school to film? I haven't heard about it. Yeah, Senior Lin Feng is actually the protagonist, but he is really handsome. Many people know Lin Feng, but they are relatively unfamiliar with freshmen like Yihan. Lin Feng had a smile on his face and walked towards the somewhat confused Yihan. The left half of his face was swollen. There was nothing wrong with the right side. Very inconsistent. Bang! Take decisive action and make it more symmetrical. Well, this is very comfortable. Lin Feng sometimes really wondered if he had a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder. I always like things that are a bit symmetrical. Yihan was really stunned and no longer looked arrogant and conceited. Instead, a few tears flowed from the corners of my eyes and I felt like crying. He is a typical spoiled super-rich second generation. He has always been arrogant because of his family background, and has never met someone as stubborn as Lin Feng. Lin Feng patted his head and said earnestly, as a senior, "You are still young and lack the beatings of society. I can only help you so far." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he called Dai Xian and others who were still standing there in a daze and prepared to go back to the dormitory. After what happened, they were no longer interested in watching the game. Fuck. Brother Feng, when have you ever practiced? As soon as he returned to the dormitory, Dai Xian looked at Lin Feng from head to toe as if he didn't recognize him. He then exclaimed, "I never thought that a skinny guy like him could be so powerful. Tell me the truth, did you secretly sign up for some martial arts class?" Liu also widened his eyes. Fatty Dai hurriedly said, "Brother Feng, teach me a couple of moves. Next time I go to challenge Zhong Shaoling, I won't be afraid of being hit on the nose by him." Lin Feng was suddenly overwhelmed. "I taught you how to pick up girls before, and now I have to teach you how to fight. I'm not omnipotent. Compared to you, I just have one more system. It's not that I don't want to teach you, it's just that this thing is innate and there is no way to teach it." Lin Feng thought to himself, believe it or not, I really can't teach it. Real? Alright. I didn't expect that some people actually believed it. The main reason is that they also feel that the strength displayed by Lin Feng is simply not something that ordinary people can achieve. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time he had a clear understanding of invincible fighting. Really strong. At this moment, Lin Feng's phone suddenly rang. Who? Lin Feng took a look and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Your Excellency, I am a subordinate of Her Majesty the Queen, and I would like to see you for something. A woman's voice came from the other side, speaking Chinese with a foreign accent. I'm right in front of your school. The Queen's subordinates? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Could it be that the Queen was looking for his brother? So I said something to my roommate and hurried out. Lin Feng walked out of the school gate and soon saw the woman he was talking on the phone with. She should be a female bodyguard beside Yaratina. When the female bodyguard saw him, she wanted to bow and greet him, but Lin Feng waved her hand and refused. He asked, "What can I do for you?" The female bodyguard handed over an exquisite invitation. Lin Feng took a look at the invitation and found out that Her Majesty the Queen was about to return to her country and was holding a banquet before leaving to entertain her friends here. As a prince, he was of course also invited. The time is tomorrow night. Lin Feng watched the female bodyguard get into the car and left. After thinking about it, he decided not to go back to the dormitory. Get ready to visit his estate. I have been impatient to see whether Zhongheweniping Manor is really as luxurious as the legend says. Just as I was about to ask the system to call the luxury fleet over, my cell phone rang again. Lin Feng took a look and saw that it was a WeChat message from Luo Yaojing. Open it and take a look. I almost sprained my waist. The nights I miss you, I can't sleep without you. Come. There is another photo in which Luo Yaojing is wearing black stockings and posing in a seductive manner. Fuck, this demon, who does he think I am? Lin Feng cursed while typing a word quickly, come. What's so good about the manor? Saving a young soul is more important. Chapter 29 Chapter 30 Spring is coming. Lin Feng called a car directly with his mobile phone. Ask the driver to drive directly to Yuhu Garden. Nothing is more important than saving a lonely soul. Lin Feng was lying on the chair when the system prompt sound in his mind suddenly rang. Byte. Today's happy moment has been updated. Do you want to participate in the lottery immediately? Ah, I almost forgot about this. Lin Feng was even happier. It felt so great to draw a lottery every day. Go ahead. Happy moment, yeah. The system's voice sounded, and the pointer on the turntable began to move at the moment of opening the heart. Lin Feng thought, I won't draw any passive ability again, will I? But it seems pretty good. Soon the system prompt sounded again. Byte. Congratulations to the host for winning, increase 1 centimeter in any height or other part. Lin Feng. Guapi system, you are really toxic. How can you give such a reward? Don't be aggressive. The rewards for the happy moment are all based on making the host happy. Is the host unhappy now? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. I'm still quite happy. Then Lin Feng felt a coolness between his legs and a tingling sensation. But it soon disappeared. If he wasn't in the car, Lin Feng would really want to inspect the goods. See if the Guapi system is cheating or fooling him. Humph. Fairy, old Lin, am here. I have to say that this reward from the system is quite useful and it can take effect immediately. Soon we arrived at Villa number 9. Why are you looking for me so urgently? Lin Feng walked into the villa with ease and saw Luo Yaojing lying on the sofa. Luo she was delighted to see him, and she looked at him charmingly and said, come and sit with me for a while. Lin Feng felt warm in his heart. Should I sit or do it? Please be clear. I am an honest man, so as not to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. It's only been a short while since we last saw each other and already Sui Yun is getting all worked up in the cafeteria. Luo Yaojing said slowly again, with a hint of sourness in her tone. Lin Feng frowned. He was not very familiar with the posts on the forum and usually didn't pay much attention to them. I had to explain, it was just a coincidence. Lin Feng is not sure what kind of relationship he has with Luo Shi. Friends, maybe not. Lovers, but it seems he is not sure yet. But it is undeniable that Luo Shi has gradually occupied an important position in his heart. Really? Or do you just like that cool and aloof style? Luo Yaojing asked again. Before Lin Feng could answer, Luo Shi leaned close to Lin Feng's ear and said, actually, I can be very cool too. And I think I have a strength that she can't compare to. Lin Feng swallowed his saliva, thinking, are you sure it's a strength? But he still asked curiously, what strengths? Luo Yaojing's expression became even more charming, and she said in a soft voice, I can be very cold, but she is definitely not as coquettish as me. Gurgle. Lin Feng swallowed again and felt a little dry in the mouth. No, next time I meet this goblin, I have to buy a few more bottles of water. However, he still agreed with Luo Shi's words in his heart. It was impossible for a woman like Sui Yu to learn Luo Shi's coquettishness. What a show-off, who can compare with you, Luo the fairy? He. Seeing his dull face, Luo Shi laughed so hard that her body shook with laughter, and then said, I'm going to take a shower first, wait. After saying that, he walked into the master bedroom. The bathroom was in the bedroom. Lin Feng was excited. What was this going to do? But at the same time, I feel mixed emotions and feel uncomfortable. Am I really not a good man? Never mind, this is the last time. I must protect myself well in the future and never let the goblins succeed. Alas, the complexity of human nature is truly reflected in Laozi. Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickly ran to take a shower, and then lay down naked on the big bed, waiting for the fairy's arrival with great excitement. Listening to the sound of running water coming from the bathroom makes people feel distracted. After a while, the bathroom door opened with a click. Lin Feng turned his head and looked over, and was stunned for a moment. It was completely different from what he had imagined. Lin Feng thought that Luo Yaojing would give him a surprise, so he came out wearing hot black stockings. But now, Luo Shi is not only dressed neatly, but her whole temperament has also completely changed. There was no trace of charm or enchantment in her, she became cold and arrogant, with an icy aura all over her body. It's like he's a completely different person. Luo Shi looked at Lin Feng on the bed in surprise, and asked in a somewhat indifferent tone, why are you lying on my bed without any clothes on? Lin Feng. He was about to cry. What was going on? Where was the passionate Luo fairy? Didn't you say I would wait for you? I have to say that Luo Yaojing's performance was quite similar, and Lin Feng was feeling a little guilty to begin with, so he didn't react for a moment. You don't have any intentions towards me, do you? Fairy Luo took 2 steps back and said fearfully. Lin Feng was anxious and was about to explain, but suddenly he saw a cunning flash in her eyes. It was like a flash of lightning flashed through my mind, illuminating the darkness. Combined with what Luo Yaojing said before taking a bath, how could Lin Feng not understand? This enchantress is pretending to be cool in front of him. Alas, my skills are still too shallow. This goblin is so unpredictable. Lin Feng figured out the key, walked over with a sneer, hugged her, and said coldly, Fairy, it seems that you are determined. Luo Shi rolled her eyes at him and blushed. No, why don't you let me go? Luo Shi's face was still cold, but she had no intention of pushing him away. Lin Feng suddenly had a strange feeling. Luo Yaojing finally couldn't pretend anymore and took a breath. With a flick of her finger, the dress fell to the ground. Gurgle. Lin Feng's eyes widened, he was almost taken away by a wave. It was worse than being wiped out by the other team. This enchantress is wearing a cool skirt on the outside, but inside she is wearing a hot purple underwear with suspender stockings. Do you like it? Fairy Luo looked at his burning eyes and asked charmingly. Lin Feng did not answer, but directly expressed his love with practical actions. For a moment, it seemed as if spring had arrived. A beautiful song was played in the bedroom, which could not stop for a long time. I don't know how long it took. Luo Yaojing's voice sounded, why do I feel like you cheated? No. Lin Feng answered weakly, could it be that he was discovered? Chapter 30 Chapter 31 Housekeeper Nashi. Lin Feng had reason to believe that Luo Yaojing was definitely the same as him and had maxed out her physique. Otherwise, how could she be so amazing? Just gallop on horseback and fight until dawn. So when Lin Feng woke up again, it was already noon the next day. This time, Luo Yaojing was also very tired and had not woken up yet. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat fortunate that he had won with a slight advantage after all. If I, as the owner of super authority, still fail, how can I face the system? Rested in bed for a while. Lin Feng quickly got up and put on his clothes. As a traditional good man, he couldn't sleep in. Finished washing up. Gurgle. I'm so hungry and I'm exhausted from fighting all night. Lin Feng immediately began to blame Luo Shi. She wanted the horse to run but didn't feed it grass. Favorability 1. Bite. There is new progress in the light chasing operation. Lin Feng's favorability towards the host 1. Luo she heard the system prompt in a daze and suddenly sat up from the bed. Why did it suddenly become one? A pair of phoenix eyes looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised to see her wake up. He smiled awkwardly and said, "You're awake? I'm so hungry. Do you have anything to eat?" A black line flashed across Luo Xia's forehead. She finally understood why her favorability score dropped by 1 point. It turned out that this guy was hungry and he actually blamed her. Ha, man. He really has no understanding of others and only cares about enjoying himself. Luo she suddenly felt that if this continued, she might faint. Wait a minute. I'll get up and cook for you. Although Fairy Luo was somewhat reluctant, she still got up. In fact, she was also very hungry. After all, she had probably consumed more energy than Lin Feng. Favorability +2. Lin Feng smiled brightly and couldn't help but praise, "You were so nice, so gentle and considerate, without any airs at all." Fairy Luo immediately laughed. How could she dare to be arrogant in front of a stingy person like you? Moreover, it's good enough that the Guapi system doesn't punish me for being a bootlicker. Luo she was really becoming more and more suspicious, wondering if her system had been hacked by Lin Feng. Lin Feng was lying on the sofa playing with his phone, feeling a little bored. After washing up, Luo she went to the kitchen to work, and soon bursts of fragrance wafted out. "System, can you give me a cooking mastery as well?" Lin Feng suddenly had an idea and started communicating with the system in his heart. "I can't always eat and drink for free. Now that I'm used to the dishes made by Luo Yaojing, eating anything else is really boring." Bite. No, but you can arrange for other system hosts to teach you. During the learning process, you can be rewarded with a 10-fold improvement card to ensure that the host can surpass you. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, "Why can't you just give me the promotion? Why do I need someone else to teach me?" Direct reward, just a ding sound, meaningless. Host, don't you think it would be more fun to arrange a beauty with a 9-point appearance to teach you? Everything this system does is based on the host's happiness. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said with some emotion, "The one who understands me is the system." But then he asked again, "System, I think you should call it the Sea King Development System. If the host strongly requests a direct reward, this is also possible. This system can change the reward regulations." Forget it, let's just do it as it is now. Don't get me wrong, host, I mainly enjoy the learning process. How meaningful is that, isn't it? The system is too lazy to respond. Fortunately, Luo Shi had already prepared lunch by then. Lin Feng accompanied Luo Shi for a sumptuous lunch before leaving the villa. But he didn't go back to school either. "Anyway, I have already skipped the morning class, so it doesn't matter if I miss these 2 classes in the afternoon." Lin Feng thought about it and decided to go and see his manor first. After waiting for a while at the gate of Yuhu Garden Community, his fleet of luxury cars arrived, all of them customized Rolls-Royces. The gatekeeper of the community was startled. "I thought it was the president of some country coming." Lin Feng sat on the dream one, which was worth $1 billion, wondering if it was too high profile. "If you still want to buy a domestic electric car, you can drive it. Zhonghewaniping Manor is located on a natural island not far from the city center. Although it is a small island, transportation is very convenient and it is extremely easy to get to all parts of the city. Therefore, the Zhonghaken Villa area on the island is also one of the most luxurious communities in the country. Even the wealthy and aristocratic families consider it an honor to own a villa in Zhonghai village, and the Yiping Manor is undoubtedly the most luxurious and noble one." The Rolls-Royce convoy passed through the spacious asphalt road with lush trees on both sides. Soon they arrived at Yiping Manor. Good fellow. Lin Feng was stunned by the villa in front of him. He swore that he had never seen such a luxurious villa even on TV. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a palace. "Welcome home, boss." In the large garden in front of the villa, 2 rows of maids dressed in servants' uniforms bowed respectfully and shouted. Lin Feng swallowed his saliva, then came back to his senses, pretended to be calm and greeted everyone, saying, "Hello everyone, no need to be so polite." He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, "I didn't expect that I would become such a big shot. The system is awesome." Lin Feng couldn't help but shout in his heart. "As long as the host is happy." "Ha, I'm so happy." Each of them chatted for a while on their phone. "Boss, my Chinese name is Nashi, I'm happy to serve you." The housekeeper looked like a mixed race, about 30 years old, with blonde hair, blue eyes, fair skin, and beautiful looks. She took 2 steps forward, performed a standard salute, and then spoke. She exudes a mature and intellectual charm and wears tailor-made clothes. Her figure is curvy and quite hot. Lin Feng took a quick look and guessed that the figure of this mixed blood family was actually similar to that of Luo Yaojing. Everyone else can go and get busy. Housekeeper Nashi, please stay. Lin Feng ordered the other servants to leave, leaving only the housekeeper. Don't think wrongly. Lin Feng just wanted to learn more about the manor. Please tell me about the current situation of the manor. Okay, boss. Nashi stood respectfully 2 steps behind Lin Feng. The 50,000 square meters around the villa and the entire mountain range behind it are all your private territory. There is also a natural mountaintop hot spring pool at the top of the mountain. Lin Feng was stunned. So big? Nashi continued, there are also golf courses, e-sports rooms, cinemas, underground wine cellars, Turkish baths, helipads, etc. Lin Feng's expression was somewhat moved. In addition, the manor is equipped with the most advanced defense system, with Starshield security and SSS-level bodyguards patrolling around the clock. In short, the manor is the boss's safest and most private territory. You don't have to worry about being secretly photographed when you have a party. Lin Feng was speechless. Let's be clear, why are you afraid of being secretly photographed when you're having a party? Nashi suddenly stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and said, Boss, you must be tired, shall I help you bathe and change clothes first? Chapter 31 Chapter 32 Key Statement. Boss, let me help you bathe and change clothes first. Seeing Lin Feng didn't respond. The mixed-race housekeeper Nashi whispered again. Lin Feng was indeed shocked. Are the services provided by today's housekeepers so good? But he thought about it and decided that it wasn't because the butleress service was good, but because the system was too awesome. Cough. Lin Feng adjusted his mood. After all, he was a big boss now. He should not panic and should stay calm. Nashi, today is our first meeting. I hope you understand that I am not that kind of unscrupulous boss. Lin Feng's face straightened, and he said righteously, after getting along for a long time, you will know that I am a good boss with noble sentiments. Nashi opened her sexy little mouth, but before she could speak, Lin Feng's voice came to my ears again. Well, this is just the first time, don't do it again, understand? Nashi's golden eyes widened. This boss was not only boring, but also a bit mean. But although she thought so in her heart, she didn't dare show it on the surface. This is the butler who was carefully selected and trained by the system for Lin Feng. His professional quality is impeccable. Okay boss, I'll go get some hot water for you. Back there is a palace-like villa. Lin Feng lay on the sofa and rest for a while. Nashi went to the bathroom and started busying herself. Boss, please come in, Nashi's gentle voice came. Lin Feng walked in. Although he was prepared, he still couldn't help being shocked. Wow, a bathroom is bigger than other people's living rooms. There are all kinds of bathing facilities that Lin Feng has seen and has not seen before. A large bathtub was filled with warm water. Boss, let me help you change your clothes first. Nashi squatted down obediently and untied his belt. After a while, the pretty face of the mixed-race housekeeper seemed to be dyed with a layer of pink, beautiful and charming. Lin Feng was a little embarrassed and said quickly, forget it, I'll do it myself. He quickly took off his clothes and jumped into the bathtub with a thud. Only after hiding his body below the neck in the water did Lin Feng breathe a sigh of relief. Nashi also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although she was a housekeeper, this was her first time helping her boss take a bath. No experience at all. Lin Feng lay in a bed, closed his eyes and soaked in the bath comfortably. Nashi stood behind him and wiped him carefully. Lin Feng thought to himself, is this the wonderful life of a super rich man? A life full of cheats is really inexplicable. It's really cool. Ha ha. Thank you, Tong Dad. Lin Feng expressed his sincere gratitude in his heart. As long as the host is happy, hey, there will be many more surprises in the future. Half an hour later. The two of them just walked out of the luxurious bathroom. Boss, you take a rest. I'll go down first. Nashi said respectfully. Okay. Lin Feng waved his hand casually. Next to the villa there is a specially built quarters for servants to live. Checked the time. It was just past 10 o'clock, and Lin Feng couldn't help but enter the canyon again. He played a few games before going to bed. Call. It feels great to sleep until you wake up naturally. Lin Feng was the one who felt comfortable and sat up from the bed. To give others more opportunities. He selectively forgot about today's class again. Lin Feng felt that since he had the system, he took studying less and less seriously. Finished washing up. I opened my phone and saw 2 WeChat ad requests. This made Lin Feng feel a little strange, as no one had added him on WeChat for a long time. When he clicked on the message, he was even more surprised. A nickname called Idwa Zio Union, and the remark is Sui Yun. Another nickname is simply Zhou Qinbru. The 2 most beautiful girls at Shanghai University actually added Lin Feng as their WeChat friend at the same time. Fortunately, no one else knew about it, otherwise it would probably have made the headlines again. Well, here comes the favorability booster again. Lin Feng guessed that he was not in school, so they added him on WeChat first. But how did they know my WeChat? Lin Feng thought as he clicked to agree. But soon he felt that there was nothing strange about it. After all, no matter whether it was Sui Yun or Zhou Qinbru, it was easy to find out someone's WeChat, right? Lin Feng looked at the character avatars that appeared in the list and felt a little emotional. So far, 3 of the 4 most famous beauties at Shanghai University have added him as their friend. However, although Lin Feng was added, he did not take the initiative to send them messages. Now it is obvious that the other party is here to improve his favorability. I am not a bootlicker, so I don't need to please him. Ha, son of light, you are so tough. Lick it if you like. By this time the servants had already prepared a carefully prepared breakfast. Lin Feng tasted it and found that the taste was almost as good as Luo Yaojing's cooking skills. Lin Feng's original plan was to go to Xinduan security today. After all, it is his own company now, and as the boss he should at least go and take a look. But when I think about having to attend the Queen's banquet tonight, Lin Feng gave up the idea. It's so tiring running around. Just as Lin Feng was hesitating, his cell phone suddenly rang. He took a look and saw that it was a call from his high school friend Zhou Qianyu. When Lin Feng traveled to this world, he was already an orphan, and Zhou Qianyu was the first friend he met. In high school, the 2 were good friends who could talk about anything. Although they went to separate universities, they have less contact. But this will not affect their friendship. In Lin Feng's heart, Zhou Qianyu's status is even more important than the 3 big men in 305. Lin Feng answered the phone with a smile. Xiaoyu, is there anything you need from me? Roll. Zhou Qianyu's unceremonious voice came over immediately. Didn't you check the group? What group? Lin Feng didn't react. High school classmates. Zhou Qianyu said again, many people have suggested that our classmates in Shanghai should get together. What do you think? Should we go? Oh. Lin Feng then realized what was going on. He blocked all those groups because he thought it was troublesome and basically he would not open them to check them once a year. It's up to you. If you go, I'll go too. Lin Feng thought about it and said indifferently. Zhou Qianyu was speechless and said, I just asked you because I don't know. Then let's go. It seems like we haven't gotten together for a while. It's good to get together. When Lin Feng thinks back to his high school days, he still feels a little nostalgic. It is said that class reunions nowadays have changed and turned into bragging parties and pretentious parties. But Lin Feng doesn't think so. Thinking of those young faces, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. He also wanted to know if everyone was doing well over the years. In the classroom, the scene of everyone singing together, doing exercises together, chasing and playing together seems to appear before my eyes again. Lin Feng wants to make a key statement. He didn't have a class monitor who had a grudge against him during high school and often bullied him. On the contrary, he gets along well with everyone. Even if it's cheating now. Lin Feng also had no intention of showing off and getting embarrassment. Okay, that's settled then. Zhou Qianyu's voice came again, I'll call you for the specific time. P.S. It's a bit late again today, sorry. In addition, I am very grateful for the love letter from Pure Love Warrior Uninvited, and I will not post all the rewards from other big guys. I am not in a good state these 2 days. I am thinking about the subsequent plot and the update is slow. I hope you can tolerate it. The next part will be very exciting, and I have already thought it out. Chapter 32 Chapter 33 Demon Queen Yichinga. 8 o'clock in the evening. Night falls and the lights come on. The international metropolis of Shanghai not only did not return to calm as night fell, but became even more lively. For most young people, nightlife has just begun. This is a city that never sleeps. With Nashi's help, Lin Feng changed into a proper suit and his hairstyle was neatly done. I bought this with Luo Yaojing at Blair's flagship store last time. Nashi's eyes lit up. Extraordinarily handsome, with outstanding temperament. The boss is so handsome. Lin Feng looked at himself in the mirror and admired himself secretly. Good. And he had to admit that Fairy Luo did have unique insights into fashion and dressing. This suit doesn't look old-fashioned at all on him, but rather very youthful and individual. Lin Feng thought that if he wore this outfit and went to attend the Queen's banquet, even if he met acquaintances like classmates, he would definitely not be mistaken for a waiter, right? Or maybe just take a part-time job and get free food and drinks? Ha ha. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head and smile when he thought of this. I really have read too many brain-dead novels. By the way, you must take the invitation letter with you, otherwise you will be stopped at the door. He really couldn't figure it out. In some brainless novels, the protagonist has so much money that he can't spend it all, but he's still reluctant to buy himself better clothes. When attending someone else's party, he was wearing cheap clothes and didn't even have an invitation. Even if he was bumped into by a security guard or an old classmate, he would be like a fool and would not explain himself. He would have to wait until things got out of hand before revealing his cards. It's so stupid, just thinking about showing off and getting slapped in the face. Lin Feng didn't know what those people's mentality was. But he's definitely not a normal person. Lin Feng felt that since he was attending someone else's banquet, he must dress formally. Otherwise, it would not only appear stupid, but also be disrespectful to others. No common sense at all. I looked at the time, it was 8:20, so we set off on time. The Rolls-Royce fleet was already ready. Lin Feng got on dream number 1 and the convoy moved forward slowly. The housekeeper Nashi and a row of maids bowed respectfully towards the departing convoy with humble looks. Unfortunately, Lin Feng, who was sitting in the car, did not see the scene, otherwise he would definitely be moved. The banquet was held at the Sun Hotel, the only 8-star hotel in Shanghai. It is not far from Lin Feng's manor, about 10 minutes drive away. Lin Feng sat in the back row of dream number 1, watching the scenery trees rapidly receding. I feel both excited and a little nervous. After all, it was his first time attending a banquet as a prince. In the past, he had only attended birthday parties of his classmates, the kind where they went to a food stall, sang songs, and then had a foot wash and massage. This fucking jump in specifications is a bit outrageous. Call. Lin Feng took a deep breath, relaxed, and comforted himself in his heart. I am the system administrator, I am the best. I don't care if you are the queen, you made me unhappy and I gave you a task, but you still lie down obediently. Yes, that's it. It's exciting just thinking about it. Hey. Lin Feng didn't notice that his smile at this moment was a little vulgar, and he looked less and less like an honest man. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The convoy of Rolls-Royces stopped in front of the Sun Hotel. Although the standard of today's banquet is very high, those who can be invited by Yaratina must be bigwigs from all walks of life. So at this time, the Sun Hotel is crowded with luxury cars. However, the appearance of this row of fully customized Rolls-Royces still caused quite a stir. It attracted many people to stop and watch. Isn't this dreamy number 1? I didn't expect that even such a big shot would be alarmed at today's banquet. Yes, it's really a bit unexpected. To be honest, I secretly asked before who this car belongs to, but unfortunately I couldn't find out any information at all. How dare you ask about the privacy of such a big shot? Do you want to die? I'm afraid only Her Majesty the Queen has the face to invite such a big shot. This is a good opportunity. Let's see if we can take advantage of today's banquet to make some friends. Yes, that's what I meant. For a time, no matter whether they were bigwigs from all walks of life, heads of large families, or young talents who were in the limelight, all eyes were focused on Dream One. Everyone wants to see with their own eyes, who on earth is this person? Starshield SSS-level bodyguards, all dressed in black suits, quickly rushed out of the car. The square-faced man who was in the lead respectfully opened the car door for Lin Feng. Everyone was shocked. The boss is so young. In their imagination, the owner of Dream Number 1 should be a middle-aged man around 50 years old. However, although he was a little surprised at Lin Feng's youth, he quickly adjusted himself. After all, they are all big guys, not just onlookers on the street. Everything returned to normal soon. For these big guys, even if they were thinking about how to make friends with Lin Feng, they would not show it at this time. This is not like buying vegetables on the street where you can just pick whatever you like. Lin Feng walked into the hotel, and the Star Shield bodyguards did not follow him because the entire Sun Hotel was booked today and there was a special place for the bodyguards to rest. But bodyguards are not allowed to enter the banquet hall. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a mess? It is no exaggeration to say that there are far more bodyguards coming today than invited guests. Besides, no one would worry. Since they have entered the hotel, Yarotina's guards will be responsible for protecting their safety. Hello, sir, please show me your invitation letter. The guard was dressed in solemn attire. He bowed towards Lin Feng very humbly and asked. Lin Feng was well prepared. He smiled, nodded, and handed over the invitation. He thought that if it were some stupid rich man, he would probably yell at this moment, "You dare to stop me? Please come in." The guard checked the authenticity of the invitation and immediately said respectfully. Lin Feng nodded without hesitation and walked in with big strides. Meet the Lord. As soon as Lin Feng walked into the magnificent hall, several guards saluted him. They are all the guards around Yarotina, responsible for the security of the banquet today. Hello, everyone. Lin Feng was used to this kind of scene. He waved his hand and said, "No need to be polite." One of the guards led Lin Feng to the elevator and said, "Sir Wangjue, the banquet is on the 56th floor of the hotel. Please go up." Lin Feng made a gesture. Just as the elevator was about to go up, a voice as clear and moving as a nightingale suddenly came in. Lin Feng shuddered all over. This voice was too enchanting. He is not a voice control, but this voice can really make people orgasm. Then a fragrant breeze blew and a graceful figure walked in. Lin Feng took a look and almost had a nosebleed. If Luo Shi is a fairy, then this woman is the queen of demons. What is even more surprising is that this woman actually knows Lin Feng. Yi Qingge's eyes were full of hostility, and his clear voice was a little cold. Are you Lin Feng from Zhonghai University? P.S. Please give me 5-star praise, guys. The first show is coming soon, and data is very important. Whether this book can continue to be written depends on you. Please help me click 5 stars and comment on it. Chapter 33, Chapter 34, Passive Power. It's me, why? Lin Feng frowned and answered with some confusion. He thought about it and really couldn't remember when he had offended such a beauty. Snort. Yi Qingge snorted coldly and looked at Lin Feng with an even more unfriendly look. Of course, while she was looking at Lin Feng unceremoniously gave her an LSPI in return. Why do you have to be the only one who looks at me? Humph. You are a beauty, sure, but I am also a handsome guy. The son of light never suffers. In the elevator, the two of them simultaneously gave a data evaluation of their first meeting in their minds. Yi Qingge, he looks good, much better than some of the pretty boys who are internet celebrities. Lin Feng, this woman is so sexy, she is no less sexy than Luo Yaojing. Moreover, the mature and queenly charm she exudes is something that even Luo Yaojing cannot compare to. Alas. Although the fairy Luo is not small, she is still too young after all. Yi Qingge, she has a good temperament, probably because she was brought up in a big family. Lin Feng, these flirty big waves are really killer, the perfect oval face, and her bun is so big. Yi Qingge, if I want to avenge Xiaohan, I might have to investigate his background. Lin Feng, isn't this waist to hip ratio too exaggerated? It's so perky, just like a ripe peach. I wish I could hit it. Yi Qingge, he must be a dandy boy with a perverse personality, otherwise why would he beat Honor into a pig's head? Lin Feng, after all, royal sisters are better. After years of precipitation, they have an extraordinary charm. Like a ripe peach. Pleasant aroma. Take a bite, it's so sweet and juicy. This can be seen from here. The thinking patterns of men and women result in them not looking at problems on the same level at all. 1 AM and 1 FM. Not in the same dimension at all. Yi Qingge also noticed his presumptuous look and became more certain of his own thoughts. Her red lips parted slightly, and her voice became even colder. I am Yi Qingge, Yi Han's aunt. Yi Qingge took the initiative to reveal his identity. Although according to her guess, Lin Feng's identity might not be simple. But she also has her own pride. The Yi family is not someone who can be bullied by anyone, no matter who the other party is. There is no need to hide it. Lin Feng suddenly realized. This is really a bit bloody. After beating the young one, the old one comes out again. It has a bit of the flavor of a brain-dead novel. I don't care what your background is or how powerful you are. Yi Qingge stared at him coldly and said, you slapped Hanna's face, which is a slap in the face of our Yi family. We may not settle this account with you. Lin Feng was about to speak when a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Bite. I noticed that super celebrity system host Yichinga is threatening the host, unforgivable. Activate super authority and prepare to issue a punishment task. Forehead. Sweat. Ha, this is too much of a coincidence, this woman is also the owner of the system. All of a sudden, I feel great. Every cell in my body feels great. I'm not afraid of you being awesome, I'm just afraid of you not having a system. Lin Feng stopped talking, but just looked at Yi Chinga with a strange look in his eyes, as if he was smiling but not smiling. The elevator just opened at that moment, and they arrived at the 56th floor where the banquet hall was located. Yi Chinga was confused by his look, that playful look seemed like a provocation. As a result, her face became even colder. No one had ever dared to take her so lightly. Just wait, there will be a day when you won't be able to laugh anymore. After Yi Chinga finished speaking, she walked out of the elevator with her long legs and sexy 12-centimeter high heels. Lin Feng looked at her swaying back, her skirt fluttering with her steps. The plump breasts are a big, round peach, and they also have an alluring curve. You dare to mess with me, I'll break your peach into pieces. Bite. Arrange. Lin Feng. He immediately called the system in his heart and said weakly, Dad, stop it, I was just joking. Host, I understand. Sweat. Lin Feng walked into the banquet hall, not knowing whether the Guapi system really understood it. He scanned the entire hall. I have to say that the layout is still very shocking and luxurious to the extreme. It was Lin Feng's first time to attend such a place, and he was deeply touched. Being there and being outside seemed like two different worlds. Moreover, many people had already arrived early, handsome men and beautiful women, dressed in fancy clothes, chatting in twos and threes in low voices. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was dressed formally so he wouldn't look out of place in such an occasion. The precious red wine, under the careful handling of the waiter, gave off the feeling of mountains and flowing water. The guests passing by picked up a glass casually, looking relaxed and at ease. Lin Feng also followed suit, picked up a cup in a very ostentatious manner, walked to the corner and found a seat to sit down. He didn't have many friends anyway, and he didn't want to take the initiative to talk to others. In fact, what Lin Feng didn't know was that from the moment he walked in, many people had been secretly watching him. Everyone has their own thoughts. A group of beautiful girls in evening gowns glanced at Lin Feng and started talking in low voices. Who is this handsome guy? He doesn't look like someone from the same circle. He looks unfamiliar. Yeah, but he's really handsome and has a good temperament. I really want to flirt with him. You show off, your legs can't move when you see a handsome guy, right? Humph, why should I move? Just let him move. Ah, that makes sense. I'll find a chance to go over and get to know him later. At the same time, many of the young talents at the banquet were either young achievers or the sons of wealthy aristocratic families. At this time, he found that the beauties around him were secretly looking at Lin Feng, and he felt very uncomfortable. Isn't it just that he looks a little more handsome, these rotten girls? Do you want to go over and touch him to see who he is? I don't know if he is really capable or just pretending to be something. Well, you can find a chance to test it out. Now that you've entered our circle, you have to follow the rules. It's impossible that he can monopolize all the beauties, right? There aren't many high-quality resources in the circle now. Suddenly, the banquet hall fell silent. But soon there was another unusually lively commotion. Because, the protagonist of tonight, Queen Yaratina, appeared in the center of the banquet. She was wearing an elegant evening gown, looking incredibly beautiful, and her every move was filled with dignity and nobility. Every move he made was filled with majesty and dominance, and he was in control of the entire situation. No matter where she is the brightest and most dazzling focus. Dear guests. Yaratina smiled and spoke high-end, classy lines in fluent Chinese. This announced the official start of the dinner. But soon, she couldn't laugh anymore, and her expression became a little surprised and weird. The golden eyes looked towards Lin Feng in the corner. Because at this moment, the sound of a system prompt sounded in the Empress's mind. Bite. Trigger the only passive task, discover the light, meet the light, chase the light. Start the light chasing operation. Similarly, Xu Lan, the richest woman in Shanghai who was invited tonight, also had a wonderful expression. She had comforted Lin Feng with Yaratina and Luo Shi before, but unexpectedly, the system task came again. Bite. Trigger the only passive task, discover the light, meet the light, chase the light. Start the light chasing operation. Of course, the one who suffered the most was Yi Qingge, who was known as the #1 socialite in Zhonghai. At this moment, that beautiful oval face looked like it was constipated. She couldn't help but open the system interface and carefully check the content of the task. There are 2 mission messages in total. Bite. Trigger the only passive task, discover the light, meet the light, chase the light. Start the light chasing operation. This passive task is the same as Chulan and the others. But there was also a punishment task that made Yi Qingge almost cry. Punishment mission. It is unforgivable to detect that the host is threatening the son of Light Lin Feng. Punishment, 50 spankings on the buttocks, Executor Lin Feng. Yi Qingge? P.S. I would like to ask for another wave of 5-star reviews. If there are more good reviews, I will update more. Data is really important for this book. In addition, can those who have time click to show their love? Please. Chapter 34, Chapter 35. It's so annoying, the Empress is here again. For a moment, the atmosphere of the banquet was a little weird. Many people have discovered it. It seemed that everyone was looking at Lin Feng in the corner. Why is this happening? Everyone has this question in mind. What is the charm of that young man that makes the queen, bigwigs from all walks of life, and young talents secretly pay attention to him? But who among those who can attend this banquet today is not a smart person? Very smart. So everyone sees the truth but doesn't say it out loud, pretending to be ignorant while knowing the truth. Among them, the ones with the most complicated thoughts are, of course, Yaratina, Chulan and Yi Qingge. They all question their respective systems at the same time. What is the son of light? Why is Lin Feng the son of light? But unfortunately, they did not get the answer they wanted. The system's unified answer is, no comment. All right. Since I can't resist, I can only close my eyes and enjoy it. So, they started thinking again, how can they increase this favorability? Yaratina and Chulan had already carried out the task arranged by the system to comfort Lin Feng, and they had a little understanding of him. I know this guy is not someone you can easily deal with. He is a bit stingy and won't take any loss. He is simply the kind of guy who won't release the eagle until he sees the rabbit. So the two of them quickly decided that they had to be generous in their plan to improve Lin Feng's favorability, and the main focus should be on how to please and make Lin Feng happy. The one who suffered the most was of course Yi Qingge. Not only did he not know much about Lin Feng, but he also had an additional punishment task. When she thought about the peach that she had practiced for many years and had never been touched by anyone, she realized that she was going to be beaten by a little man who was so much younger than her. And that as 50 times. Yi Qingge felt like his whole body was burning, so ashamed and embarrassed. Moreover, she didn't quite understand Lin Feng's personality and temper, so when it came to the task of improving his favorability, she tried to find a loophole. Special tip: every time the host completes an in-depth communication with Lin Feng, he will randomly gain 5 to 10 points of favorability. Yi Qingge frowned slightly, thinking secretly, how deep is this in-depth communication? It's a feasible shortcut. However, Yi Qingge soon thought of another thing that troubled her. So how should I contact Lin Feng after the banquet? After all, it was our first meeting and we didn't get along well. Oh, it's so annoying. Lin Feng, the person involved, had no idea that he had become the focus of the banquet. Still drinking and eating meat leisurely. Lin Feng thought to himself that the food and wine here were really good, much better than going to a buffet. At the same time, in a corner not far from Lin Feng, there was a middle-aged man with an elegant and handsome appearance, who was quietly watching him. Complex expression. This man was none other than Huang Wento's father, Huang Yuquan, whose leg was broken by Lin Feng as bodyguards. He is also a well-known figure in Zhonghai and has great prestige. Ever since Huang Yuquan found out that his son had offended the boss behind Starshield Security, he sent people to Zhonghai University to check Lin Feng's student information. So, when Lin Feng came down from dream number 1, he was the first one to know Lin Feng's identity. And it doesn't feel weird at all. The boss behind Xinduan Security is the owner of dream number 1, this is normal. At that time, his first thought was to break Huang Wento's 2 legs that had just been reconnected. Damn it, this stupid son only knows how to betray his father. Huang Yuquan took a breath, and after some ideological struggle, he slowly walked towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng burped and suddenly heard someone calling him, which felt a little strange. Is there anyone who recognizes me in this kind of situation? He had been staying here to eat recently and had not noticed that Chulan, whom he had met once, was also there. Hello, you must be Mr. Lin Feng, you are such a handsome guy. Huang Yukuan said with a hearty laugh. At this moment, he was like a friendly and easygoing uncle next door, and his smile was very contagious. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Uncle, thank you for the compliment. Do you know me? He is still a little confused about the situation. Who is this handsome uncle? Huang Yukuan's smile faded, and he said with some shame, to be honest, I'm here today to apologize to Mr. Lin. I am Huang Wentao's father, the idiot who provoked you a few days ago. Mr. Lin had one of his legs broken. I have no objection and I fully agree with it. Huang Yukuan continued, and I still don't think it's good enough. When he came back, I had his other leg broken. Who made him so blind? Lin Feng was stunned. This is truly a loving father and a filial son. This uncle looks kind, but he is very cruel when he does things. Sure enough, your uncle is still your uncle. Since others have said so, what else can Lin Feng do? Moreover, he didn't take Huang Wentao seriously at all. If Huang Yukuan hadn't come to apologize, he would have forgotten about it. Well, let the past be the past. I don't take it to heart anymore. Lin Feng responded casually. Huang Yukuan heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this, and his face was filled with joy. He quickly said, Mr. Lin has a big appetite, I toast you a glass. After saying that, he drank the wine in his hand. He felt relieved after hearing Lin Feng's words. It was not a waste of time for him to come and apologize today. Once a family has become big, the chances of it making another leap forward by relying on one person are extremely rare. However, Huang Yukuan has seen many families that have been severely hit because of offending one person. So he came to apologize today just to play it safe. He didn't dare to bet that Lin Feng would not retaliate. If Huang Yukuan didn't have such a cautious mind, he wouldn't have been able to achieve his current position. Lin Feng nodded calmly, with no intention of returning the favor. Brother is now a big boss among big bosses, so he has to have some style. Huang Yukuan took this opportunity to give his business card, showing his intention to make friends. Then he made an excuse to leave. At this banquet, there were countless big guys who were paying attention to Lin Feng, openly or secretly. Huang Yukuan's every move was naturally seen by them. For a while, these big guys couldn't help but calculate something in their minds. In the China overseas business community, Huang Yukuan is well known for being as cunning as a fox and as steady as an old dog. Even he is so anxious that he puts aside his pride and makes friends with Lin Feng. It seems that this guy is definitely not a simple person. Many bigwigs had this idea at the same time. I didn't expect you to come too. Lin Feng heard another voice, and this voice sounded a little familiar. When he turned around, wasn't he at Yi Han, whose face was swollen after being beaten by him? Any objections? Lin Feng shrugged and said lazily. Yi Han's face was no longer swollen, but he had lost a few teeth and hadn't had time to get them fixed, so his speech was somewhat lisp. He was not like some brainless rich second generations who opened their mouths and roared at Lin Feng, trash like you must be here as a part-time worker to eat and drink for free, right? Instead, he approached Lin Feng calmly, as if he was greeting each other as friends, but the cold tone filled with hatred was only understood by the person involved. I'll remember the 2 slaps you gave me. Yi Han said coldly, tonight I'll let you experience that feeling too. Wait for me. After Yi Han finished speaking, he turned and left. To others, this was just a meeting of friends, where they chatted casually. In fact, these rich second generations are not as stupid as they are portrayed in online novels. If he yelled like a fool in such an occasion, would it be Lin Feng's face that was lost? No, it was his own. Moreover, doing so would offend the organizer of the banquet. Some young masters from wealthy families may be very arrogant. But in situations they care about, they definitely behave more decently than anyone else. Yi Han was walking towards his aunt Yichinga. He was used to it. If he had any problem, he would go to his aunt. I must make my aunt take revenge on that guy. Just then, there was a commotion in the center of the banquet. Because, at this time, the music starts and the guests can start the dance session. Male and female guests can choose their favorite dance partners to dance with. This is a stage where it is very easy for something to go wrong. No, it's a stage where sparks can fly. At this moment, everyone was surprised to see that Queen Yarutina actually walked towards Lin Feng. Could it be that Everyone's eyes widened and their breathing stopped. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat and he secretly thought, oh no. I have to passively pretend again. It's so annoying, the people trying to increase your favorability are here again. P.S. I will continue to ask for 5-star reviews and do this for love, if you have time, please help me, this book has reached a critical time. Chapter 35 Chapter 36 Gravity's Trouble. Lin Feng put down the red wine in his hand. He took out a tissue and wiped his mouth. Sigh. I can't even keep a low profile, I have to pretend to be cool again. Lin Feng felt that with this passive ability, no matter where he went, he would always be the focus of the audience. The most handsome guy in the audience. Yaratina walked slowly towards Lin Feng, her beautiful and sexy crystal high heels making crisp sounds on the floor. Her expression was less gentle and more majestic than when she spoke. Her golden eyes exude confidence and determination. Yaratina's target is Lin Feng. She doesn't have to care about what others think or what they think. Or maybe there's a scandal or something. Because she is the emperor. At this moment, Yaratina felt that she had made the right bet, and it was not a loss at all to confer the title of first-class prince on Lin Feng. She was now certain that the system was really trying to please this guy. Although Yaratina didn't know why, her intuition told her that it was definitely not simple. Prince Lin Feng, may I invite you to dance? Yaratina walked up to Lin Feng and made an invitation gesture. Boom! Many people who were secretly paying attention were simply furious. Including many bigwigs, they were all shocked beyond words. How could an empress of a country lower herself so much as to invite a dance partner and be so humble? To many people, this is simply unimaginable. The more precious a person's status is, the more he will maintain and protect his dignity, and even out of politeness there will be a limit. Obviously, as an empress, Yaratina's behavior has gone beyond the limit. On the other side, the queen of business Chulan sighed silently. If the empress can be so humble, it seems I have to work harder too. Yi Han and Yi Qingge looked at this scene with equally interesting expressions, but their thoughts were different. Yi Han's eyes were filled with jealousy and hatred. This bastard, I don't know what kind of shit luck he has. I can go from being a lowly bootlicker to a warrior that is admired by thousands of people all of a sudden. It's like I'm fucking cheating. Yi Han is a freshman at Shanghai University, so naturally he has heard of Lin Feng's deeds. At first he thought that Lin Feng was just lucky enough to be crowned as a king, and it wasn't because of his amazing background. That's why he was so arrogant to provoke Lin Feng. But now it seems that Yi Han feels that his estimate was wrong. Yi Qingge didn't have the energy to think too much. She just hoped that when Lin Feng punished her, he wouldn't use too much force. How could he still have the mind to take revenge for Yi Han? In fact, as his aunt, she knew what kind of person Yi Han was, but she was used to protecting him, so she stood up for him. Of course there is no reason for me to refuse your invitation. Lin Feng stood up and said with an embarrassed look on his face, it's just... I can't dance at all. Having received benefits from others, he is now a prince and a subordinate of Yaratina. He cannot refuse his superior. Yaratina smiled calmly, not taking it to heart at all, and said elegantly, I think I will be a good teacher. Her Majesty the Queen has said so, what else can Lin Feng do? Come on. When Lin Feng stepped forward, Yaratina gently held his hand. She saw Lin Feng's anxiety. Her eyes kept encouraging him. Favorability +1. Sure enough, all the efforts and hard work will be rewarded. The system prompt sounded in Yaratina's mind. Lin Feng was indeed somewhat grateful, and his favorable impression of the queen increased. He did not expect that Her Majesty the Queen would be so considerate. Move. At this time, the lights in the banquet hall dimmed. Beautiful music played. In the dance floor in the center of the hall, there were already many pairs of handsome men and beautiful women dancing. Their dancing was graceful, obviously they had been practicing since childhood, and it was very beautiful. But Lin Feng didn't envy them at all, because his dance partner was the empress. Lin Feng felt that he was not being pretentious, but that the people present might never have the chance to dance with the empress in their lifetime. Put your arms around my waist. Yaratina looked at Lin Feng and said gently. Lin Feng realized it belatedly, and felt excited and happy. Hug her gently. It feels slightly cool to the touch, and then a delicate and smooth feeling comes over you. Only then did Lin Feng realize that Her Majesty the Queen was wearing a backless evening dress. My face suddenly felt hot. Is this considered intimate contact? My heart was beating wildly and my breathing was a little rapid. Yaratina didn't seem to care at all. She put one hand on Lin Feng's shoulder and said slowly, "Shall we start? Just follow my rhythm." Gurgle. Lin Feng swallowed again, then said awkwardly, "Okay." Yaratina is clearly a very qualified teacher. The dance is elegant and impeccable. Even if his dance partner is a beginner like Lin Feng, it does not affect his perfect performance at all. On the dance floor, the two danced gracefully to the rhythm of the music. It was only then that Lin Feng discovered that Yaratina, wearing high heels, was actually much taller than him. Lin Feng is 182 centimeters tall, which is not considered short. But Yaratina is 178 centimeters tall, and with high heels. This is embarrassing. The two of them were almost looking at each other at eye level. Lin Feng looked at her exquisite and perfect face and her snow-white and delicate skin. Even observing her from such a close distance, he could not find a single flaw. Perfect. As time went by, Lin Feng was no longer as nervous as he was at the beginning, and his mood gradually relaxed. Just this relaxation. Then something went wrong. I don't know if it's because I'm tired or too relaxed. Lin Feng's hand, which was originally around Yaratina's waist, was affected by gravity and suddenly slid down. It fell on the plump and firm half of the peach. Because it is convex there is resistance, which offsets the effect of gravity. Forehead. Yaratina trembled all over, her steps became unsteady, and she almost fell down. I finally managed to stand firmly. Both of them froze and stopped moving at the same time. Since she was wearing a backless dress, Lin Feng's hand was in seamless contact with her, so this slide, naturally there was no obstruction. Forehead. Lin Feng was also a little confused and felt that the air suddenly became quiet. He swore that it was definitely gravity that was causing the problem. Yaratina's eyes instinctively turned cold and murderous. Lin Feng then came back to his senses and smiled bitterly. This is Her Majesty the Queen. It's much more serious than touching a tigress's butt. What's more, I discovered a secret that I shouldn't have discovered. The queen was only wearing a thong? Sweat. Fortunately, the lights were dim at this time and everyone was dancing and didn't notice what was happening here. Yaratina felt complicated at this moment. If it was someone else, whether it was intentional or unintentional, it would be a great disrespect to Her Majesty, and I'm afraid she would roar, "Someone, drag him away and shoot him." But the person in front of me is not good enough. If I kill him, who can I find to improve my favorability? Yaratina discovered somewhat sadly that, let alone beheading, even punishment was not allowed. Because that would affect Lin Feng's impression of her. This was the first time she felt so powerless and completely out of control of the situation. But no matter what, she had to respond quickly. Because Yaratina discovered that this bastard hadn't even taken out his wolf claws. P.S. Thank you all for your 5-star reviews and gifts. I am very touched. This is my motivation to continue writing. In addition, I saw a comment today saying that my writing is very toxic and annoying. I felt bad for a long time. Is it true? If you have any ideas, please leave a message to tell me, or give me some suggestions. I will try my best to improve it next time. Chapter 36, Chapter 37, Gentlemen. On the dance floor. The other guests were still dancing enthusiastically, gradually reaching a climax with the beat of the music. And Lin Feng's side is also almost there. His body and Yaratina's were still in a stalemate. Not moving. To others, this is a bit like a couple who are tired of dancing and look at each other lovingly. Only Lin Feng, the person involved, knew that this was literally on the verge of an explosion. Yaratina took a deep breath and quickly regained her composure. She is worthy of being the empress. This kind of concentration and state of mind is not something that ordinary people can achieve. She said calmly, "Don't move. Then gently pull your hand out and put it back where it was. Don't let anyone else notice anything unusual." Yaratina compromised and didn't want to make a big deal out of the matter, but in order to maintain the dignity of the empress, this matter must not be known to a third person. The reason why she gave such an order was because there were many guards secretly paying attention to her safety at all times. Lin Feng also breathed a sigh of relief, and then he followed her instructions and slowly pulled his hand out. Move to the waist. Slip. Filled with collagen. It feels great. Stimulate. In a flash, all kinds of emotions surged in Lin Feng's heart. Little did they know that at this moment, Yaratina was also gritting her teeth, trying to endure the strange feeling in her heart. It was like a weak electric current running through the whole body, tingling and numb, an unfamiliar yet comfortable feeling. As the Almighty Queen, how noble is her status! No one has even held my hand. Not to mention such close contact. For a moment, the Empress felt angry and ashamed. It can be said that Lin Feng made her experience what it felt like to have an accelerated heartbeat. Lin Feng put his hand on Yaratina's waist again. This time he didn't dare to be careless. He hugged her with a little strength. Breathe a sigh of relief. The situation is finally under control. Lin Feng put aside all the thoughts in his mind and explained embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. As we all know, there is a force in this world called gravity. No need to explain." Yaratina shook her head calmly. She was used to focusing on the results. What was the process like? Whether it was intentional or not was meaningless. Slowly he said, "I believe you are a gentleman." Forehead. Lin Feng's face turned red and he smiled awkwardly. I felt a little embarrassed by her praise. Alas, I am too thin-skinned and I get easily flattered when I am praised. Favorability +1. Lin Feng's favorability towards Yarutina naturally increased. He likes this kind of woman who is of noble status, sensible and has good vision the most. You are really good at judging people. Deserves the reward. Rested for a while. The two of them danced again to the beat of the music. There was the last accident. This time Lin Feng was much more careful, and Yaratina was also on high alert, even more nervous than when dealing with major incidents. So this time, no accidents happened. Another moment passed. The music slowly stopped and the lights illuminated the entire banquet hall again. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. This painful and joyful phase was finally over. Well done, you are a very talented dancer. Yaratina made a symbolic comment. Thank you. Lin Feng didn't know what to say. I'm looking forward to dancing with you again. I'll leave you for a moment. Yaratina said again, bowed slightly politely, and then turned around gracefully. Lin Feng just felt a sense of comfort in his heart. Listen, the Empress's speaking level is different. The crystal high heels made a crisp sound as they stepped on the marble floor. Lin Feng looked at the swaying figure, his eyes involuntarily locked on the lower half. Then look at your hands. Awesome, this is the hand that stole the Empress's peach. It needs special protection and be careful not to touch the water. Yaratina walked calmly and gracefully greeted every guest who came to pay their respects. Lin Feng retracted his gaze and returned to his original seat, thinking that he had almost finished eating and dancing, so it was time to adjourn and go home to sleep, right? At this time, the bigwigs from all walks of life who had been observing secretly and wanted to make friends with Lin Feng, as well as young men and women with their own ideas, all began to get ready to move. I feel like I've finally found an opportunity to get in touch with them. But just when they were about to take action, someone had already taken a step ahead. The queen of the business world, Shulan, walked over gracefully with a glass of red wine in her hand. This left many people confused. Especially those good-looking daughters of wealthy families, they even wanted to flirt with Lin Feng. But when they saw that the people around Lin Feng were goddesses of the same level as Yaratina and Shulan, they all backed off. Although they are all rather arrogant, they think they are good-looking and have good family conditions, and are definitely fair, rich and beautiful. But if you compare Yaratina and Shulan, they still have self-awareness and there is no comparison at all. The background they are proud of is not worth mentioning in front of the Empress and the richest woman in Zhenghai. As for appearance, there is no need to mention it. Alas, it seems that I don't have that fate, I can only watch and be satisfied. A beautiful girl with a good temperament sighed with some resentment. Ha, Sister Xiaolu, you can secretly take a picture and fantasize about it once in a while. Go away, you rotten girl. Shulan walked towards Lin Feng with a smile and greeted him, Brother Lin Feng, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. How are you doing lately? You don't look like you've just been heartbroken. Lin Feng raised his head, glanced at the famous rich woman, and replied, Sister Lan, you are here too? Then he said a little embarrassedly, don't laugh at me. By the way, thank you for your supplementary gold card. The two of them were much more familiar when they met and greeted each other this time. The main reason was that Shulan intended to bring the two closer together as soon as he opened his mouth. Shulan listened to his words, smiled, and said again, Sister said, you can swipe as you like, there is no limit on the amount. This sentence is valid forever. Ah, are you planning to support me? Sister, I don't want to work hard anymore. Wrong. Lin Feng remembered that he didn't need to work hard in the first place. Humph, why didn't anyone tell me this when I was delivering food before I didn't have a system? However, although I know Chu Lan is talking about his favorability, Lin Feng was still a little touched. Men also need to be cared for. Especially the care from a goddess is particularly useful and refreshing. This has nothing to do with money. So even though Lin Feng now has more money than he can spend, he was still a little moved when he heard Chu Lan say that. Favorability +1. Chu Lan smiled even more happily when he heard the system prompt sound in his mind. After thinking for a while, she said again, if you need anything in the future, you don't have to be polite to me, okay? Chu Lan thought about it and realized that the banquet was almost over, so she took out her business card and handed it over. This is my business card. You can come to my office when you have time. Aren't you going to start your internship soon? Come to my company. I'll assign you a CEO assistant who will only be responsible to me. Well, okay. Lin Feng put the business card into his pocket. At this time, he was a little worried. He went to Chu Lan's office. What if she was wearing a business suit and black stockings? Then can't you just increase your favorability however you want? Lin Feng couldn't help but imagine. He was afraid that she would learn from Luo Yaojing. I'm afraid she won't learn. Alas, the complexity of human nature is truly reflected in my brother. The banquet is over. Everyone went back home to see their mothers. Chu Lan achieved his goal and said goodbye to Lin Feng and left. Lin Feng had just walked out of the hotel when he heard the nightingale-like voice coming. Wait a moment. The most beautiful socialite in Shanghai, the demon queen Yi Qingge. Lin Feng knew it was her without turning around, and he could roughly guess what it was about. Maybe she had to complete the system's punishment task? Thinking of her ripe and plump peaches, I can't help but feel excited. P.S. Guys, keep giving good reviews and doing it for love, don't stop. Don't stop. Chapter 37 Chapter 38 You're welcome. As soon as Lin Feng heard Yi Qingge's voice, he couldn't help but imagine it in his mind for a moment. The more I think about it, the more excited I get. He turned his head and saw Yi Qingge and Yi Han not far away. The two had different expressions. Yi Qingge's expression was a little complicated. He felt annoyed and embarrassed. Yi Han had a gloomy face, but his eyes were filled with the joy of revenge. You can't blame him for this. In Yi Han's mind, as long as he asks his aunt to take action, there will be no problem that cannot be solved, even though Lin Feng's performance tonight surprised him. I simply can't understand why Yarutina and Chu Lan deliberately tried to get close to and please Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled indifferently and didn't take Yi Han seriously at all. Then he said to Yi Qingge in a teasing tone, why, is there anything else? Do you want to stand up for your nephew? Lin Feng asked even though he knew the answer. Boy, let's see how long you can be so proud. Yi Han hadn't finished speaking yet. But she was interrupted by her aunt Yi Qingge, who scolded, enough. Yi Qingge looked at Lin Feng, and an indescribable feeling of embarrassment and shame surged into his heart again. She really doesn't know how to face Lin Feng now. Or maybe I don't know how to face the punishment task. From the beginning of the banquet until now, Yi Qingge has been thinking about one question in his mind. How can I punish myself in a decent and non-embarrassing way by asking a handsome guy who I just threatened to punish me? Let him give his peach 50 times. Urgent, waiting online. If the question wasn't too embarrassing, Yi Qingge would have wanted to ask netizens online for help. Let us see what good ideas these powerful keyboard warriors have. This is not the place to talk, can we talk somewhere else? Yi Qingge breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, he had to keep this guy here first. He said, don't worry, I can guarantee your safety. Nothing will endanger you. Yi Han, who was standing aside, frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. He didn't understand why his aunt would speak to Lin Feng in such an attitude and tone. And we have to ensure his safety, am I mistaken? Isn't this revenge for me? Could this be my aunt's plan to trick this kid away first? It must be like this. Yi Han comforted himself in his heart. Lin Feng smiled. Of course he knew that he was safe. Not only safe, but he would probably feel very comfortable, haha. All right. Lin Feng originally wanted to pretend to postpone it, but the restlessness in his heart did not allow him to delay any longer. At the same time, he communicated with the system in his mind, Dad, let the luxury convoy go back first, I still have things to do. It's all your fault. You had to assign such punishment tasks to others, and then you asked me to clean up the mess. No, it's a spanking. The mechanical sound of the system sounded immediately. Bite. Then withdraw? Linfong, no need, that's too much trouble. As a system, you should keep your word. How can you be so fickle? While Linfong was talking to the system, the Yi family's car had already driven over. Yi Qingge made a gesture of invitation. Linfong got on the car without hesitation. Not sure if it was because they felt embarrassed, but Yi Qingge and Yihan got on another car. Soon, two luxury cars drove out one after the other. At this time, the bigwigs from all walks of life who had been secretly observing Linfong shook their heads and sighed. Several middle-aged men showed disappointment in their eyes. They all felt a little bit regretful. I didn't even get such a good opportunity today to say hello and make myself known to you. The reason why these big guys were waiting at the hotel entrance and did not leave immediately was to meet Linfong, have a few words with him, and exchange business cards with him. Who knew that Yi Qingge would intercept him again? However, these big guys now have a general understanding of Linfong's basic information. I know that he is still a student at Zhonghai University and was just conferred the title of king not long ago. In fact, this information can be easily searched on the internet and it cannot be considered a survey. These big guys thought in their hearts that they must go back and warn the younger generations of their families not to provoke this young man named Linfong. Judging from his performance today, the power behind him is definitely not simple. This is a person that even Her Majesty the Queen would bow down to and make friends with. It can also be seen from here that none of the bosses of these wealthy families are simple. On the contrary, they act very cautiously. Every family even has a list of people that should not be provoked, which lists all people with horrible backgrounds. This is to prevent the younger generations of the family from being ignorant of their own limitations and bringing devastating blows to the family. On the other side, the young people who wanted to test Linfong at the banquet were also whispering. Brother Fan, should we find a chance to have a try? Give it a try? A fat young man wearing a designer suit asked. His round forehead was immediately hit. Touch it? Is there water in your pig brain? Can we approach such a big guy? It's better to go over and pay our respects to him. Now that I've recognized him, I'll go to the pier and pay my respects when I get a chance. I've decided that he will be my big brother from now on. Several other young men also chimed in at this time. Yes, it is our honor to have such a big man as our big brother. Yeah, I've never been so impressed by someone in my life. That's Her Majesty the Queen, and Shulan, and now even Queen Yi has joined. They are simply gods. Linfong didn't know that he had become the #1 figure on the do not mess with list of the major wealthy families in Zhonghai. And the god in the eyes of a group of super young masters. At this moment, Linfong was sitting in the car, thinking about what happened tonight, and he was filled with emotion. Everything was fine when I came here, and I can't go back. For no reason, he tied up with a few light chasers, which, to put it bluntly, is just a dog licker. But the identities of these few people today are a bit scary. Pick any one of these titles, and they're enough to intimidate people. But it's not as simple as school beauties like Luo Yaojing and Sui Yun. If the queen knew that this passive task would be triggered, she would definitely not invite me to this banquet, right? A question popped up in Lin Feng's mind. Instead of being a good empress, she turned herself into a licker. It's also amazing. And she is going back to her country soon. How can I improve her favorability? Linfong was really worried about her. Forget it. The test papers have already been sent to you. It depends on how you answer the questions. Anyway, it all makes me happy, huh? The car suddenly stopped. Linfong got out of the car and saw a 3-story white villa in front of him, simple yet noble. Come in. Yi Qingge said this and then led the way. Linfong and Yihan followed closely. Usually Yi Qingge lives alone in this villa. Perhaps Yihan felt that he was in his own territory, and there were many bodyguards from the Yi family. With a ferocious look on his face, he said to Linfong, "Boy, you actually dared to follow me, you are brave. But if you keep your legs together tonight, you won't be able to leave." Linfong hated being threatened the most, his eyes flashed with cold light. "Yi Qingge, you are dead, I want your butt to bloom. Who told you not to discipline your nephew well? On the surface it is his fault, but actually it is your fault." "Yes, that's it. Xiaohan, you go back first." Yi Qingge suddenly spoke and looked at Yihan. Yihan was stunned for a moment, not quite reacting, and asked hurriedly, "Why? Aunt, aren't you going to avenge me? I want to destroy this guy." Go back. Yi Chinga's face turned cold and his tone did not allow for refusal. I. It was the first time that Yi Han saw his aunt speaking to him in such a tone. Although he was reluctant, he still left. So she and Lin Feng were the only ones left in the huge villa's living room. Lin Feng was not surprised at all. Was the climax about to begin? Yi Chinga didn't dare to look at Lin Feng. Her face became more and more red. When she thought about, she felt ashamed. A few more moments passed in silence and awkwardness. Yi Chinga finally made up his mind. Since he couldn't avoid it anyway, he might as well end this embarrassing situation as soon as possible. Lin Feng, I have looked into everything that happened between you and Yi Han. It's not your fault. I apologize for misunderstanding you tonight. As Yi Chinga spoke, he walked to the sofa and said, "We have a rule in the Yi family. If we are wrong, we must admit it, so..." After she finished speaking, she slowly lay down on the sofa, her perky peach bulging high. The meaning is already very clear. Punish me, you're welcome. Yi Chinga thought for a long time before coming up with such a lame excuse. But she was too embarrassed to say the word slap PP. Gurgle. Lin Feng swallowed his saliva and blurted out, "I have never heard of such a request in my life. P.S. 5-star praise, big guys, and also give it a thumbs up for love, the famous scene is here again." The author has something to say. Chapter 38 Chapter 39 I was wrong. After hearing Lin Feng's shameless words, Yi Chinga's face turned red as blood and he buried his face in the sofa. You'll see it today. Okay? This bastard. Where is your face? You are so shameless. As the most famous socialite in Shanghai, who controls the top clubs in Shanghai and even the whole country, and has terrifying connections, when has the Demon Queen ever suffered such humiliation? But what can she do in this situation? I can only endure it silently. The only thing she could do was dress, not knowing, and bury her face hard in the sofa. Damn it! What's wrong with the system? Why is there such a weird punishment task? Lin Feng's face turned a little hot and his heart was beating in his throat. He is a man who has seen many storms. Fight with the goblins. Steal the Queen's Tower. But when Lin Feng saw the in front of him, I still find it very exciting. I don't know how to exercise this? Then I'm really, really rude. Lin Feng swallowed and said awkwardly. Of course he knew that Yi Chinga did this in order to complete the mission. But you have to do the whole show. It is still necessary to be more cautious, which is more in line with common sense. Lin Feng doesn't dare to be careless. None of the goddesses he deals with are simple. Yi Chinga. Angry. This bastard, is he going to whip me over and over again? Hurry up. Yi Chinga replied angrily, just hit me if I ask you to. Why are you talking so much? Okay. Here I come. No more hesitation. Immediately, he opened his 5 fingers and raised his palm. Snap. He almost shook Lin Feng's hand away. At this moment, the perfect arc actually caused ripples. Just like a small stone thrown into a calm lake. Lin Feng was shocked. Take a breath of cold air. He had no words to say about the feel of this game except that it was awesome. I don't know what words to use to express it. Then, crackling. A series of ups and downs of sound sounded, connecting into beautiful notes. Let you threaten me. You deserve to be beaten. It's because you didn't discipline him properly that Yi Han became arrogant and looked down on everyone all day long. You deserve to be beaten. You are helping the tyrant to commit atrocities without any discrimination. You deserve to be beaten. While Lin Feng was enjoying himself, he cursed at himself to encourage himself. After all, he knew that Yi Chinga was trying to complete the system task. That's why I feel even more guilty. Such a punishment really makes people feel guilty. So Lin Feng needs to cheer himself up and needs a justifiable reason. Who knew that the more he cursed, the more outrageous it became? It makes you look so pretty. You deserve to be beaten. You are so cool and arrogant, just like a fool. You deserve to be beaten. I'll let you. Lin Feng was stunned and couldn't continue making up stories. Make you so big. You deserve to be beaten. Yi Chinga's face was as red as blood, and his silver teeth were about to break. He thought of one sentence in his heart, I have never seen such a shameless person. but under Lin Feng's indiscriminate and intensive beating, Yi Qingge was filled with various emotions: shyness, embarrassment, and even a faint sense of anticipation. No matter how strong or cold a woman is, she actually has a soft side deep down. In fact, they also want to have someone to rely on. Also looking forward to the arrival of the greatest hero. So when their soft side is touched, even the coldest ice goddess will become tender and affectionate. Yi Qingge's face flushed. I clenched my fists tightly and felt like I was being electrocuted. In fact, under Lin Feng's clutches, the punishment mission has been completed. But for some reason, several times when the words were on the tip of her tongue, she seemed to not even have the strength to say stop. We can only let Lin Feng continue to be willful. Another moment passed. Yi Qingge hummed in a low voice. Well. Lin Feng also felt something strange. Something is wrong. He stopped immediately and didn't dare to continue. Lin Feng has a bold idea. After all, he was a man who had subdued demons before. I still have some opinions of my own. No way. Lin Feng couldn't believe it again and looked at his hands. I was thinking to myself, could it be that Father Tong secretly gave me some improper bonuses? Otherwise, how could it be so magical? That, you. Lin Feng thought about it for a moment, and seeing that she was still motionless, he spoke with some embarrassment. But he was interrupted before he could finish. Shut up. Don't talk. Yi Qingge stopped him immediately, his tone leaving no room for doubt. It was as if she had regained her status as Queen Emo, looking superior. Lin Feng is unhappy. Are you getting carried away? Don't think that the punishment mission is completed. I can't cure you. Is it that your butt can withstand a beating, or that I can't swing the knife anymore? Favorability 1. Come on. Hurting each other. Who is afraid of who? Ha! Yi Qingge. Can't you afford to play? Is this stingy guy my nemesis? Yi Qingge really wanted to cry. She had always been a strong-willed person since she was a child, but this was the first time she felt this way. I finally completed the task, but I forgot that I had to continue improving this guy's favorability. Is this not enough to let people survive? Wait a moment. Yi Qingge sat up from the sofa, his tone much gentler. Xu Weiling's peach blossom eyes were filled with resentment, and she said, I'm going to the bathroom. Go ahead. Lin Feng responded casually, feeling a little uneasy at the look in her eyes. It's like the vixen in Strange Stories from a Chinese studio looking at a heartless man. Sweat. That's impossible. I must have misunderstood it. You must believe in yourself. I am a traditional and pure good man at heart. Time passes by every second. Lin Feng looked at the time and thought, damn, why is it so late? It's already past 12 o'clock. Lin Feng felt that time passed even faster than when he was playing online games. But now there is a new problem. Do you want to go back tonight? Lin Feng thought about it and decided that if Yi Qingge had no objection, he wouldn't mind staying with him for one night. After all, it's so late. As a handsome guy, you must be safety conscious when you go out. Don't take risks, safety must come first. Just as he was daydreaming, Yi Qingge came over. Why did you change your clothes just to go to the bathroom? Lin Feng became more and more certain of his guess. She changed into a lavender dress without any decoration, but it perfectly showed her figure and mature charm. It's late, why don't you go back tonight? Before Yi Qingge arrived, a clear voice came over. At this time, her face looked normal, as if nothing had happened. Favorability +1. Lin Feng was a little touched. What a considerate goddess. He regretted for a second the severity of the punishment he had just given. I was wrong. You shouldn't treat a kind goddess like this. Chapter 39 Chapter 40 No fight, no acquaintance. It's late at night and everyone is asleep. The world outside is still brightly lit and bustling with people. But in Yi Qingge's villa, things had become quiet. Lin Feng looked at Yi Qingge approaching slowly, and couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Night. Villa. Handsome men and beautiful women. These words fill one with anticipation. Even for some online geeks, just these few words can at least write a chapter of tens of thousands of words. Ha ha. Lin Feng withdrew his thoughts and didn't dare to continue thinking about them. Yi Qingge changed into slippers, revealing her tender toes as white as green jade. She had painted her nails with purple-red nail polish, looking like a queen. The beauty came with a faint fragrance. Yi Chinga walked closer, a hint of pride flashing in his big peach blossom eyes. He saw all of Lin Feng's reactions. Ha ha! He sneered in his heart for some reason. The reason why he kept Lin Feng was, of course, to improve his favorability. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. This is Yi Chinga's life creed. She never fights a battle she is not sure of winning. But then she felt a little angry again. Because the perky peaches have a hot and numbing feeling. This guy really doesn't understand what it means to be gentle and considerate to women. It's too late. It's not safe for you to go back alone. Stay at my place tonight. Yi Chinga raised her jade hand, glanced at her watch, and continued, "You're welcome. I have quite a few empty rooms here anyway." When Lin Feng heard this, the light in his eyes suddenly dimmed. There are only 2 of us, why do we need so many rooms? Oh my god. Is it because you don't trust my noble character? Besides, as a girl, wouldn't it be lonely for you to live in such a big villa by yourself? Then I'll be welcome. Lin Feng complained a few words in his heart and answered with a smile. I wasn't being polite to you just now. Even less so now. Yi Chinga's beautiful face spread into a smile, and she said calmly, you seem to be in good spirits, so you probably haven't gone to bed yet. Do you want to go to the balcony to get some fresh air and chat? After all, we know each other after fighting, right? As she said this, her face couldn't help but get hot again. It is true that there is no acquaintance without fighting. It's just, damn, the place where he hit was wrong. If this gets out, it might be considered one of the most bizarre things of the year. Lin Feng also smiled awkwardly and said quickly, okay, let's get some fresh air. The 2 walked outside to the large open-air balcony. The balcony was spacious. It is clean and tidy, with some flowers and plants planted, giving people a feeling of love for life. Of course, there are also coffee tables and chairs. In your spare time, it is really a pleasure to drink tea, chat with a few close friends, and enjoy the breeze and scenery here. They both sat down on chairs. Call. Lin Feng took a deep breath. This kind of quiet and relaxing feeling was very comfortable. These days, he has been moving among the goddesses. He is really busy. I haven't enjoyed such a leisurely time for a long time. Yi Chinga started to think in his mind that he needed to get to know this guy better first. Where to start? In-depth communication can randomly gain 5 to 10 points of favorability. Can we say that what we are doing now is an in-depth communication? After all, a man and a woman are alone, chatting about everything, ideals, life, etc. It was a very in-depth exchange, right? Never mind, let us try it first. Would you like some wine? Yi Chinga smiled and asked, I have a few bottles of collection-level red wine here, do you want to try some? It was the first time she took the initiative to invite someone to drink. After all, the purpose is to improve favorability. In this case, drinking some wine can help to bring the 2 people closer together more quickly, right? Lin Feng's heart moved, drinking again? It can't be a reward from the system. What kind of beauty bar is this? Wasn't it because of this that I lost my precious first time last time? Forget it, I've been fighting with Luo Yaojing too many times recently, so I'd better take a break. Let's not drink anymore. Lin Feng made up an excuse, I get a headache when I drink and can't sleep at night. I'll drink again next time I have a chance. Okay. Yi Chinga certainly wouldn't force it. She lay on the chair, relaxed a little, and asked casually, what hobbies do you usually have? Yi Chinga began to prepare for the next plan. How should I put this? Lin Feng tilted his head and thought about it. He had never really thought about this issue. Then he said, I like playing games, reading novels, singing, traveling, swimming. I like everything. While Yi Chinga was listening, he secretly memorized some of the more useful ones, hoping to use them for the next strategy. Then we are friends now, right? Yi Chinga asked suddenly, but she felt weird in her heart. After all, she had never made friends with a boy who was so much younger than her. Lin Feng is not much older than Xiao Han, right? They are both still in college. Certainly. Lin Feng is never stingy with his friendship. He likes making friends. Especially like making friends with goddesses. It is pleasing to the eyes and looks very face-saving. Can you please stop arguing with Yi Han? I know he was wrong and shouldn't have provoked you. Yi Chinga felt a little angry as she spoke. If it weren't for Yihan, she wouldn't have to make such a great sacrifice. Lin Feng shrugged indifferently and said casually, I didn't want to bother with him in the first place. After all, he was the one who was beaten, not me. What should I bother about? Yi Chinga thought about it and it seemed to be the case. After that, the two of them gradually had more topics to talk about, and the strange feeling they had at the beginning was gone. We started chatting about all sorts of things. Until the night is very deep, very deep. Lin Feng couldn't stand it anymore and went back to sleep. Yi Chinga returned to her boudoir and immediately contacted the system in her mind. System, how is it, have I completed an in-depth communication? Yi Chinga asked with some anticipation. The mechanical sound of the system soon sounded. Byte. The super celebrity cultivation system is dedicated to serving you. Reporting to the host, no, this does not count as an in-depth exchange. Yi Chinga was immediately disappointed, and asked with her sexy red lips mumbling, this doesn't count? How deep is this in-depth communication? Host, please experience it yourself. This system cannot help you. All right. Yi Chinga said helplessly and went to sleep. But she still gained something tonight. Oh. Comfortable. Lin Feng stretched and got up from the bed. It was already the next morning. After all, we are in someone else's house, we can't sleep in and affect our image. Walk out of the living room. The scene before him left him dumbfounded and stunned. Lin Feng seemed to be petrified. In the empty living room, there was a mat on the floor and Yi Chinga was practicing yoga in tight yoga clothes. She was seen lying on the yoga mat with her hands and head pressed against the ground, her plump peaches raised high, and her muscles still beating rhythmically. Lin Feng swallowed hard. Who can resist this? No wonder the curvature is so perfect, it seems like it took a lot of hard work. Favorability +1+1+1. Yi Chinga was so absorbed in his practice that he found the system's voice a little strange. How come the favorability level suddenly increased by several points out of nowhere? She was still lying on her stomach, with her eyes open. She looked through the gap between her legs and met Lin Feng's eyes. Moment. Two red clouds appeared on Yi Chinga's face and she was about to cry. How could she forget that this guy was still at home? This is so embarrassing, can anyone tell me what to do now? The author has something to say. Starting tomorrow, I will update twice a day, and if it's more frequent, I will update 4 times a day. Hey, you know what I mean, 5-star reviews and love messages will be posted. Today, I'm opening the gift list, thank you all for your support. Chapter 40 Weird. Lin Feng was still standing there motionless. He could feel the blood in his body boiling little by little. This really opened his eyes. I've seen abdominal muscles move on their own, but I've never seen gluteal muscles move on their own. And it's such a touching posture. If this were the case. Lin Feng didn't dare to think further. This alone was enough to make him stand in awe. Gurgle. Lin Feng swallowed and shook his head quickly to get rid of all the strange thoughts in his mind. Yi Chinga was also stunned for a moment. She stood up quickly and explained shyly and angrily, I'm sorry, I'm so used to doing morning exercises that I forgot you were still here. Cough. Lin Fengshui's face flushed, and he pretended to be calm and replied, it's okay, go ahead, I don't mind at all. Lin Feng swore that he definitely did not lie. I really don't mind at all. After all, this kind of program is not available everywhere, and you may not be able to get it even if you pay. As he spoke, the scenes just now appeared in his mind uncontrollably again. Every movement and every posture was a classic. You can tell at first glance that she is an experienced yoga teacher. She has her own unique insights into every move. This woman is simply a big boss. How many gameplay modes can she unlock? Continue? Yi Chinga was suddenly ashamed and angry. You don't mind, but I do. Thinking that Lin Feng had seen all the moves she was practicing just now, she felt like crying but had no tears. Yi Chinga quickly changed the subject and said, I'm not going to practice anymore. I'm all sweaty. I'm going to take a shower first. Let's have breakfast together later. You're not in a hurry to go back? Lin Feng originally wanted to leave, but now. Okay, let's have breakfast together later. I'll go back after breakfast. Lin Feng said this with a hint of embarrassment in his eyes, and continued, well. I'll go take a shower first. Yi Chinga looked at Lin Feng's back, and her eyebrows moved closer together. This guy, why is he taking a bath so early in the morning? I need to take a shower because I am sweaty after doing yoga, okay? But when she saw that Lin Feng's walking posture was a little strange. Lin Feng was seen bending his body slightly and walking cautiously. Yi Qingda understood immediately, her watery peach blossom eyes widened, and her sexy red lips slightly opened. The complexion that had just recovered a little turned red again. How could you not know what's going on? If you have never arranged flowers, is it possible that you have never seen flowers? He immediately burst out in shame and anger. What on earth is this bastard thinking about? What a little brat! However, when Yi Qingde thought about Lin Feng's age, he realized that he was about the same age as Yi Han, and was full of vigor and vitality. It feels normal. But he didn't dare to think any further and turned to walk towards the shower room. The other side. Lin Feng stood under the shower head, and cold water spurted out. Call. So cool. Lin Feng felt that the impulse in his body was finally diluted a little. But some things, once they happen, are truly engraved in the memory and cannot be erased. For example, the big peach that moves by itself. Lin Feng had never seen such a scene in his life and was quite shocked. Took a cold shower. When Lin Feng came out, he found that Yi Qingde had already changed his clothes. A little surprise? Come and have breakfast, Aunt Ing has prepared it. Yi Qingde smiled at him, as if nothing that had just happened had happened. The Aunt Ing she mentioned was the maid who was in charge of cooking. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, and couldn't help muttering in his heart, the goddesses that I deal with are really awesome, no matter what happened. After a while, everything will return to normal as if nothing happened. The breakfast is simple and nutritious. There are eggs, bread, fried dough sticks, millet porridge. Not bad. The two of them ate and chatted, and the atmosphere was quite good. But at this moment, a sharp cry suddenly came. Why are you still here? Yi Han came here early in the morning just to find out why his aunt asked him to go back first yesterday? Also, did my aunt avenge me? What happened to Lin Feng? Who would have thought that the first person I saw when I came in was Lin Feng? What the hell, not only is he fine, but he's also eating breakfast in a very comfortable manner? Yi Han reacted, and then saw Yi Qingde on the opposite side, and yelled again, what the hell are you doing? And if you look closely, both of them have wet hair, as if they just took a shower, like they just finished and are replenishing their energy? Yi Han was shocked. He pointed at Lin Feng, then at Yi Qingde, his eyes widened as big as copper bells, and his body stepped back a few steps with a thump. That expression was as if he had eaten shit. Yi Qingde slapped his forehead, looking helpless. How could he explain this? Lin Feng was also a little surprised, but he soon didn't take it seriously and continued to eat his breakfast. Taking a cold shower early in the morning will make you feel very tired if you don't replenish your energy. Anyway, it's not his turn to explain this kind of thing, so just leave it to Yi Qingde. But he felt a little puzzled. Yi Han was not a child anymore, so why was he always sticking to his aunt? Even when he got beaten, he always went to his aunt to help him. This is very strange. Yi Qingde sighed, looked at Yi Han and said, Xiaohan, you're here just in time. Let's have dinner together. In fact, she had already made a calculation in her mind. She had to make everything clear to him anyway, so that he wouldn't continue to provoke Lin Feng without knowing the consequences. Next time, if she, as his aunt, wants to continue protecting him, it may not be as simple as spanking him. So it's good that Yi Han is here now, so he can resolve the misunderstanding in front of Lin Feng. However, Yi Han was furious, so how could he listen to her? He continued to roar, I'm asking you, when did you get together? Puff. Lin Feng spat out the soy milk he had just drunk. Does this guy have such a rich imagination? Then he lowered his head and began to think. If it was really like what Yi Han said, then the generations were too confusing, right? Yi Han and I are schoolmates. Yi Qingde is his aunt, 1 generation younger than him. Although a woman 3 years older than her husband is a treasure. If it's like what he said, well, let's just discuss it separately. Yi Qingde's face also changed, feeling embarrassed and annoyed, although the facts were not as Yi Han said. But when I think about it carefully, what happened from last night to today was indeed embarrassing and ambiguous, and I can't help feeling a little guilty. He immediately shouted angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? I am doing this for you. Are you willing to sacrifice yourself for me? I don't believe it. Yi Han was so angry that he almost exploded. After he said that, he turned around and ran out the door, leaving angrily. If you don't leave, will you stay and eat dog food? Yi Qingde blushed again, looking at Lin Feng and said, I'm sorry, Xiaohan lost his parents when he was young, and he usually gets closer to me, so. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Feng's expressionless face and asked, What are you thinking about? Lin Feng was deep in thought. When he heard someone asking, he blurted out, He and I are classmates. It's weird for him to call me uncle. Chapter 41 Chapter 42 Trouble. Yi Qingge's peach blossom eyes widened. The sexy little mouth opened into an O shape. This beautiful socialite, who was always known for her intelligence and ability, seemed to have a sudden brain short circuit. It took me a while to come back to my senses. Her delicate body trembled with anger. What on earth is going on in this guy's mind? Yi Qingge really wanted to open his head to see if he was different from normal people. I treat you as my younger brother. You actually want to be Yi Han's uncle? Yi Qingge slapped his forehead helplessly, not knowing what to say. But, come to think of it, I'm not that much older than him, and isn't sister-brother relationship allowed nowadays? Could it be that this guy has a bad stomach and doesn't want to work hard at such a young age? Lin Feng was also stunned, and couldn't understand why he would say such a thing. What's wrong with you, brother? But to all conscience, he really didn't do it on purpose. He was just thinking about what to do if he really encountered such a complicated problem. Then Yi Qingge happened to ask again, and he answered it inadvertently. That's it. Lin Feng, I can testify myself. But since he believes it himself, he has to make others believe it too. So, Lin Feng explained with a wry smile, Sister Yi, please listen to my explanation. I really didn't mean to be his uncle. Yi Qingge's face froze, and he said coldly, It wasn't intentional, was it intentional? This. Lin Feng opened his mouth, feeling like he had no way to defend himself. The more anxious you are to explain, the more likely you are to make mistakes. This is Lin Feng's current situation. Seeing his embarrassed face, Yi Qingge felt a little soft-hearted and said slowly, Don't listen to Yi Han's nonsense. After all, I am several years older than you. Lin Feng. This time it was his turn to have his mouth open into the shape of an egg. What do you mean? Isn't it okay if I'm a few years older? Can you explain it more clearly? Lin Feng hates people who only lead half of what they say the most. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little subtle. Neither of them spoke. I don't know where to start. After a moment of silence, Yi Qingge broke the silence and explained to Lin Feng, Can you promise me that if Xiaohan causes trouble for you again, don't be too harsh? She knew Yi Han's character and knew he would never give up. I didn't help him, and this kind of thing happened again. With his stubborn personality, I'm afraid it will get worse again. Don't be too harsh? Lin Feng frowned and thought about it. This request didn't seem to be excessive. He immediately nodded and said, I'll try my best, but you still have to discipline me. Yi Qingge sighed upon hearing this, and said helplessly, His parents have been gone since he was a child, so as his aunt, I love him more and have been a little indulgent to him. I am responsible for the way he is now. Lin Feng, I told you, I didn't wrongly punish you when I punished you. It's okay, I can discipline him in the future. Lin Feng wanted to say that as his uncle, I also have responsibilities, haha. But the joke was never told. We chatted for a while. After Yi Han's commotion, the atmosphere felt a little off. Lin Feng then said goodbye. Yi Qingge offered to take Lin Feng home, but he refused. He didn't call Dream Number 1 and just took a taxi back to Yipintang. In the villa, Yi Qingge had a complicated expression and felt a little emotional. What happened in the past 2 days was too strange. She opened the light chasing operation column on the system interface again. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 22. Height, 182 centimeters. Weight, 65 kilograms. Current favorability, 9. Looking at that single-digit favorability score, I felt helpless. In fact, from last night till now, Lin Feng's favorability towards her has increased by several points. The main reason was that she threatened Lin Feng at the beginning, and the initial score given by the system was too low. Yi Qingge hesitated for a moment. He didn't know how to have a deeper discussion, but she remembered that Lin Feng saw her practicing yoga this morning, and his favorability towards her suddenly increased by several points. It seems like that guy has an obvious weakness. This can be used to our advantage. If Luo Yaojing knew what she was thinking at this moment, she would probably shout, Great minds think alike. Lin Feng would probably also say excitedly, Come on, let the storm come even harder, I want to challenge my weak spot. It's just. Yi Chinga blushed and said slowly, it's really embarrassing to trick a guy younger than me. Never mind, let us just wait and see. What Yi Chinga didn't know was that favorability was actually mutual. When she was thinking about the routine, she was destined to be trapped in it. This is an unfamous law, those who nest dolls will eventually be trapped. Lin Feng returned to Yiping Manor. Welcome home, boss. A row of lovely maids immediately stopped what they were doing and bowed to greet them. Hello everyone, get busy. Lin Feng was in a good mood. This was the feeling of home. The air was so fresh. These maids are diligent and pleasing to the eye, and the key is that they don't even need to pay him. It makes me happy just thinking about it. The system took care of all those trivial matters for him. Return to the third floor of the villa. It's a rare opportunity to have some free time, and it's not like being in school, where I'm chased and licked by the school beauties. Oh, they're chasing me to improve my favorability. Lin Feng decisively entered the canyon and fought. I've been so busy these days that I haven't played for a long time. Who knew that when he logged in, Zhou Qianyu was also there and immediately invited him to join a team. Official tip, it's the high school classmate mentioned above, who appeared for a short while. Enter the player selection interface. Lin Feng immediately chose Bailey. The teammates immediately chattered and asked Lin Feng to post the battle results. Lin Feng was too lazy to pay attention. Could such a private matter as battle records be released casually? After turning on the voice, Zhou Qianyu's voice came immediately. Zhou Qianyu, you have so much free time, so you don't want to work hard? And you said you'd buy a house and a car within 2 years? Lin Feng had boasted in front of him a lot in the past. Lin Feng, I've already bought it. Zhou Qianyu, keep blowing. By the way, the party has been decided. It's tomorrow night. I was just about to call you when I saw you were online. I'm serious. Come over for dinner when you're free. If it's too much trouble, I can send a car to pick you up. Lin Feng emphasized that he didn't want to hide anything in front of this good friend, there was nothing shameful. Except system. How about this, after the party tomorrow, let's go back to my place and brush together. Lin Feng thought about it and said another sentence. Zhou Qianyu, are you serious? Certainly. You didn't pick up someone else's unfinished building, did you? You are so damn poisonous. The two chatted and played games. Soon, he lost 5 games in a row, and finally Zhou Qianyu quit the game cursing. Lin Feng looked at his own Bailey score of 0 to 12 to 6 and shook his head. Young people nowadays are too impetuous. My mentality is too bad. It's so easy to collapse. The phone suddenly rang. As soon as Lin Feng answered the call, he heard the howling voice of that fat guy Dai Xin. Brother Feng, please come back soon. I don't know what's going on, but the most beautiful girls on campus have been looking for you recently. Dai Xin said excitedly, if you don't come back, the school beauties will come to the dormitory to block you. Forehead. Lin Feng said speechlessly, okay, isn't there physical education class in the afternoon? I'll go back to class. Is it Sui Yun or Zhou Qingru? I've been away for a few days, so you must be getting impatient waiting to improve your favorability, right? Alright, go back and kneel down and lick the ass of you school beauties. Bother. You don't give me any private time. The author has something to say. Today's 2 updates have been sent, Big Brother, 5 stars and Power Generation don't stop. Thank you all for the gifts, I won't send out the names separately, but I have seen them all. Chapter 42 Chapter 43 Infernal Affairs. Good man. It means that rain and dew should be equally distributed. Lin Feng thought about it and realized that he hadn't been back to school for several days. It doesn't really matter whether I go to class or not, since I've already asked for leave. The key is to consider those school beauties. Everyone has triggered the light chasing action, but I, the son of light, am not here. What's the point of chasing? In order for them to complete the task successfully, Lin Feng decided to arrange his travel time properly in the future. He can't just have fun outside the school, he can actually have fun inside the school as well. Ha ha. Lin Feng returned to school. It was not time for class yet, so I went straight back to dormitory 305. Opened the dormitory door. The king is back. Lin Feng shouted with a smile. Unsurprisingly, Dai Xian, Zhao Dalang, and Li Yu are fighting hard in the canyon. However, when they saw Lin Feng, they stopped immediately. The reaction was a bit big. Lin Feng was a little surprised that he didn't even play games. Brother Feng, you're finally back. Dai Xian exclaimed, and then several people walked towards Lin Feng excitedly. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Could this fat guy change his lines? All my compulsory education was in vain. Then he looked around the dormitory and felt a little surprised. No wonder he felt something was wrong as soon as he came in. The whole dormitory is too clean and tidy. Are health inspections so strict recently? Lin Feng asked in surprise, or is the student union causing trouble again? The student union of Shanghai University will also be responsible for inspecting the school's dormitory hygiene issues. That's why Lin Feng asked this. It's not the student union. Dai Xian rolled his eyes and said excitedly, recently, Campus Bell Su and Campus Bell Joe have been looking for you 5 or 6 times a day. We said you weren't here, but you didn't believe us. Now they've even blocked us in the dormitory. To be honest, at first we suspected that something terrible had been done to them. Lin Feng opened his mouth but didn't have time to speak. Xiao Dalong took over the topic again and continued, yeah, they still couldn't find you when they came to the dormitory, so they started to help you make your bed, clean the place, wash your quilt, etc. At this time, Li Yu, who was usually quiet, also joined in, saying, we can't just watch the goddess work, right? So we cleaned the dormitory thoroughly. I tell you, it's been 3 years. 3 whole years. Our dormitory has never been so clean. Good job. Lin Feng exclaimed, wow. He walked to his bed and took a look. It was indeed tidy and clean. The quilt has been washed and the shoes are neatly placed. The panties are also folded neatly. Somewhat touched. Who says these school beauties are all very cold? Isn't this just being a bootlicker? Haha, comfortable. Are you saying that Sui Yun and Zhou Qingru are both involved? Lin Feng asked them. Yes. It was them at first, and then Fairy Luo came too. She washed your shoes and said she wanted to give you a surprise. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. He didn't expect that Luo Yaojing still remembered this. Okay. All performed well. There are prizes for everyone. Dad Tong, each of them will increase their favorability by 1 point. Lin Feng called System Dad in his heart and made a decision. Favorability. In fact, it is Lin Feng's subjective liking for them. As long as what they do makes Lin Feng happy, his liking will naturally increase. Therefore, even if Lin Feng did not call the system, their favorability would still increase. Because, if you work hard, there will be rewards. The other side. Several campus beauties received the system prompt almost instantly. Bite. Congratulations to the host, the light chasing operation has made new progress, Lin Feng's favorability plus 1 point, please keep working hard. The school beauties all smiled knowingly. Then he picked up his phone and sent a message. Fatty Dai, Xiao Dalong, and Li Yu's cell phones suddenly started ringing. They glanced at Lin Feng and then responded to each other. The content of the messages is also surprisingly consistent. They all say, Goddess, the target has appeared, please follow my command at any time. That's right. The 3 big guys in 305 each have a school beauty, and they have all been successfully conquered. He became a 250-something guy placed by the school beauties next to Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't know that a large-scale epic infernal affairs operation was about to take place in dormitory 305. Let's go. It's time to go to class. Dai Xian checked the time, said something to the others, and then went to the balcony to wash his face. Taking advantage of this time, I sent a message to Luo Yaojing, physical education class at 2:30. Xiao Dalong returned to his seat to get his water cup and sent a message to Sui Yun unobtrusively, basketball court, please give instructions. Several people walked out of the dormitory together. Li Yu deliberately fell behind a few steps and quickly sent a message to Zhou Qingru, come to the basketball court quickly, there is a physical education class in the afternoon. After doing all this, everyone went to class happily. Lin Feng felt something was wrong. Why did these guys always look at him with weird eyes? Haven't been back for 2 days. Aren't they all bent? Since it was a physical education class, several people went directly to the school playground and did not need to return to the classroom. When Lin Feng and his friends arrived, most of the other students in the class had already arrived, and the teacher had also arrived. For classes that are not sports students, the process of physical education classes is actually very simple. Gather. Report the number. Free time. Let's go play basketball and start the war. Dixin spoke to the other people in room 305 as per convention. They seldom exercise normally, so they usually play a game of ball during physical education class. Come on, I'll torture you to death. Lin Feng is full of confidence. Today is different from the past. His physical fitness is now improved. Come to the basketball court. This is a fair 5v5 match. Lin Feng's side has 4 305 centimeters tall men and a tall big guy. On the other side are students from other classes. Because they have the same physical education class, they often play ball together. They are all relatively familiar friends. The game begins. The two teams are of similar strength, so the game was quite intense. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lin Feng was the more prominent one among them. Everyone was a little surprised for a moment. Is this guy crazy? How come he is so awesome all of a sudden? In fact, Lin Feng's skills are only average. His sudden exceptional performance today was all due to his improved physical condition. His graceful figure shuttled across the field, as if he would never get tired. Soon, everyone else was already out of breath, but Lin Feng was still like a cow. Stop. Take a halftime break. Meng Xian, known as the Little Prince of Basketball, called a timeout while gasping for air. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "Did you take stimulants?" "Yeah, why are you so fierce all of a sudden?" "It's just a friendly match, there's no need to fight so hard, right?" Meng Xian was from another class, and his team also echoed the sentiment. Even Dixin and others looked at Lin Feng strangely. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and sighed, "It's your fault that your bodies are so weak. You should exercise more often." Everyone was speechless. "Senior Xian, this is the water for you." At this time, a sweet-looking junior high school girl came over and shyly handed a bottle of water to Meng Xian. Then he turned and ran. This guy is good at basketball. He is tall and handsome, and is quite attractive to these young girls who are inexperienced in the world. There are often little fans who bring him water. Lin Feng used to be quite envious, but now he feels nothing at all. Meng Xian suddenly became very excited and felt very proud. He gave everyone a smug look. Then he smiled at Lin Feng and said, "So what if you are so excited? My schoolmate's water is still better." He then said to everyone, "There's nothing I can do about it. Being handsome is just tiring." Lin Feng rolled his eyes in disdain. Dixin, Chao Delong and others were even more speechless. "How dare you provoke my brother Feng? You probably haven't experienced the fear of being dominated. By this time, the goddess should be arriving soon, right?" Sure enough, when Dixin turned around, he saw several graceful figures walking towards him. Here they come, here they come. "Brother Lin Feng, are you playing basketball? I've brought you a drink." Zhou Qingru greeted from a distance. Before Lin Feng could answer, he heard the voices of Luo Yaojing and Sui Yun again. "Humph, playing ball again? Are you tired? Let me rub your legs." "Student Lin Feng, I got you a towel to wipe your sweat." Chapter 43 Chapter 44 There is a ghost. Lin Feng looked strange when he heard the sounds one after another. Here we go again. But fortunately, it is a blessing rather than a curse. I just have to start showing off again, huh? No, why are they all here? Lin Feng suddenly thought of a key question, which was a bit strange. It couldn't be such a coincidence that in such a short time, Luoshi, Suiyu, Zhou Qingru and the others all discovered my brother's location. There is a traitor. Stop pretending. Then he felt helpless. All the school beauties were here. How could he still run away? Lin Feng sighed helplessly. It was a bit forced. You couldn't just pretend if you didn't want to. There is a kind of pretense called passive pretense. Just like pure love, you can't have it just because you want it. There is a kind of love called letting go. While Lin Feng was daydreaming, the school beauties had already arrived. Brother Lin Feng, you must replenish water in time after sweating while playing basketball. I brought you an energy drink. Zhou Qingru is pure and cute, with a bit of a lowly voice. She is wearing a plaid JK uniform skirt, and if you don't know her, you would think she is a high school student. Thanks. Lin Feng was indeed a little thirsty, so he took the drink she handed over and took a sip. Cool. Favorability +1. Zhou Qingru rolled her eyes and immediately said with a smile, Brother Lin Feng, do you like this flavor? I will buy it for you every day in the future, okay? A bottle of water and 1 point of favorability is such a great bargain. Forehead. Lin Feng was a little embarrassed and quickly refused. I like it, but if I drink it every day, I will vomit. Fairy Luo has also arrived. She squinted her charming phoenix eyes and looked at Lin Feng, then at Zhou Qingru. She thought to herself, green tea. It's clucking all day long. Are they laying eggs? Luo Yaojing was even more direct. She came empty-handed and didn't use any props at all. She has experience in improving Lin Feng's favorability. Lin Feng and others were sitting on the stairs to rest. Luo Yaojing walked directly to Lin Feng's back, stretched out her hand to pinch his shoulder, and said with some resentment, "You only know how to play basketball. You must be tired. Let me rub your shoulders for you." Dai Xian, Meng Xian, and other players on both sides were all stunned. Each of them was stunned like a fool. Oh shit. Fuck, what's going on? We were just playing ball, how did it become such a famous scene? Brother Feng, others are just showing off their love, but you're forcing it on me. Meng Xian came back to his senses and remembered that he had deliberately shown off in front of Lin Feng just now. The grown man felt so embarrassed that his scalp tingled. It turns out that the clown is himself. He looked at the schoolgirl's water on the phone and suddenly felt bored. Cough. Lin Feng slapped Luo Yaojing's hand away awkwardly. He was not used to so many people watching him. Low University campus beauty, stop making trouble. Fairy Luo snorted coldly, with a look of resentment in her eyes. Ha, man. Is this the legendary Ruthless? When we have in-depth discussions, we call people little goblins, free knights. In front of so many people, he called her the campus beauty of Luo University. Is it that this fairy is not capable of showing off? Humph, you can't escape from this demon-s spider cave. Luo, she would never do such an intimate thing. However, the appearance of Zhou Qingru and Sui Yu made her feel a sense of crisis. Luo Yaojing is different from them. They just want to gain some favorability, but Luo Yaojing has already put herself in it. I really feel the same way. Although you still need to gain favor, it is no longer simple. Lin Feng looked at her with a somewhat resentful look, feeling guilty and distressed. But I was relieved to see that she was so well behaved and didn't continue to make trouble. Favorability suddenly soared. Favorability +1+1+1. Although this goblin is a bit careless at ordinary times, he is still very considerate at critical moments. Find an opportunity to compensate her properly. Lin Feng made a decision immediately. Luo Yaojing was stunned for a moment, and then she looked at Lin Feng with satisfaction after hearing the system prompt in her mind. This enchantress actually gave me a flirtatious glance without leaving a trace. Lin Feng shuddered. How could he endure such provocation? I really want to fight her right now and fight her for 300 rounds. That. Sui Yun had actually arrived a long time ago, but because of her quiet personality, she was too embarrassed to rush forward with Zhou Qingru and Luo Shi. Just delivering towels was a huge challenge for her. It's so embarrassing, with so many people watching. But there's nothing I can do. For the sake of favorability, I had no choice but to go ahead with it. To wipe your sweat. Sui Yun handed over a new towel. Her forehead was sweating and she seemed very nervous. Lin Feng smiled knowingly and said, "Thank you." He took the towel and wiped the sweat off his face. Favorability +1. A good man should never be partial to one person and hurt the goddess heart. Alas. I have put so much effort into these school beauties. The others were speechless again, racking their brains but still unable to figure out why Lin Feng was so popular. Wasn't he just a little more handsome? Could this kid really be 18 years old? Even if it was, how did the school beauties know? Not far away. Another group of young people in sports jerseys looked on with envy. Everyone had a gloomy face and their old yellow teeth were about to be broken. But it didn't affect Lin Feng's pretense at all. What a coincidence. It was Yihan, as well as the few people who were beaten last time, and some unfamiliar faces. Yihan had the ugliest look. The veins on his forehead were exposed, like ugly earthworms. Looking at Lin Feng, who was adored by all the school beauties, his heart was bleeding. In particular, the goddess Luo Yaojing, whom he had secretly loved for a long time, was also there, and was the most intimate with Lin Feng. This bastard not only stole my aunt, but also wanted to steal Luo Shi from me. Yihan roared in pain in his heart. Mr. Yi, do you want to go over and teach him a lesson? asked a giant wearing a basketball jersey and nearly 2 meters tall. Zhou Hu, a member of the college basketball team, is a well-known big fool. Several people who had been taught a lesson by Lin Feng before, including Yi Han, suddenly became more sober. Lesson? Unrealistic. Lin Feng's terrifying fighting power is still fresh in their memory. Forget it. There are so many people watching. It would be bad for us to fight. One of the smarter ones said immediately. Good. Yi Han took the opportunity to find a way out, mainly because he knew that even if he was beaten by Lin Feng now, that means you were beaten in vain. There was no way Yi Qingge could help him deal with Lin Feng. Yi Qingge, for you, even my aunt's peaches are in blossom. But aren't they playing basketball? Go over and challenge them. Yi Han narrowed his eyes and said gloomily, it shouldn't be a problem to beat up those noobs, right? Zhou Hu patted his chest and said as if to promise, young Master Yi, you are not kidding, are you? We are on the school team, beating them is like playing. Yi Han nodded in satisfaction and said, then go ahead. I only have one condition, to beat the shit out of Lin Feng. When playing basketball, it's normal to have some movements, right? Zhou Hu and others immediately understood what Yi Han meant and laughed playfully. Then he turned and walked towards Lin Feng. The author has something to say. The second update is a bit late, sorry, hee. Where is your power for love? Chapter 44 Chapter 45 Must win. Zhou Hu received instructions from Yi Han. Take the lead. He looked arrogant, with disdain in his eyes, and led several members of the basketball team to walk up to Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt his eyes darken, he looked up and saw what a big fool. Nothing else to say. Several players on the basketball team are over 1.95 meters tall, and they are quite intimidating when they stand next to amateur players like Lin Feng. Zhou Hu exhaled, not disguising his arrogance in his tone, and said to Lin Feng, I heard that you are very good at playing basketball? Do you dare to compete? Let's have a match, 5v5 or 1-on-1, it's up to you. Lin Feng frowned and didn't answer him immediately. Did these big idiots take the wrong medicine? You are from the basketball team, how are you compared to us amateur players? However, when he saw Yi Han gloating not far away from the corner of his eye, he immediately understood. It's this bastard again. Did you forget the pain in your face just now? Or is it that you feel uncomfortable if you don't get slapped in the face for a day? At this moment, the fairy Luo behind Lin Feng blushed when she heard this and thought to herself, that's amazing. She can come up with all kinds of weird shapes. Lin Feng didn't say anything. But a few school beauties couldn't help it. Although Zhou Qingru was pure and sweet, she actually had a savage side. She angrily said to Zhou Hu, you guys are all members of the school basketball team, yet you come here to challenge amateur players? Do you have any shame? I'm so ashamed of you. Luo Yaojing also chimed in at this time, pointing his gun outwards, and said quietly, it must be that you have too much energy and nowhere to vent it, right? Alas, you look like a chimpanzee again. You need to learn to solve problems on your own. When the demon Luo made a move, a large group of people were knocked down by lightning. Many people secretly gave a thumbs up. Tough. A heroine. Lin Feng was also a little speechless and gave her an encouraging look. Listening to the laughter and ridicule of the crowd, Zhou Hu couldn't hold it in any longer and his face turned red, looking like he wasn't very smart. It's just a ball game. Zhou Hu thought for a long time before he figured out how to answer. He said, if you're scared, just say it directly. You're a coward. Fuck you. Dai Xin had a bad temper. He was already very angry about their provocation, but he had been suppressing it. At this moment, he exploded and yelled at Zhou Hu, who was half a head taller than him, you son of a bitch, do you want a beating? Chao Dalong and Liu did not stop him and were ready for war. Even Meng Xiyan and others were filled with anger. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, waved at Dai Xin, and walked in front of Zhou Hu. His face looked normal, and he exuded a domineering aura. Lin Feng looked at Zhou Hu opposite him and said calmly, it's okay to compete, but wouldn't it be too boring if there's no spice? His idea is very simple. If the wolf comes, kill it. Since Zhou Hu and others dare to provoke us, we should scare them and teach them a lesson they will remember forever. What did you say? Zhou Hu smiled, looking at the thin body in front of him which was more than 10 centimeters shorter than himself. He really didn't know where the courage came from. At first he thought he had heard wrongly. The basketball team members behind him also looked disdainful and laughed wildly. What do you want to win? Gamble or. Before Zhou could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Feng. Lin Feng said bluntly, "What's the point? How about this? The loser takes off all his clothes and runs naked around the court for 10 laps. Dai Xin. Chao Dalong. Li Yu. Brother Feng, isn't this a bit too much? Luo Yaoxing, this guy knows he is going to lose, so he wants to show off on purpose?" She really wronged Lin Feng. Lin Feng mainly thought that with his current physical fitness, he might be able to defeat this big fool, right? Besides, if you really can't beat them, there is still the system. Zhou was so overjoyed that he patted his chest with a smile and quickly agreed, "It's settled because you said so." He had originally promised his master Yihan that he would severely torture Lin Feng. Originally, he thought that just using some dirty tricks on Lin Feng on the court didn't seem too satisfying. After all, other people wouldn't be able to see it. However, it is possible to make Lin Feng run naked in public. This is big news. I believe Yihan must be very satisfied. Then how do you think we should compete? One-on-one or? Zhou asked hurriedly. He just walked over to provoke on impulse and hadn't thought about how to compete at all. Of course it's a one-on-one fight. Lin Feng was speechless looking at this big fool. Just because you don't have brains doesn't mean I don't have any either. Although Lin Feng could also gather 5 people, if amateur players played against their basketball team, they would definitely be beaten to a pulp. Zhenghai's basketball team has one runner-up in the National College League. The way of playing is very simple. We take turns to attack. Whoever scores 3 goals first wins. Lin Feng said after thinking for a while. No problem. Zhou agreed readily. He felt that no matter how the competition went, Lin Feng would not be able to win. So the rules don't matter, I just want to get started quickly. Yihan also walked over quietly. When he heard the bet that Lin Feng mentioned, he was ecstatic and felt that he was seeking his own death. If he ran naked on the court, Luo Shi would definitely not favor him anymore, right? God is helping me. But before Yihan finished laughing, he heard Lin Feng's teasing voice coming over, calling his name. How could Lin Feng let the culprit go? Yihan, come here and show your uncle your phone. Lin Feng's voice was clearly heard by everyone. There was an uproar. Not only Dai Xin and others, but even Zhou and other members of the basketball team looked incredulous. The school beauties also opened their mouths wide. Lin Feng is actually Yihan's uncle? This news is too explosive. Puff. Yihan felt like his heart was stabbed and he almost vomited blood. This is what he fears the most and what he cannot accept the most. Lin Feng just keeps bringing up things that are not related to the topic. Why are you still standing there? Be good, wait until your uncle wins and I'll buy you some water. Lin Feng smiled and stabbed him again. Puff. Yihan felt that the knife was poisonous and had serrated teeth, pulling back and forth on his fragile heart. I was madly complaining to Lin Feng in my heart. Damn it! We haven't even gotten the marriage certificate yet, so how come he is my uncle? Lin Feng looked at his expression, which looked like he had eaten shit, and laughed even more happily. Brother promised Yi Qingge to be gentle with your body, but she didn't say that I can't attack your heart. Let us get started. When Zhou saw his master's expression, he knew that Lin Feng was deliberately attacking Yihan. In order to share the pressure with Yihan, he urged hurriedly. Come on. Lin Feng was about to walk towards the basketball court, but was stopped by Luo Yaoxing. Fairy Luo trotted forward, leaned close to his ear, and said delicately, You must win, you know. Why? Lin Feng asked with some curiosity. Because, you're so big, you'll scare the schoolgirls. Lin Fengshui's face turned red. Could this devil be more serious? Is there anyone who praises others like this? Favorability +1. Chapter 45 Chapter 46 Absolutely serious. For a while. The news that the loser would have to run naked around the court 10 times in a one-on-one duel spread quickly. Many people came over to watch the fun. Soon the basketball court was surrounded by students who rushed over. Today's college students. If you ask him to get up at 8 in the morning to attend class, he might still be sleeping in. But if you ask him to get up and watch the fun, he might get up at 4:30. That's the speed. Don't take my seat, I'm going to buy a bag of melon seeds, thank you. Hey, isn't that Senior Lin Feng? He's been in the spotlight recently, and all the discussion on the forum is about him. Yeah, this bastard actually challenged the basketball team again. Does he think he's not popular enough? Damn, there are 3 beauties from our school. Some of these onlookers spoke for Lin Feng from a neutral perspective. Of course, there are also those who envy, hate and resent him. On the court, Lin Feng and Zhou Hu confronted each other. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive and tense. The looks between the two of them seemed to create sparks in the air and silence. Make the legend of absolute invincibility. Can never be broken. I have to fight my way. I'm never gonna get back. Get back, get back. Make the legend of absolute invincibility. Can always remember in my heart. I have to fight my way. LFLM never gonna get back, hey. Yo, picture this. You got a kid in a room. Luo Yaojing frowned and said coldly to Chao Dalong, turn off the music. Well. Chao Dalong was a little embarrassed and a little awkward, and explained sheepishly, I just think the current atmosphere is very suitable for this song. After saying that, he quickly turned off the music on his phone. The others looked at him speechlessly. At this time, he still wanted to create an atmosphere? Of course, there are also people who secretly give him thumbs up, thinking that this guy is really a talented person. Luo Shi and others once again turned their eyes to the 2 figures on the court. He looked a little nervous. There's a huge height difference, more than 10 centimeters. But Lin Feng looked calm at this moment, not afraid at all. You go first. Zhou Hu threw the basketball in his hand to Lin Feng, feeling a little excited. He didn't expect that there would be so many spectators for this duel. He thought that if he defeated Lin Feng today, he would definitely become famous. The top 10 most influential people on campus can occupy a place. Brother Tiger is mighty. Abuse. Well done, no bullying. The players of the basketball team shouted and cheered for Zhou Hu. SB. Lin Feng cursed inwardly, have all the idiots in the school been concentrated on the basketball team? It is said that a person has strong limbs but a simple mind. Damn it, your behavior can no longer be described as simple, it's simply brain dead. Then I'm coming. A fire was burning in Lin Feng's heart, and his unwillingness to admit defeat was completely aroused. He thought that with his physical fitness that was at the limit of an ordinary person, he wouldn't lose to this guy, right? This duel was under everyone's attention. Officially started. However, an expert can tell whether it is there or not with just one look. Lin Feng's thinking was still too simple. Just when he was full of ambition and was ready to pin this basketball team's big idiot to the ground, Lin Feng brought the ball to the 3-point line and wanted to shoot directly, but his hands felt empty. Oh shit. Where's my ball? When he came to his senses, Zhou Hu had already brought the ball to the backboard and scored a goal with ease. The scene was a bit awkward for a while. Luo Yaojing, Dai Xin, and other people who supported Lin Feng looked a little unhappy. Luo Yaojing, does this guy really just want to show off his length, not his ball skills? On the court, Zhou Hu looked very proud and gave Lin Feng a provocative look. Brother Tiger is mighty. Ha, this is so funny. How dare such an idiot challenge me, Brother Tiger? Go on, show him some color. The basketball team members started to boo again, and their shouting became more and more arrogant. Yihan clenched his fists, his whole body shaking with excitement. Well done, that is it, beat this bastard. Snort. We just won 1 goal, what's there to be proud of? Zhou Qingru, who is a broadcaster and host, simply acted as the commentator, did you see that? Although Lin Feng didn't score, his movements were smooth and his posture was beautiful, so at 1 point. That guy, the big guy, although the shot went in, it looked stupid, so I deduct 1 point. Luo Yaojing gave her an imperceptible look. How could she miss such an opportunity to improve her favorability? He immediately said, not bad, the movements are smooth, Lin Feng is awesome. Although Sui Yun was usually aloof, she felt a little embarrassed to join in the fun, and struggled internally. She also shouted in her cold voice, come on, Lin Feng, you are the best, we will always support you. Defeat the big guy. The scene suddenly became quiet and everyone else was speechless. Campus beauties, where is your cool and aloof side? The rhythm of shattering the whole floor. Puff. Yihan, who had always fantasized that Luo Shi would scold Lin Feng for being useless, was stabbed again. Of course, the most depressed person is Zhou Hu. He was almost mad, damn it. I scored a goal, what are you talking about smooth movements and beautiful postures? Lin Fengshui's face turned red and he smiled awkwardly. These school beauties are really cool when they are cool. When you are shameless, you are really shameless. Is there anyone who praises others like this? Ah, but I like it. Lin Feng's favorability towards them suddenly increased by 1 point. Boy, it's my turn to attack. I want to beat you 3-0. Zhou Hu roared angrily. He was really furious and now he just wanted to vent his anger on Lin Feng. Casual. Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. It was not that he gave up, but he felt that he would definitely win. He was indeed careless at the beginning. He thought he could defeat Zhou Hu with his top-notch physical fitness. But Lin Feng suddenly realized that as a member of the basketball team, Zhou Hu trained every day. Even if his overall physical fitness was not as good as his, it was not much different. In this case, technology is extremely critical. That's why Lin Feng let him score the goal so easily. But what can I do? Lin Feng silently called the system in his heart, Dad Tong, I can't beat him, I'm not happy. Maybe some people would think that Lin Feng only relies on the system, and is nothing without the system. But he has a system, can you bite him? Bite. Realize that the host is being abused, unhappy, rewarded with ball skills mastery. Lin Feng smiled, and suddenly asked uncertainly, System, your ball skills, are they serious? There is no way around it. This weird system often gives out rewards and adds some weird attributes. The rewards from this system are absolutely legitimate. If the host uses them in a wrong way, it is not the system's fault. Chapter 46 Chapter 47 Why is playing ball so handsome? Call. But in a flash, Lin Feng felt that his understanding of basketball had reached a whole new level. It is worthy of the system reward of mastery of ball skills. This time it is still very reliable and serious, but as the saying goes, once you master one, you can master all. I guess this dribbling technique may not work in other places. The system is awesome. Lin Feng couldn't help but praise him in his heart. The game continued and it was Zhou Hu's turn to attack. At this moment, he looked at Zhou Hu who was walking towards him with the ball. The opponent's skills were full of loopholes. Of course, it could also be that he looked down on Lin Feng too much and didn't take it to heart at all. What's going on? Dai Xian and others looked at Lin Feng motionlessly, somewhat confused. Zhou Hu suddenly grinned, revealing a few big yellow teeth. There was a hint of ferocity in his smile, and his huge body suddenly accelerated. He rushed towards Lin Feng without any avoidance. This not only shows off his skills, but also allows Lin Feng to experience the feeling of a brutal collision. However, just as he was about to attack and dribbled the ball into the three-point line, he encountered the same problem as Lin Feng. Oh shit! Where's my ball? Lin Feng took advantage of his loophole, accelerated, and stole the ball. Zhou Hu turned around suddenly and chased after it, but saw the ball draw a perfect parabola in the air and accurately pass through the basket. Lin Feng got back a point in a lightning speed. Snap! The basketball fell to the ground, bounced a few times, and rolled to the edge of the court. The originally noisy voices suddenly quieted down, and the eyes looking at Lin Feng were a little different. Including those members of the basketball team, their arrogant expressions have also subsided a lot. In the eyes of most people, this is simply a game without suspense. Zhou Hu is a member of the basketball team, and his height and weight are much greater than Lin Feng's. Isn't it easy for him to win? So no one was surprised when Zhou Hu snatched the ball from Lin Feng. But it was shocking that Lin Feng retaliated so quickly and won the game back. Luo Yaojing stared blankly at the figure in the stadium, her pair of almond-shaped eyes were rippling, and she seemed to be more and more fascinated the more she looked. He is truly worthy of being the man I like. There was also a strange look in Sui Yun and Zhou Qingrou's eyes. On the court. Lin Feng picked up the ball, grinned, and said, It's my turn to attack again. Bring it on. Zhou Hu's expression finally became more serious, and he felt a little embarrassed. I just said that we would beat this bastard 3-0, but he got slapped in the face in less than a second. Fortunately, few people heard it. However, he still felt that Lin Feng had no chance of winning, and he just needed to play a little more seriously. Zhou Hu got into a defensive posture, and this time he was ready to win the game in one go. Lin Feng dribbled the ball a few more times, and without any preparation for attacking, he actually jumped up and shot. The basketball once again drew a perfect parabola in the air and passed through the basket accurately. Bang! The sound of a basketball bouncing on the ground. The scene fell silent again, becoming dead silent. From outside the three-point line, this shot went through the rim without even touching the frame. How precise is the control required? In fact, this is not difficult at all for Lin Feng now. His physical fitness has already reached the limit of ordinary people, and his control and manipulation of strength is extremely precise. Now with my proficient football skills, this is really a piece of cake. Go on, it's your turn to attack again. Lin Feng looked at Zhou, whose face looked a little ugly, and reminded him with a smile. Zhou swallowed his saliva and said with some difficulty, I know. Cold sweat continued to appear on his forehead, his Adam's apple trembled, and his mentality was a little broken. If he still thinks he will win, then he is really a fool. Tiger, believe in yourself, you will be fine. Yeah, remember, you are a professional. Show your true strength and defeat him. When the basketball team members saw that Zhou looked unhappy, they all cheered him on. Of course, Dai Xan, Chao Dalong and others were extremely dissatisfied when they heard the other party's voices, and they also shouted at the top of their lungs. Brother Feng, beat him, he is just a paper tiger. Yes, Brother Feng, pierce his little asshole hard for me. Lin Feng? Can these two idiots please stop screaming? It's so embarrassing. How come I have such a roommate? Zhou, who listened to his teammates, dribbled the ball, and regained some touch, which helped him regain some confidence. Yes, I am on the basketball team. Are you afraid of him? His fighting spirit was also aroused, and he rushed towards Lin Feng with the ball like a wild bull. However, in a flash, Zhou felt his hands were empty again. Lin Feng seized the opportunity and dodged, and with his amazing speed, he actually stole the ball again. Then he quickly ran outside the three-point line. Zhou was almost going crazy, but he didn't have time to roar. He could only turn around and chase after him in frustration. Lin Feng has already scored 2 goals. If he can score this one, he will win directly. Only then did Zhou think of the consequences of losing. His face suddenly turned pale and he couldn't help but quicken his pace. He was afraid of Lin Feng's extremely accurate shooting, which made him feel like he had no power to use. However, this time, Lin Feng did not shoot directly from outside the three-point line. Instead, he deliberately slowed down and waited for Zhou to come over. I'll show you something exciting. Lin Feng looked at Zhou who was rushing towards him and sneered faintly. As he spoke, he threw the basketball in his hand towards the basketball hoop with great force, in an extremely violent trajectory. Lin Feng's figure was already running quickly towards the backboard. Zhou was a professional basketball player. He knew from the beginning that the ball could not go in, so he quickly turned around and ran towards the backboard. Got to get the ball back. He is still confident about this, after all, a height difference is too obvious. Snap. The basketball hit the backboard and bounced back quickly. Zhou jumped up suddenly. However, when his hand was only a few centimeters away from the basketball, Lin Feng's body also moved. Fuck, Superman. Oh my god, can he fly? Is this a movie? Even basketball water is not this exaggerated. How is this possible? Yihan uttered a few words with difficulty, his face pale. The members of the basketball team also screamed and stood up suddenly. After Lin Feng got the ball, he rotated his body 360 degrees in the air and slammed the basketball into the basket with unstoppable momentum and unparalleled strength. The whole action was smooth and everyone performed a pleasing dunk. Silence. This time the shock and silence lasted much longer than before. Super long-distance windmill dunk. One of the basketball fans came to his senses and spoke slowly. The look in everyone's eyes when they looked at Lin Feng again could no longer be described as admiration, it was simply worship. Then there was a thunderous cheer. Lin Feng won this game without any controversy. Fairy Lua was in a daze, her almond-shaped eyes became increasingly blurry, and her body was shaking with excitement. After a while, she complained quietly in her heart, why is this guy so handsome when playing ball? Does this count as in-depth communication? Chapter 47 Chapter 48 The Strongest Revenge System. Lin Feng made a stop gesture. The enthusiastic cheers came to an abrupt end, and everyone's eyes were focused on him, waiting for his every move. Lin Feng appeared calm on the surface, his vanity was greatly satisfied. I feel like I'm about to float. This feeling is quite refreshing. No wonder Jiang Lu and his friends who got the system like to show off and get slapped in the face. You lose. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and said to Zhou with a smile. But that smile seemed to have some ill intentions no matter how you looked at it. No. Zhou was sweating profusely, his face was pale, and his sturdy body was trembling slightly. There's a feeling that it's going to fall over if I push it. It's impossible to stay calm. He glanced at the increasing number of onlookers, and thought that he would be the next protagonist, and he began to feel sick. Zhou Hu regretted it so much now. Why did he listen to Yi Han and provoke this pervert? This time, he was completely in trouble. If a short video was taken and posted on the school forum, Zhou Hu couldn't even imagine it. So, begin your show. Lin Feng will not let him go just because he regrets it. There is a price to pay for doing anything. Boom! The emotions of the onlookers surged again, it was simply exploding. These college students, all of them were there to watch the fun, not minding the big deal. Since it was none of their own business, they started to make a fuss. Take it off! Take it off! Take it off! A hunk running naked, huh? This is the first time I've seen this, so cool. Hurry up, I'll help you record an episode, run, tough guy. It's even better than watching a movie. They say that being tall doesn't necessarily mean you're big. I finally have a chance to verify it. At this time, Lin Feng had already tactfully given the stage to him and quietly stepped aside. Zhou Hu swallowed his saliva, listening to the overwhelming noise, feeling extremely desperate. Of course, this grown man was still a little shy. He subconsciously looked at Yi Han with expectant eyes, hoping that his master could save him from the fire. After all, everything he did was instigated by Yi Han. Yi Han's face was extremely gloomy at this time, and he cursed inwardly, "You useless piece of shit. How dare you look at me? Damn it. What's the use of looking at me now? I can't possibly run naked for you." Yi Han simply turned his head, the meaning was already very clear. The other members of the basketball team could only mourn silently for their teammates in their hearts at this time. At the same time, I am also a little excited, I wonder what it feels like for Brother Tiger to run naked. Zhou Hu. This time I was completely desperate. Take it off, why are you hesitating? You're like a woman. That's right, could it be that Taigua has returned? Don't rush him, maybe he doesn't have a dick at all. Maybe she really is a little girl. The tempers of the spectators this time are a bit bad. Not only did they get a good show for free, some people couldn't wait any longer and started to make a fuss and curse. The veins on Zhou Hu's forehead throbbed and he immediately made up his mind, damn it, just die. I did it. With a roar, he quickly stripped off his jersey. It's such a hot day and I'm only wearing a few pieces of clothing. Then he ran quickly along the court. Zhou Hu thought to himself, as long as I run fast enough, you won't be able to take a picture of me. I have to say, I don't know if it's because of the stimulation, but his brain is working much better. He's really smart. Because, in theory, that's right. Oh. It's a rip-off, 666. You're a real man. A real man is so strong. Draw your sword. Although college students are adults, this scene that is not suitable for children still makes many shy elementary school girls retreat to the sidelines. I don't dare to look at it openly. Most of the little kids covered their eyes gently with their hands and looked through the gaps between their palms. That's not so shy anymore, I finally figured it out. It's true. Don't look at the fact that the guy is a head taller than me, but I didn't expect it. Thanks to this big guy, it directly proves that there is no need to connect size with physique. Hey, I have some material for today's copywriting. Luckily, my phone has tracking camera, otherwise I wouldn't be able to take the picture. Puff. Zhou Hu almost fainted when he heard everyone talking. What is social death? Damn it, this is it. It was simply a large-scale social death scene. He knew that at this best age of his life, during his happiest college life, it would be almost impossible for him to date schoolgirls. Soon, 10 laps were completed. For the energetic Zhou Hu, this is not a difficult task at all. But he felt that these 10 laps were even longer than a century. It was the longest distance he had ever run. Zhou Hu quickly put on his clothes and ended the performance. The show is over. The crowd of onlookers left in groups of 3 or 4, just like they were at the cinema after the movie ended. They were just discussing the highlights in low voices with relish. Lin Feng found Dai Xin and the others and prepared to go back to the dormitory with them to have some rest as he had to attend a class reunion tonight. I will be able to see my old classmates soon, I am looking forward to it. Wait a moment. Before he had taken a few steps, he ran into Suiyin and Zhou Qingru, who came up to greet him. They were obviously waiting for Lin Feng, but didn't want to watch the performance, so they walked further away. I spent so much effort to get the benefits for you, but you didn't even see them? Lin Feng teased as soon as he saw them. I felt a little confused. Where did the demon Luo go? It's not like her style to leave quietly at this time. The two girls blushed immediately and laughed. Rogue. Brother is so bad. Lin Feng sneered in his heart, there are worse things, but he still asked, why are you looking for me? Sui Yin played with her long hair, looking both fairy and cool, and said, tomorrow is the weekend. I promised to treat you to a meal. Did you forget? Certainly. Lin Feng answered without thinking, he really forgot. That's good, wait for my call. Goddess Su made a phone call gesture, then turned around and said goodbye. Humph, brother Lin Feng, I'm going to treat you to a meal too. Zhou Qingru immediately said in a coquettish tone. No, I really can't do it recently. Lin Feng refused immediately. He was really too busy. He quickly said, next week, I'll treat you then. Lin Feng thought about it, damn, there are Luoshi, Suiyu, and Zhou Qingru in the school. Outside the school, Yaratina, Chulan, and Yi Qingda. Everyone is rushing to improve my favorability, I'm too busy to handle it all. Each person takes a day off in a week. I have to take a day off, right? Oh, it's so annoying. I don't have any private time at all. Zhou Qingru felt a little aggrieved, but she had no choice but to say, you said it. After saying that, I said goodbye. Lin Feng's cell phone rang. He opened it and saw that it was indeed a message from Luo Yaojing. Bad guy, who made you play basketball so handsomely? Lin Feng immediately replied, is it not okay to be handsome? Where have you been? After not seeing her for 2 days, Lin Feng really missed her. I'm wet, I'm back to take a shower. Lin Fengshui blushed, this demon. Damn it, you didn't even wait for me. Not far away, Zhou pushed away everyone's comfort and was sad alone. He watched Lin Feng chatting with the school beauties, and the hatred in his heart became stronger and stronger. He roared in his heart, Lin Feng, I hate you. Why, not a single girl would look down upon me? At this moment, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Bite. A suitable host has been detected. The strongest revenge system is binding. Zhou was stunned. After a moment, he was shaking with excitement. The system that the protagonist in the novel must have appeared on me? This is the rhythm of reaching the peak of life. Ha ha. Lin Feng, you are dead. I want revenge. Zhou thought fiercely in his heart, now I have the strongest revenge system, let us see how you die. I want you to run naked too. Today's shame will be returned tenfold. Chapter 48 Chapter 49 Tragedy of Yihan. Ha 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 ha. My luck has finally come, and it's my turn to be the master of the trade. Zhou looked like a madman, his face flushed with excitement, and he was gasping for breath. At this time, the spectators had disappeared and they turned back into ordinary college students. Only Zhou, Yihan, and a group of other people from the basketball team were left on the court. When they saw Zhou's condition, their faces were filled with pity. I thought Zhou couldn't bear the blow today and went crazy. They came forward to comfort him. Yihan and others could never have imagined that Zhou was actually very excited about obtaining the system. Yihan walked forward, his face gloomy, and cursed coldly, Waste, why are you still going crazy here, don't you think it's shameful enough? You are tall and strong and you are a member of the basketball team, but you are not as good as Lin Feng. What use are you? The other members of the basketball team looked concerned. After all, they train and fence together, so there is still some real manly affection. However, they were used to respecting Yihan and knew that he was in a bad mood at the moment, so no one said anything even if they scolded him. But at this time Zhou's mentality was completely different. It can be said that he is a completely different person. Zhou suddenly turned his head and looked at Yihan with his eyes as big as copper bells, without any trace of fear or humility anymore. I saw a Dragon King smile on his lips. Bang! Suddenly, he swung his hand vigorously, and a slap as big as a sunflower fan hit Yihan in the face. Zhou is very strong. I exercise and train my body every day. Although my physical fitness has not been systematically strengthened, it is much better than that of ordinary people. This slap made Yihan see stars and he almost fainted. You bullshit Master Yi, you are nothing but a boaster. You keep whining all day long. I've been putting up with you for a long time. Zhou Wu seemed to be venting the rage and dissatisfaction in his heart. With the system, he no longer needed to rely on anyone. Why should we continue to kowtow and serve as running dogs for others? He kept telling himself in his heart. From now on, Zhou Wu is the king of Shanghai, no, the king of the world, haha. The mentality of the nouveau riche who suddenly got the system is fully reflected. Zhou Wu, are you fucking crazy? Yi Han came back to his senses and said vaguely, because half of his face was badly swollen. It was even more serious than the last time Lin Feng hit him. After all, it was a second injury in a short period of time. Oh my god. I'm sober now, but I don't care about you, a fool. I'm going to hit you. Zhou Hu roared angrily, still feeling unsatisfied, and temporarily blamed Yi Han for all the anger he had suffered today. But speaking of this matter, it was indeed caused by Yi Han. It's not unfair to him. It happened in the blink of an eye. A left hook as big as a sandbag hit Yi Han's mouth hard again. He immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood. It was only then that the other members of the basketball team reacted. They were so shocked that they didn't understand why Zhou Hu had such a drastic change. Tiger, you are crazy, this is Master Yi. Stop fighting, apologize quickly, and sending young Master Yi to the hospital is the most important thing. You're in trouble, you know that? The basketball team members pulled the two people away and talked at the same time. Facing these old teammates, Zhou Hu's expression calmed down a bit, and he calmed down a bit from his furious state, but he still spat fiercely and said, "You guys can send it off, I won't accompany you anymore." After he finished speaking, he strode away. He didn't even look at the seriously injured Yi Han, and it was obvious that he no longer took him seriously. Now he has only one goal, to go back and adjust his condition, understand the functions of the system clearly, and then seek revenge on Lin Feng. Roar, roar, today is a blessing in disguise. Vented out the anger in my heart. Zhou Hu was in a much better mood now, and walked towards the dormitory with a step that showed no regard for anyone. As for his fame, his deeds today will definitely be hotly discussed in the forum, but these are no longer important. In fact, as long as people are awesome enough, they will really take many things lightly. The other side. Yi Han just managed to stand firm and took a breath, but the severe pain on his face made him twitch from time to time. After a while, he said with a ferocious expression, "This guy must be crazy, I will never let him go, I want him to die." At this time, a member of the basketball team advised, "Master Yi, you also said that he has gone crazy." Why are we arguing with a lunatic? Yi Han paused deliberately, thinking, what the hell have I done wrong? Originally, I just wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson. Now, what is this? Not only did Lin Feng act like a big shot, but he also suffered heavy casualties and went crazy. I got beaten up and I have no way to seek redress. Yi Han, it's so hard for me. Hurry up, take me to the hospital. Yi Han thought about it and decided that no matter what, revenge could be dealt with later. The most important thing now is to see if the tooth can be restored. I just ordered, and this happens again. Yi Han found that ever since he provoked Lin Feng and was beaten last time, he suddenly felt that his luck had run out and now he was unlucky in everything he did. And at this time, in dormitory 305, Lin Feng and the other four big men have returned to the dormitory. Brother Feng, you must tell the truth today. Dai Xian, Chao Dalong, and Liu looked serious and ready for battle. It seemed as if he was going to interrogate Lin Feng thoroughly. Brother Feng, we are finding it increasingly difficult to understand you now. You're so lucky in love, all the school beauties are falling for your boxers. He's awesome at fighting, he can beat 10 people at once. Now you can play basketball like Superman? Dai Xian became more and more excited as he spoke. His fat face was like a pig's head, and the flesh on both sides was trembling. He said, "Are you still a Feng from our dormitory? I seriously doubt whether you have been possessed by some spirit. The immortal emperor has returned? After cultivating for 100,000 years, he was betrayed by the woman he loved, and then was besieged to death, only to wake up and be reborn as a teenager? Are you now going to make up for the regrets of your past life and reach the pinnacle of life again? Tell me, is it?" Lin Feng's eyes widened in surprise. He really couldn't imagine that a fat man could have such a brainwave? Abuse. He thought about it and suddenly said, "Fatty, I'll buy you a keyboard. You can pick any brand you like." Why? Dai Xian asked in confusion, "Why would you give me a keyboard for no reason?" It's not a gift, I want to invest in you and let you write online novels. Lin Feng said exaggeratedly, I'm not bragging, the idea you just had is very promising. Dai Xin. He seemed a little speechless at first, then he slapped his forehead, as if there was indeed a solution. With my smart brain. Ron. Don't try to change the subject. Dai Xin suddenly looked at Lin Feng and said, hurry up and talk, don't talk about this or that. Lin Feng smiled somewhat awkwardly. It was discovered. Clever. The author has something to say. The data for the first show came out today. To be honest, I was a little disappointed. I once thought of cutting it off and sending it to the palace. But seeing so many friends who like this book and so many friends who sent gifts, I know that those who like this book really like it. So I decided to continue writing and finish the story I have conceived. I just hope that those who like this book will click on me every day to show their love, spend a little time, and to thank me. I have also seen many suggestions from friends, and I will make improvements in the future. As a new writer, my writing ability is limited, but I will improve slowly. Come on. Chapter 49, Chapter 50, Refusing to Pretend. All right. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, pretending to think, then looked at the three big men in front of him, shrugged, and said, let's show my cards. I won't pretend anymore. You guessed it right, ha ha ha, I am the reincarnation of the immortal emperor. Forehead. This time it was Dai Xin and others' turn to look embarrassed. They were just saying it casually. How is it possible to believe that there are such nonsense in this world? Unexpectedly, Lin Feng would take advantage of the situation and find the stairs to catch them off guard. Brother Feng, that's not what we meant. Li was small but quick to react, and quickly explained, we just want to know why you have changed so much recently, so much that we can't believe it. Maybe I wanted to experience an ordinary life before. Suddenly I didn't want to experience it anymore, it was that simple. Lin Feng stopped joking with them and said seriously, why are you bothering about this? Anyway, remember, no matter what kind of person I am, you are all my closest roommates and brothers. After saying that, he secretly added in his heart, I will always be your father. This time, the excited expressions of several people calmed down and they were somewhat moved. I am no longer obsessed with this matter. Yes, to them, no matter how powerful Lin Feng was, he never treated them as outsiders. In this case, what is there to be entangled about? The more awesome Lin Feng is, the better. After all, my son. It is said that in today's university dormitories, everyone wants to be the big daddy. This is probably true. Forget it, I'll let you go for now. Dai Xin said, then walked back to his bed, immediately took out his cell phone, and shouted, let's go, I'll take you guys flying. Chao Dalong and Li Yu also took out their cell phones. Driving. No, playing online games is a popular entertainment activity in the dormitory. You guys go ahead and fight, I'm going to take a shower first. Lin Feng said as he walked into the bathroom, I have a class reunion tonight, I'm going to be late. Then aren't you going to go out and show off again? Chao Dalong replied while choosing a hero. Lin Feng. I don't mean to show off, I prefer to keep a low profile. But every time someone forces me. There's nothing I can do, I'm just pretending to be cool passively. Lin Feng checked the time, communicated with the system in his mind, and said, Dad, arrange for the convoy to meet me at the school gate in 20 minutes. In fact, if he wasn't in time, he wouldn't want to go by his own car. After all, it's really too pretentious. Lin Feng had long wanted to buy a domestically produced car, which would be more suitable for his student status and would not give people the impression of being pretentious. But unfortunately there has been no time. Recently, I have been chased and licked by various school beauties and goddesses. So helpless. I don't have time to buy a car. Bite. The system has received it and will immediately arrange the itinerary for the host. After doing all this, Lin Feng took his clothes and went in to take a shower. The weather is hot and we play basketball. I was sweating all over and felt sticky. While taking a shower, Lin Feng suddenly thought of the enchantress Luoshi. I don't know if she has finished washing? Oh. I haven't seen you for 2 days, I miss you so much. Otherwise, after the class reunion, you can go directly to Yuhu Garden to reconnect with Luo Yaojing? Don't be so distant. Classmates should keep in touch with each other frequently, then their friendship will grow deeper and deeper. Lin Feng made the decision so happily and decisively. A real man never drags his feet. He changed into a more ordinary set of clothes, not a brand name one. Of course, it's not the cheap goods that have been washed so much that they look white. It's ordinary, but not enough to be ridiculed. He went to attend the class reunion, not to show off or attack others. It's not good to dress too well. It's not good to wear rubbish. Just be normal. You guys play, I'm going to go out first. Lin Feng said hello to everyone else and walked out of the dormitory. When you arrive at the school gate, you can see those luxurious Rolls Royces at a glance. Boss. As soon as several black-clad bodyguards from Star Shield saw Lin Feng coming out, they immediately spoke respectfully. This scene attracted the attention of people nearby. Lin Feng shook his head, too pretentious. No, buying a car must be put on the agenda. Otherwise, I'll go buy it with Goddess Su tomorrow. By the way, it can also be used as a reference for the goddess. Lin Feng thought about it. Damn, he only has 100 million happy funds, but it seems that he has not had the opportunity to spend it recently. Not much was spent at all. Lin Feng got in and the convoy started slowly. He looked at the address Zhou Qianyu sent. Red Apple KTV. Lin Feng had been to this KTV before. It was not a high-end hotel, but it was very suitable for them to have a party. The service is good, the food is delicious, you can sing while eating, and the price is not expensive. No way. Lin Feng thought about it. Who made him think that there was no rich second-generation male classmate in his class? The kind that could go back and inherit the family business after graduating from high school? Then he is worth tens of millions and is so awesome that when he goes to a class reunion, he even wants to hire a bunch of security guards to take him home, huh? This only happens in online novels. How can there be so many bloody plots in reality? Lin Feng was filled with joy at the thought of seeing his classmates soon. Thinking of those youthful faces, I wonder what changes they will have. Lin Feng's thoughts couldn't help but return to that beautiful time. Lin Feng has always felt that the friendship between high school classmates is actually more simple than that between college classmates. Because at that age, I really don't think much about benefits. The car arrived at the destination quickly. Lin Feng got out of the car and prepared to go in, but after thinking for a while, he suddenly walked back. He said to the Star Shield bodyguards and drivers, "Please park farther away. Don't park here. It's too conspicuous. Besides, if I don't call you, don't come to pick me up, understand?" These Star Shield bodyguards obeyed Lin Feng's orders unconditionally. He immediately replied respectfully, "Received." Lin Feng was relieved then, making sure that when they were having a party, the manager of the KTV would not suddenly come in and tell him that the car was too expensive and asked if it could be moved. Because this seriously affects other passengers driving, they dare not drive closer. That's too pretentious. Lin Feng felt that he had only one theme tonight. That is missing youth. I miss the interesting things that happened with my classmates and refuse to show off. Refuse to let those bloody and vulgar plots disturb everyone's interest. However, how can everything in this world go as one wishes? Often sometimes. I don't want to pretend, but I can't stop. Lin Feng exhaled, walked in, and when he reached box 808, he heard faint noisy sounds coming from inside. Opened the door. All those familiar faces and voices suddenly appeared before my eyes. Very nice. I'm back. Lin Feng shouted at the top of his voice and walked in happily. The author has something to say. I was affected by the data today, and I was in a bad mood. I am sorry. I will reflect deeply, and the follow-up will be more exciting. I will try my best to write every chapter well. Come on, power up for love and brush it up for me. Thank you. Chapter 50, Chapter 51, The Night I Miss You. You're finally here. As soon as Lin Feng pushed the door open, a former good friend of his came over and gave him a big hug. Ha, Holtz Pillar, it looks like you haven't changed much. Lin Feng was also very happy, as they had been deskmates for a while. Holt Diju's original name was Zhao Diju, but I don't know who called him that, but it became Zhao Diju. Later it developed into the Hold column. From then on, this name became more and more famous, and I'm afraid it will accompany him for the rest of his life. Nima, I haven't changed much. How did you become so handsome? You seem to have grown a little taller. Hold Zhu looked at Lin Feng carefully and said in surprise, "Did you have plastic surgery?" Yeah, I think Brother Feng has changed a lot. At this time, other students also gathered around and spoke with some surprise. Don't slander me. I was the most handsome guy in the school back then, okay? Lin Feng said with some pride. He wasn't bragging about this. His handsomeness back then was indeed well known in the high school of that small county town. From time to time, you can find a few love letters in the book. After Lin Feng said this kind of person nodded slowly. Come over and eat first, don't stand. Another taller and thinner classmate greeted with a smile. They arrived earlier than Lin Feng and had already ordered the dishes. This is a private room in the KTV. You can order something to eat and sing some songs, it's pretty good. The main reason is that the consumption is not high and it is not a luxurious star hotel. At the big round table, the students who came to participate did not distinguish between priorities and just sat down in any seat. Most people sit closer to classmates they used to be familiar with. Lin Feng took a look. There didn't seem to be many students participating, about 15 or 16. Almost everyone in the city of Shanghai has come here. Most of them are probably in other places. After graduation, everyone is really scattered all over the world, and it is difficult to get together again. But at this time we ate and talked. The atmosphere was harmonious and warm, without a trace of strangeness, just the same as before. Everyone goes their separate ways. If we don't meet, we probably won't contact each other for 10 years. But when we meet, we can't help but sigh about the fun things that happened in the past and how time flies. There will definitely be comparisons between people and words, but it is only to satisfy one's own vanity and brag, not to deliberately attack another person. As for the plots of attacking or insulting a classmate or asking him to be a security guard, of course that didn't happen. Lin Feng seriously doubted whether those people had ever attended high school. A few beers. Lin Feng then took a good look at his good friend Zhou Qianyu, who was sitting next to him, and asked with a teasing smile, "How is it, you rarely play games recently, are you dating someone?" Zhou Qianyu is a bit introverted and easily shy. Upon hearing this, his originally handsome face became a little shy, and he said awkwardly, "Not really." Okay. Lin Feng interrupted him directly and said with a smile, "Nima, you already have a girlfriend, but you still hide her and don't even invite her out for dinner to see her." He knew Zhou Qianyu's character, and he was afraid that even if he fell into the hole, he would not admit it openly. Zhou Qianyu was a little angry and rolled his eyes and said, "I'm just worried that you'll be sad. If you know, you'll be jealous and hateful. Then you won't be interested in studying and will only think about finding girls all day long." He. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, thought about it, and didn't know what he thought of, but he couldn't help laughing. It's like hearing the biggest joke of the year. Think about his recent situation. If I tell him about it, no one will believe me and it would be inhumane. However, facing his best friend, Lin Feng couldn't help but show off a bit, and said, "First of all, I really am not being precise or deliberately attacking you." Lin Feng lowered his voice and continued, "I've been annoyed by the school beauties in our school recently. They keep chasing me. When I'm not around, they even come to my dormitory to help me clean and wash my quilts. What's even more speechless is that there are several goddesses outside the school who are eyeing me covetously." Zhou Qianyu glanced at him and thought to himself, "This guy must be crazy." Although he liked to brag in the past, it was never this serious. Should we take him to see a psychiatrist? He must be suffering from delusional disorder. Lin Feng wanted to continue, but when he saw his best friend's expression, he paused and said unhappily, "What's with that expression? You've become like this after just a few drinks. Eat more food." Zhou Qianyu said as he put the peanuts on the table in front of him. "If you had eaten a few more peanuts, you wouldn't be like this." Lin Feng was a little unconvinced for a moment, mainly because he had been licked too many times recently and was no longer used to hearing unpleasant words. He immediately said, "Don't talk about the school belle of my school. Isn't Zhang Linyue from your school quite famous? Believe it or not, I can easily get her." Zhou Qianyu smiled. His smile was full of sarcasm, and he couldn't help but say, "That's the most beautiful girl in our school. Not only is she extremely beautiful, but she's also the daughter of a wealthy family. If he takes a fancy to you, I'll eat shit right away." Lin Feng was angered by his contemptuous smile and said, "You said it, don't regret it later. When I have time, I will go to your school and show you what a master is." Lin Feng thought to himself, based on current experience, the probability of a school beauty level goddess binding the system is quite high. Maybe Zhang Linyue is also a cheater? If. What are you two doing? At this time, others noticed the two people whispering and asked. Lin Feng stopped daydreaming immediately, after all, so many old classmates were there. He quickly cleared his throat and said, "What were you talking about just now? Where were you talking about? It's a class reunion. After talking about relationships and interesting things that happened in the past, it is absolutely inevitable to talk about personal development. For example, who has a good job, who made a lot of money, who ran away, etc. This is all normal. A classmate named Yang Wei stood up, with a belly as big as Xin. He suddenly looked at Lin Feng with a smile and said, "Didn't Xiao Yu say that you bought a house and a car? What car is it? Why don't you drive it out and show it to us?" Upon hearing his words, other students immediately started to make a noise. "Yeah, now only you and Yang Wei have cars." Well. Lin Feng's face looked a little strange. "No way? I have tried very hard to avoid this situation, but is there no way I can escape fate? By the way, what car did you buy? Let's take a look later." Although Yang Wei asked this, he inadvertently revealed, "I bought an Audi. Apart from other things, the headlights are indeed good. Mine isn't a good car. It's definitely not as good as your Audi. So there's no need to look at it, right?" Lin Feng said embarrassedly. However, judging from the expressions of the other students, they were obviously not going to give up. Just as I finished speaking, my cell phone rang. I opened it and saw it was a message from Luo Yaojing. The message is simple: "Missing you at night." In order to save trouble, Lin Feng immediately changed his words and said, "It's almost done, right? I have something urgent to do and I have to leave first. Anyone who wants to see it can see it." Lin Feng immediately contacted Star Shield South bodyguards to drive over, urgent. The author has something to say. It was a little bland, but this is how I think a class reunion should be. Thank you all for your 5-star reviews and gifts. I won't mention any names, but I'll just assume you've seen them all. Thank you so much. Chapter 51. Chapter 52. This horse is not qualified. All good things must come to an end, let alone a class reunion. The time we spend together always goes by quickly. Before I knew it, several hours had passed. After paying the bill, a group of people came to the door of the KTV. Yang Wei pressed the car key, and the lights of the brand new white Audi flashed. This immediately attracted the envy of many classmates. Let us not mention Poison, Koenigsegg, or Aston Martin here. An Audi worth hundreds of thousands is enough to make them envious. "Yang Wei, what have you done recently to earn so much money?" A classmate couldn't help asking, "Can you help me with any good projects? I can't even afford to pay it back." Yang Wei laughed, thought for a moment and said, "It's nothing, it's just a bit of saving. Basically, I can save 90% of my monthly salary." "How much do you earn a month?" Someone asked again. 3,008. Yang Wei looked a little embarrassed. "You can't afford this car, right?" "Well, it was mainly because my dad supported me with hundreds of thousands of dollars." Yang Wei said embarrassedly. "Just pretend I didn't ask." The classmate who had been listening intently nearby also looked speechless, but a hint of envy flashed in his eyes. Lin Feng smiled, "This guy is quite humorous. Where is your car? Where is it?" Yang Wei asked Lin Feng again, perhaps to divert the embarrassment. Zhou Qianyu also looked over, he was also very curious. He didn't believe it at first, or to say, he was still half believing and half doubting until now. He knew that Lin Feng always liked to talk nonsense. Here it comes. Lin Feng is now extremely anxious. I don't know if after so long, Fairy Luo will develop lovesickness. Everyone followed Lin Feng's gaze and looked over. I was stunned. Rows of Rolls Royces drove up majestically, in an orderly manner. To them, this was a scene that could only be seen in novels. How did it suddenly come into reality? Lin Feng looked at their dull expressions and sighed in his heart. Well, they are still just pretending. Is this fate? I didn't want to attack you guys, but you had to do this. Dream number 1 stopped in front of Lin Feng, and the bodyguard in black respectfully opened the door for him. I'm going back first, everyone go home now. Lin Feng sat in the car and waved to everyone, be careful on your way back, we'll meet again when we have time. Everyone came back to their senses after hearing Lin Feng's words. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Fuck. Lin Feng is so awesome now? The boss was right next to me, but I didn't know it. Everyone was talking about it, and the atmosphere became chaotic. Those who were originally anxious to go back were no longer in a hurry. The most shocked among them was Zhou Qianyu. He knew Lin Feng best, so it was hard for him to believe it. However, he had to believe that his good friend had really become rich. By the way, he also said he bought a house? Zhou Qianyu was full of questions now, and he wanted to find Lin Feng to ask for clarification immediately. He couldn't help but complain, this guy said he would take me out to play after the party. The other side. As soon as Lin Feng got in the car, he ordered the convoy to drive towards Yuhu Garden. He looked at the navigation and luckily the journey was not very far, about half an hour's drive. The phone rang again. When I opened it, I saw a photo sent by Luo Yaojing. She was sexy and had a resentful look in her eyes. Accompanied by a message, I will wait for you until the flowers wither. Lin Feng took a look and realized that she had left in such a hurry that she didn't have time to reply to her. He immediately typed a line of words and sent it over, "Here you come, little knight." Luo Yaojing immediately responded with a shy expression, "You big pervert." Lin Feng was just about to reply to her message when a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Byte. Today's happy moment has not been drawn yet, and it will be refreshed soon. Do you want to draw the lottery immediately? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment and almost forgot this. It's wasted after 12 o'clock. Go ahead. Lin Feng agreed without thinking, to see if he could draw something good. Happy moment, yeah. The system's voice sounded, and the pointer on the happy moment turntable began to move. Byte. Congratulations to the host for drawing the passive skill, Right Hand of Light. Note, the Right Hand of Light has many magical functions such as healing, resurrection of dead trees, and joy. The host can experience it for himself and it can be triggered by touching the skin. The next moment. Lin Feng felt that his entire right arm was wrapped in a burst of light, but it quickly disappeared. Suddenly, there was a lot more information in my mind. He quickly digested it carefully, and after a moment, his expression was a little shocked. This right hand of light seems quite powerful, doesn't it? And it has many magical uses. Treatment is easy to understand. It naturally means treating diseases. As long as you come into contact with the patient, you can treat any disease. Probably just like Tsunade-sama. The revival of dead trees is even more miraculous, as it can actually make people's skin younger. It is like having the effect of returning to youth. However, there is a disadvantage, which is that it still requires close contact, and the effect is only seen on the touched areas, so if you want it on the whole body, well, use this with caution. But I still have to say it's awesome. This function is a fatal temptation for anyone. For some reason, Lin Feng suddenly thought of Yichinga. Lin Feng looked at her information. She was already 35 years old. Although her skin was well maintained, it was no worse than that of some girls in their 20s. However, peaches will eventually become ripe. Lin Feng felt that it was such a pity that such a beauty would grow old. He was completely moved by love for her and had absolutely no other thoughts. If you have the chance, use with caution. As for making people happy, this seems to need to be discussed. Is it possible to make the other person happy by touching? This seems to be of no use. No, I'll try with Fairy Luo later. What if it has other uses? Or is there a surprise? Moreover, Lin Feng noticed that the explanation of this right hand of light was not limited to these, and there might be other functions that have not been developed. It still requires more use and more experiments. The car has stopped. Before I knew it, I had arrived. You guys go back first, no need to wait for me, I have something urgent to do. Lin Feng gave instructions to his bodyguards, feeling a little embarrassed. Boss, we understand. The bodyguard in black smiled and nodded, it was indeed important. None of these bodyguards are simple. Which one of them has not experienced similar things when traveling around the world? Lin Feng smiled awkwardly, turned and walked towards the villa. Just opened the door. It was as if I had bumped into a warm and soft jade, and a faint fragrance came from my nose. It's a unique flavor. It actually took a full 26 minutes and 19 seconds to get there. You are not a qualified horse at all. Lin Feng, my fault. Chapter 52 Chapter 53 Knights Training Wild Horses. Royal Lake Garden. In Villa Number 9. Luo Yaojing sniffed and pouted, have you been drinking? Lin Feng nodded and said, I drank a little, but not much. I got together with my old classmates tonight, and I received your text message right after it was over. Hearing this, Fairy Luo smiled happily on her exquisite face, with a sly look in her eyes, and said, I was just bored and complained casually, but I didn't expect you to really come. What do you want to do? Lin Feng. This witch, I seriously suspect that she has hidden meaning in her words and is implying something about me. After all, after spending some time together, as the communication deepened, our understanding of each other also deepened. Lin Feng hugged the slender waist and sneered, "I suspect you are driving without a license." Chuckle, chuckle. Luo, she was laughing so hard that her body was shaking. Gurgle. Lin Feng's heart was moved by what he saw. It doesn't say there how to compensate. Fairy Luo smiled charmingly, with a clear spring in her eyes. After that, she contacted the strongest talent system in her mind and asked, "System, I want to use 20 talent points to improve my physique to the strongest." The mechanical voice of the system immediately rang in my mind. Bite. System received, use 20 talent points to improve the host's physique to the limit of ordinary humans. As the system's voice fell, Luoshi's delicate body trembled, and a magical power filled her body. It lasted for more than 10 seconds before disappearing. But Luoshi felt it secretly, and felt that her whole body was extremely comfortable and full of energy. Is this the limit of ordinary human physique? It's really amazing, the 20 points are worth it. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh, and said awkwardly, "How about the old rules?" Luo Yaojing swept her red lips with the tip of her tongue and said coldly, "Then I won't be polite." She thought unconvincedly in her heart, "My physical condition has reached the limit of ordinary people, so how can I not completely conquer you, this wild horse, this time? Come on." Lin Feng had just finished speaking when he heard the mechanical voice of the system coming from his mind. Bite. Super Authority detected that the other party had successfully used 20 talent points to improve his physical fitness to the limit of ordinary people. Host, please be careful. Lin Feng was stunned. Damn it. When I looked at Luo Yaojing's smug expression, I took a deep breath, as if I saw the fierce battle scene. This is the rhythm of fighting. Luoshi's current physical fitness is at the limit of ordinary people, which means she is at the same level as Lin Feng. Although there are slight differences in the physiques of men and women, even at their limits. But this can basically be ignored. Lin Feng suddenly felt a little scared. However, the war was about to break out and the atmosphere had become so tense. How could he afford to retreat at the critical moment? After a moment, move to the bedroom. Cheer. He was responded with a sneer. Next up. Luoshi version. I once flattened the lonely river and rode a horse in the west wind, let the moonlight send the words in my heart to him, oh. The most beautiful flower on the grassland, the fiery red sarilang. As hot as fire and as unrestrained as fire. Lin Feng version. Today there is only a broken shell left, waiting for the glorious days to come. Time passes by every second. I don't know how much time passed. Finally, the wind stopped, the rain stopped, and the sweat stopped. Everything returned to calm. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and a gratified smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After all, I am still the awesome one. Then a feeling of tiredness came over him and Lin Feng fell into a deep sleep. Tomorrow would be another beautiful day. How great! Fairy Luo was lying on the bed, biting her teeth unwillingly, her body trembling. Damn, the carefully prepared plan still failed. My 20 talent points. Talent points in the talent system are not easy to obtain. Only when a certain talent reaches the mastery level can you get 10 talent points. It can be used to enhance physical fitness, strengthen other skills, or draw prizes. Luo Yaojing felt a rare sense of powerlessness at this moment, and thought to herself, I am a person with a system, but I still can't beat him. Why? The more he thought about it, the weirder it seemed. He thought further, speaking of which, this guy is really a bit weird. Why do so many high-scoring goddesses want to please him? Something is wrong. Could it be? But at this moment, she was overwhelmed by sleepiness. She could hardly open her eyes and fell into a deep sleep immediately. Supplemental sleep is urgently needed. No words were spoken that night. Lin Feng got up early the next morning. When I get up in the morning and open the window, I feel happy. He turned around and glanced at the fairy Luo who was still sleeping soundly, and sighed. He really made things difficult for her. Lin Feng then looked at his hands again. Every reward from the system seems to be timely. At this time, my stomach started to growl. Lin Feng walked out quietly, and this time he did not wake up Luoshi. He prepared to make breakfast himself to comfort the brave Freedom Knight. This is as it should be. Unconsciously, the mood of both of them had changed greatly. After all, the closest path to the heart is equal communication. After several such in-depth exchanges, it is hard not to change my state of mind. Luo, she no longer just wants to improve her impression of Lin Feng, but she genuinely likes being with him. It's a bit abrupt, but she is such a fiery woman. Once she loves, and won't hide it. The focus has changed from increasing favorability as the main one to increasing favorability as the secondary one. At this time, Lin Feng also discovered that the position of this fairy in his heart seemed to be becoming more and more important. Very flirty and cute. This fairy is so cute. Favorability plus 10. Lin Feng came to the kitchen and found that there was a smell of fireworks and a lot of various ingredients. Fairy Luo should have been living here for some time. So some ingredients are much more complete than when he came before. Lin Feng is not proficient in cooking and can only make some simple breakfast, but it is enough. At this time, the mechanical voice of the system sounded again. Bite. Today's happy moment has been updated. Do you want to participate in the lottery immediately? Chapter 53, Chapter 54, King's Domination 2.0. Wait a minute, I'll smoke it later. Lin Feng thought about it, and communicated with the system in his mind, eat a full stomach and see if I can have better luck? In the kitchen. Lin Feng made a simple breakfast. Well, it was so simple that even he felt embarrassed. I just put rice in the pot and cooked it into porridge, and then fried some vegetables, but I didn't know if it was edible. He thought about the sumptuous breakfast Luo she made last time, and felt a little guilty, so he decided to go out and buy something. Fortunately, it is quite convenient. There are supermarkets and various breakfast shops just outside the community. Lin Feng bought some fried dough sticks, soy milk, bread and other things and went back. He was also very hungry. When I returned to the villa, I found that Luo Yaojing had also gotten up and was washing up. Lin Feng quickly placed the breakfast in his hand on the dining table, creating a rich look. This is also a surprise, right? Ha ha. After a while, Fairy Luo came over and saw the breakfast on the table. She was quite surprised and asked, "Did you make this?" "Certainly." Lin Feng answered immediately, but paused for a moment before continuing, "This is a loving breakfast that I made and bought myself. Come and eat it." Luo she bit her lip, her movements were somewhat provocative. A pair of charming phoenix eyes blinked. She was really touched. Thinking about what happened last time, this time was simply too good to be true. The contrast is too strong. What's more, women who fall in love are easily moved. Seeing that she was motionless, Lin Feng asked again, "Why are you still standing there? Come over and have some soy milk and fried dough sticks first. There is nothing we can do if it doesn't suit your taste. Just eat a little bit, I don't know how to cook." Only then did Luo Yaojing give him a charming look, thinking that her pain was not in vain. She walked over and sat down opposite Lin Feng, but did not touch the breakfast on the table. She said quietly, "Come here." Lin Feng frowned, somewhat puzzled, but still walked over and asked, "What's wrong, don't you want to eat?" Fairy Luo raised her head, her eyes full of charm, and said delicately, "I want to eat you." "Mine?" Lin Feng was even more confused. He looked at the fried dough stick in his hand. There was nothing special about it. "If you want it, I'll give it to you." At this moment, he suddenly felt a chill on his butt. Hiss. Then I took a deep breath and said, "Oh my god." A picture suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's mind, and he remembered a sentence, "I am very angry now." About half an hour passed. Fairy Luo just finished her breakfast, and then went to rest. Lin Feng was also very distressed and did not disturb her anymore. He obediently enjoyed his sage time in the living room. I checked the news. He finally remembered that there was something important he hadn't done. Take advantage of now, wake up early in the morning, and be in such a good mood, the treasure you draw now must be awesome. System, let's draw the lottery. Lin Feng did what he said and immediately called the system in his mind. A mechanical voice immediately sounded in his mind. Bite. Happy moment, yeah. The system's voice sounded, and the pointer on the happy moment turntable began to move. Bite. Congratulations to the host for drawing the passive, King's Domineering upgraded version. Note, the upgraded version of King's Domineering can help the host improve his aura and temperament in all aspects, making the host a cool and domineering male god. Forehead. Lin Feng's smile paused. He was actually not very satisfied with the result of the lottery. Do you mean that I am not cool and domineering enough now? Lin Feng was speechless as he communicated with the system. A little unexpected. And he remembered that he seemed to have smoked before? But think about it, if it can improve your aura and temperament overall, it seems really good. It's definitely a plus for the image. This is not something that can be cultivated in a short period of time. Without the sedimentation and influence of time, it is impossible to possess it. But he thought of a more critical issue. Dad Tone, your temperament and aura have completely changed. Could it be that I am a different person too? Lin Feng thought to himself, if that is the case, then am I still myself? Bite. Host, rest assured. Although the change in temperament and aura will change your style of doing things, it will not affect your will. For example, when you encounter certain situations, you may do something that you wanted to do before but didn't dare to do. It is difficult to change your inherently mean character. You stupid system. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and replied slowly, then I feel relieved. All right. Anyway, the things you win cannot be returned or exchanged, so you have to accept it no matter what. Maybe the upgraded version of King's Dominance has arrived. Call. Lin Feng instantly felt that his temperament and aura were really different. This kind of powerful aura has been felt a lot from Yaratina. Moreover, my perspective seems to have changed, and the way I look at problems has also changed. However, it does not give people a feeling of being abrupt or having a big change. Exit communication with the system. Lin Feng suddenly felt that he knew too little about his female fans and it was too vague. First of all, I have never carefully studied their systems, nor have I carefully looked at their information, nor have I learned how much I like them. Very blurry. There is a feeling of confusion. No, this situation must change, but let's wait and see when we have time. What are you doing here alone? Luo Yaojing rested for a while, but couldn't fall asleep, so she came out to see what Lin Feng was doing. Lin Feng grinned, hugged her, touched her red lips, and said lightly, what else can I do besides thinking about you? What else can I do? Luo Shi's face turned red. As the king of filthy demons, how could she not understand the hidden meaning? But she secretly looked at Lin Feng. I always feel like he has changed a little, but I can't tell where, but the feeling is very strong. You guy, why didn't I realize you were so bad before? Luo Yaojing blushed and said angrily, but she snuggled obediently in Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng smiled indifferently without saying anything, but Wolfclaw began to cross mountains and rivers in search of the huge, fat rabbit. Be in control of the situation. He suddenly thought to himself, if it were me in the past, I would never do such a thing. It was definitely the King's Dominance 2.0 version that influenced me. Bite. Host, I've already told you that you are a mean person in your bones and you can't change it. Lin Feng was about to speak when his cell phone rang, so he checked it. No surprises. Goddess Suze. Lin Feng dribbled the ball with one hand while answering the phone. Fairy Luo gritted her teeth, looking resentful. This guy is too blatant. The author has something to say. Staying up late to write, I have to get up and do some work tomorrow. Big guys, let's do it for love. Chapter 54 Chapter 55 Goddess Sue's Plan. Today is a good day. After Lin Feng hung up the phone, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart that good things had happened since he got up. The date with the goddess over there is here again. It's simply a perfect life. Humph. Luo Yaojin felt a little jealous and couldn't help but pout and said, I'm rushing to the next game again. If it were in the past, Lin Feng would definitely feel embarrassed to let go. But now. I saw a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. Perhaps, this is what he wanted to do before, but didn't dare to do. The King's Domination 2.0 still has some effect. Hiss. This bastard must have cheated. Do you still dare to be sarcastic? Lin Feng asked coldly. I don't dare. When men go on dates, women should shut up, you know that. I know. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and slapped her plump buttocks again, saying, that's good. To be honest, so many licks. He quickly changed his words midway through his speech and said, I still like your superb skills the most. Luo Shi was immediately surprised and said, really? I will continue to work hard. Lin Feng nodded and looked at the time. The time agreed with Sui Yun was almost up, so it was time to set off. He then ran to the bathroom, washed his face, combed his hair into his coolest style, and went out. Luo Shi watched his back disappear before returning to the living room. Only then did I discover it. Thinking of the morning. Although she knew that there was no one else in the villa, her face couldn't help but turn red. This is crazy. Luo, she secretly said to herself in her heart, Luo, I didn't expect you to be such a goblin. But she suddenly remembered a question. I immediately contacted the system in my mind and asked, System, this should be an in-depth communication, why haven't you rewarded any favorability points yet? The voice of the strongest talent system immediately sounded in her mind. Bite. In order to prevent some light chasers from becoming addicted to in-depth communication and easily breed cheating, the reward for in-depth communication is limited to 2 times. Host, you have used up both chances. It is good to go deeper, but don't get too addicted. Luo Yaojing was so embarrassed and angry. What a broken system. Why didn't you say it at the beginning? And there wasn't even any hint. Humph. Another moment passed. Luo Yao's anger had just subsided a little, and she couldn't help but enter the system and open the Chasing Light Operation column. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 22. Height, 182 centimeters. Weight, 65 kilograms. Current favorability, 68. You wouldn't know if you didn't see it, but Lin Feng's current favorability towards her has reached 68 points. This is already a fairly high number. If we keep going like this, the mission will be completed in no time. Moreover, this level of favorability shows that, in Lin Feng's heart, Luo Shi already has an extremely important position. 0 to 30 can only mean a slight liking, not dislike. 30 to 60 is considered relatively intimate, and good friends usually have this level of affection for each other. 68, it's already the stage where they have secret feelings for each other. When Luo Yaojing saw this favorability, a smile appeared on her face again. Day and night accumulates. There is still some effect. The other side. Sui Yun stood in front of the floor-length mirror, looking at her outfit today with satisfaction. The beautiful face is as delicate as a fairy in a painting, with long black hair like a waterfall and a cool and indifferent temperament. A perfect synonym for nobility and coolness. The ice goddess in countless people's fantasies. She specially wore an exquisite white dress today. The style was simple but not lacking in noble design. It perfectly showcases Sui Yun's perfectly well-proportioned figure and her ethereal and cool temperament. Under the skirt, straight jade-like calves are revealed. She wore bright silver high-heeled shoes with thin heels, which also exuded a cool and sexy vibe. She looked absolutely perfect in this outfit. Walking down the street, this is definitely the kind that can make many LSP bang their heads against the wall. It can also be seen from here that Sui Yun still attaches great importance to today's date. I don't believe that guy can resist my charm. Sui Yun said slowly with a smile on her cold face. By then, the favorability will be rising rapidly. She really put her heart into today. It took me a long time to pick out the dress I'm going to wear today. Sui Yun understood that no matter when, it was easier for a beautiful goddess to gain the favor of the opposite sex. For many boys, I don't even have the interest to look at your appearance, so how can I have the time to understand your heart? Moreover, Sui Yun also analyzed her current behavior. I feel like my previous performance was too much of a bootlicker. It doesn't fit the image of a cold goddess at all. She thought that everything had been going smoothly since she got the super goddess development system, but suddenly a light-chasing action appeared, causing her to be temporarily confused. But for many people, the easier it is to get, the more they look down on it. On the contrary, being aloof and unattainable is the best medicine to stimulate their souls. So, Sui Yun decided that she had to change her strategy. Given my situation, there was really no need for me to kowtow to others. When you need to be aloof, you still have to be aloof. Lin Feng went out excitedly and came to a famous high-end Western restaurant in Shanghai. I looked at the time and it was just right. But after waiting for a while, I found that Sui Yun had not arrived at all. I sent her a message and she took a full 10 minutes to reply. On the way, we'll be there soon. Lin Feng suddenly felt unhappy and lost interest, but there was nothing he could do, so he had to wait. He also knew that many women had a problem with being late. Moreover, he only allows himself to be late but not others. This is total double standard. When I was with Lu Shishir, I waited a lot. Who knew that after more than 10 minutes, there was still no sign of Sui Yun? Where is it? Sui Yun was actually almost there, but she just slowed down her pace on purpose. After taking a look at the message, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In fact, this is all part of her plan. There is a saying that goes, men should be left alone for a while. I'll be there soon. Sorry. Soo-Yun sent another message back, her smile growing even wider. But after about 5 seconds she couldn't laugh anymore. I almost cried. The system prompts in my mind sounded as if they were free. Favorability 2316384. Woohoo, don't drop it, it's already negative. She was ethereal, noble, and cool just a second ago. Now I really want to take off my shoes and run, my heels are too high and I almost fell flat on my face. Even the cold goddess has her moments of mental breakdown. P.S. I got back very late, and I wrote a chapter right away without even having dinner. It's fresh out of the oven. I really can't finish 2 chapters, so I owe 1 chapter today, and I guess I'll do my best. I'll make up for it later, sorry. By the way, thank you all for the gifts, and finally, I'll ask for another wave of electricity. Chapter 55. Chapter 56. The Iceberg Goddess is no exception. Dang dang dang. The fashionable high heels made a crisp sound when stepping on the marble floor. Run, goddess. Soo-Yun's beautiful face looked a little sad, and she quickly trotted towards the place where she had agreed to meet with Lin Feng. She had already arrived and was nearby, so there was no need to take a car. As I walked, I began to doubt my plan. The iceberg plan doesn't seem to work on that guy. It doesn't stimulate him at all. But I was stimulated. After leaving Lin Feng alone for a while, the speed at which his favorability dropped. It's even faster than the speed at which the lights are turned off on the migrant workers' blind date show If You Are the One. I just kept hearing the sound of dong 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 dong. Lin Feng, I'm sorry. Music, it's a pity that it's not you who will stay with me till the end. Soo-Yun checked the favorability at this time and was speechless. There were originally 20 points left. She had gone to clean the dormitory and delivered towels to the basketball court before, which greatly improved Lin Feng's low favorability towards her. But what about now? The current favorability is 18. It actually dropped by more than 30 points. Soo-Yun was a little upset. How could she continue to play like this? 6 points. If it weren't for her strong character, she would have wanted to swear. In fact, objectively speaking, Goddess Sue's luck is really bad. It just so happened that Lin Feng's domineering nature had been upgraded to version 2.0, and his inherent bootlicking character had been almost completely eliminated. At this time, Lin Feng doesn't care whether you are an ice goddess or not. I'm unhappy, just unhappy. I am also a cool and domineering male god. Even the most beautiful girl in school doesn't give him face. So Goddess Sue was unlucky, and her carefully prepared plan just ran into trouble. It's the beginning of hell. At the beginning, it felt like all 3 lanes, top, middle and bottom, had collapsed. Bite. Keep calm, believe in yourself, don't forget, you are going to be a super goddess. The mechanical voice of the system suddenly rang in Soo-Yun's mind. The super goddess development system was afraid that the host would really collapse, so it hurried out to comfort her. Hold steady, we can win, there is still a chance to turn the tables. This system will also fully support you. To help the host overcome difficulties, this system has decided to give the host a special reward, various technical proficiency, you can choose 10 of them. When Soo-Yun heard the system's voice, her face lit up and she slowed down her pace. After listening to the system's consolation, I finally felt better. Yes, there is also the system to help. Perhaps the situation is not irreversible. The system also promised to provide strong support and immediately gave a large number of rewards. But when she saw clearly what the system rewarded her, a hint of unnaturalness flashed across her beautiful eyes. This reward feels a little weird. Soo-Yun hesitated and asked in her heart, System, are these skills really useful for improving favorability? Certainly. Based on the observation of this system, the Son of Light definitely prefers goddesses with many talents. Soo-Yun. Her face turned slightly red, and she was too embarrassed to continue asking. Forget it, what if it really comes in handy? At this time, she finally arrived at her destination and saw the familiar figure. Lin Feng was sitting on a chair in front of the milk tea shop, with a cup of milk tea in front of him, and was talking on the phone. Call. Soo-Yun breathed a sigh of relief and was also a little fortunate. No wonder the decline in favorability suddenly stopped. It turned out that he was on the phone. Thinking it through, I feel a little sad. It seems that he doesn't care about himself, so his favorability doesn't decrease. The number 1 campus beauty, the ice goddess, is she so lacking in status? From childhood to adulthood, Soo-Yun, who was loved by everyone wherever she went and flowers bloomed for her, felt frustrated for the first time. She walked over quietly, but did not dare to disturb Lin Feng again. Lin Feng didn't notice her arrival, and continued talking on the phone, saying, "Are you short of money recently?" "But that's true. I just got a girlfriend, and my expenses are indeed much higher." When Lin Feng was bored, he suddenly received a call from his good friend Zhou Qianyu, otherwise he would have left long ago. "Isn't Luo Yaojing attractive? What are you still waiting for?" After talking on the phone for a while, I found out that she was looking for him to borrow money. Lin Feng thought about it and felt that it was normal. Dating was really a money-burning project. He thought about how he had worked several part-time jobs and always felt that his income was not enough to make ends meet. And at that time, he also borrowed money from Zhou Qianyu to make ends meet. "Do you have any more? Lend me some first." Zhou Qianyu's somewhat unconfident voice came from the receiver. Although he knew that Lin Feng was rich, he still felt embarrassed to ask for money. "Too many." Lin Feng admitted it generously, and then asked, "Tell me, how much do you want?" There was a sudden silence. Zhou Qianyu then slowly said, "Do you have 10,000? I'll work part-time during the summer vacation and pay you back." "No problem, hang up and transfer it to you right away." Lin Feng hung up the phone and immediately transferred 20,000 yuan to him. He has so much money now that he can't spend it all, so it doesn't matter if he gives some to a few good friends of his. I never thought about asking the other party to pay it back. But after thinking about it, Lin Feng still felt that something was wrong. He knew Zhou Qianyu's character. He was very careful with money and would not spend it lavishly. There's something wrong with asking for so much money all at once. Have you encountered green tea? That would be terrible. Zhou Qianyu, that idiot, would be stripped of all his hair. Lin Feng was thinking with his head down, let's find a chance to go and take a look. Thumb and kick. Silver high heels appeared in front of Lin Feng, making his eyes light up. A little further up, there are two pieces of calves that look like jade lotus roots. Gurgle. Looking online, the peach is well proportioned and the waist is flirty. If she had two ponytails behind her back, wouldn't that be awesome? How could I have such an evil idea? Lin Feng secretly said, I must have been influenced by the King's Dominance 2.0 of the Guapi system. I was so traditional and pure before that I didn't understand these things at all. Favorability +1. Men, when it comes to beautiful things, will never be stingy with their affection. Sui Yun was delighted and a little excited. It seems like this guy isn't completely immune to my charm. I am still very honest at heart. In this case, should I continue to be cool? After all, licking like this is embarrassing. Lin Feng raised his head and looked upwards impatiently. Looking across the two peaks, Sui Yun's exquisite face suddenly appeared in front of Lin Feng. She is really worthy of being a goddess, her beauty is invincible. But favorability 3. Humph, you are a goddess, and I am also a domineering and cool male god, okay? Can I still spoil you? I am so domineering. You can lick me if you want. I haven't settled the score with you yet for being half an hour late. Come on, let us hurt each other. Sui Yun was completely confused and puzzled. I'm sorry, my thinking is too superficial. This guy can't be understood by common sense at all. An extraordinary man. Chapter 56, Chapter 57. Gentlemen, please get in the car. Call. Goddess Su held her breath, her mood was extremely complicated. I was panicking. She has always been surrounded by flatterers and is used to the feeling of being praised highly. The contrast was too great all of a sudden, making it difficult for her to adapt. Facing Lin Feng, this extraordinary man, Goddess Su was really at a loss. And she also discovered that Lin Feng seemed different today, with a very strong aura. He looked so determined and confident. The first few times we got along, there was some cowardice and embarrassment on his part, but I can no longer see that at all. In short, Sui Yan felt that it was hard to figure out and completely out of control. She was a little curious, what could make a man change so much in such a short time? Super Authority Happy Everyday System Reminder, King's Dominance 2.0. But no matter what, we have to face reality. Lin Feng sat on the chair, stretching comfortably, exuding a strong aura, looking arrogant and domineering. The beautiful goddess Su looked like a little girl who had done something wrong at this moment. Trembling with fear, waiting for Lin Feng's sword of judgment. This scene shocked everyone who had been secretly observing from the surroundings for a long time. Although Lin Feng is handsome, few people paid attention to him after he sat here for a long time. But it was different for Goddess Su. When she appeared for a short while, a group of LSP around her couldn't move and watched secretly. The look they gave Lin Feng was full of envy, jealousy, worship, and awesomeness. Sui Yun also noticed this. I wanted to leave here as quickly as possible. It was embarrassing enough, and being watched by others made me even more embarrassed. She took a deep breath, tried to stay calm, and said coldly, I'm sorry, it's my fault for being late, but there's no need to be so angry, right? This guy is too stingy. His favorability rating has dropped by more than 30 points in one go. From this we can see that Lin Feng is really angry. Lin Feng raised his head and glanced at her innocent face, and said coldly, You mean I'm wrong? Favorability 1. Sui Yun. He quickly explained, I didn't say that. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so late. Lin Feng sneered again and said slowly, From what you said, it's okay if I don't arrive so late for so long? Does this male god deserve to be waited for? Favorability 1. Sui Yun was about to cry. This guy, is he a woman? Why is this nonsense so familiar? Lin Feng is now thinking in his heart that it seems that Lu Shishir's appearance in his life does have some effect. At least, it taught me a lot. No, absolutely not. Sui Yun had completely given up her illusions. Lin Feng had no sympathy for her. She said firmly and sincerely, It's all my fault. I fully realize my mistakes and reflect deeply on them. Please forgive me, my idol. Lin Feng's face finally looked better. He was somewhat pleased with the title of male god. He slowly said, Well, but don't call me so ostentatiously outside. This male god likes to keep a low profile. Sui Yun was both angry and amused, and breathed a sigh of relief, finally passing the test. But before she could finish being happy, Lin Feng spoke again. Just when she was in a good mood, she was sent to the 18th level of hell. A thorough self-examination is definitely necessary. How about this? Go back and write me a 3,000-word self-examination. Lin Feng thought for a moment and continued, Remember, don't cheat again, don't fudge the numbers. Do you understand? Sui Yun, it's so uncomfortable. No. Goddess Su's aggrieved voice even contained a hint of crying. This matter should finally be over, right? Consider the iceberg stimulus plan decided this morning. She herself found it a little ridiculous. If you don't do it, you won't die. At this moment, no one must have understood this sentence more deeply than her. Lin Feng then nodded with satisfaction, expressing his appreciation for her attitude of admitting her mistakes and correcting them. Favorability has increased slightly. Favorability +5. When your favorability towards a person is negative, a slight change in your opinion will increase your favorability quite a bit. Sui Yun heard the system prompt and finally stopped losing weight. So touched. This candy is so sweet, it makes me want to cry. Let's go eat first. I'm starving. Lin Feng stood up from the chair and said lightly. Then he walked towards the restaurant with his long legs. Sui Yun was more than happy about this and quickly followed. I didn't think Lin Feng's behavior was impolite or ungentlemanly at all. Looking at his back, I felt very embarrassed. From this we can see that goddesses are also women and really cannot be spoiled. Watching the two of them leave one after another. Those LSP who were watching reluctantly withdrew their gazes only when Sui Yun's pretty figure was out of sight. Oh shit. I don't know how to describe my treatment of that handsome guy. All I can say is WTF. You don't know, I almost knelt down and called him brother just now. I wonder if I can ask him to teach me a few moves. Alas, the goddess can arrange everything perfectly, but I, a yellow-faced woman, can't handle it. Have times changed? Everyone started discussing. Lin Feng saw the restaurant sign and stopped. This was a very famous high-end Western restaurant. But he never came to eat. Sui Yun said she would treat him to a big dinner, and it turned out that she did not lie to him. At this time, Sui Yun was immersed in the communication with the system and asked, System, I am panicking. I don't know what to do next. The only one who could make Sui Yun, who possesses the super goddess system, so panicked is probably Lin Feng, the king of cheats. The mechanical sound of the system sounded immediately. Bite. Host, stay calm. There will always be a way, although I don't have any good suggestions right now. Sui Yun. Then, what should I do next? My original plan is totally useless. I have no idea what to do next. This system thinks. Sui Yun was immersed in communicating with the system, but she bumped into Lin Feng, who had stopped unexpectedly. Ah! Goddess Su exclaimed, this scene seemed familiar? Lin Feng was caught off guard and took a step forward. When he turned around, he saw Sui Yun, who had just managed to keep her balance. Good job! Did you know that I hit someone with the ball? You broke the rules. Or do you want to challenge my weakness again? But, I really can't tell. It looks well proportioned, but I didn't expect it to have so much filling. She is comparable to Luo Yaojing, and is another goddess that this brother cannot control alone. Sui Yun steadied herself, and the first thing she thought of was to apologize. She kept saying, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I didn't look at the road and accidentally bumped into you. She was really scared. With this guy's stingy personality, how much favorability would be deducted? However, the result surprised her. Favorability +5. Sui Yun was a little confused, but she reacted quickly and her cheeks immediately turned red. Curse inwardly, LSP. Although she has a proud personality and has never had a boyfriend, who can't guess the reason? At this moment, the mechanical voice of the system sounded in her mind. Bite. Host, there must be a way out when the car reaches the mountain. Isn't there a way out? Sui Yun was stunned for a moment and her face turned even redder. Chapter 57, Chapter 58, Accident-prone sections. What kind of broken road is this? Sui Yun was immediately furious. Even if it was, it must be a section of road where accidents are frequent, right? System, are you sure you are called the Super Goddess Development System? There is no other name? Sui Yun couldn't stand it anymore and complained to the system in her heart. Wouldn't this road be wider? Goddess Su was speechless. I am too lazy to deal with this somewhat unreliable and somewhat incorrect system. But, think about it. Lin Feng's favorability is so difficult to increase, but just by accidentally bumping into him, it actually adds 5 points. If we just do that a few more times, won't the mission be completed? But when I think about dribbling the ball into someone. Goddess Su suddenly became embarrassed. She felt shy, but a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. She quickly put this speculative idea behind her. Sui Yun, how can you have such an idea? Go and face the wall. Although the result was attractive, traditional thinking did not allow her to make such an embarrassing move. Even if she discovered Lin Feng's weakness, she would not cheat. This is the goddess's last pride. I'm fine. Lin Feng looked at her constantly changing expression, unaware that hundreds of thoughts had already occurred to Sui Yun in an instant. Seeing that she was a little more stable, he asked with some concern, are you okay? Don't leave so hastily next time. Lin Feng added in his heart, it's a good thing that you met me, it's something I couldn't ask for more. If it happens to someone else, I'll be in big trouble, because this is my fan. Of course, if there is a benefit, you can only take it for yourself. How can you give it to others? I'm sorry. Sui Yun was no longer as nervous as she was at the beginning. Her expression returned to its calm state, a hint of apology flashed in her eyes, and she apologized again. Although I suffered a loss, it was my own fault after all. The foul came first. Lin Feng was helpless even though he made 2 free throws. Goddess Su was very clear about this point. After being trained by the Goddess Development System, she is no longer just the kind of unreasonable woman. The matter has come to an end. The two of them walked into the Western restaurant and no one mentioned the matter again. It's a bit embarrassing after all. The restaurant is on the 3rd floor of a shopping mall, with an elegant environment and exquisite design. Although it is not magnificent, it gives people a special feeling of comfort and ease. This is exactly the tune that those nouveau riches who are rich but like to keep a low profile like. No wonder the business is so good, the truth lies in deeply understanding people's hearts. As soon as Lin Feng and Sui Yun walked in, a warm Cheongsam lady came forward to greet them and led the way. It's a bit tight right now, is a private room okay? The Cheongsam girl asked while secretly marveling at what a handsome man and beautiful woman they were. Thank you, we have already reserved a table. Sui Yun answered elegantly. She knew that it was difficult to get a table in this restaurant, so she had reserved it in advance. Okay. The Cheongsam girl smiled, confirmed the information with the goddess, and took them to a seat by the window. Lin Feng, I always sit by the window when I eat. This pair of golden boy and jade girl came in and immediately attracted a wave of attention. Most of the male compatriots envy it. Those female friends felt somewhat uncomfortable looking at Sui Yun. The appearance of Goddess Su suddenly made them feel a little embarrassed. Somewhat jealous. However, when seeing Lin Feng's appearance, most of them secretly breathed a sigh of relief. A goddess of this level is also worthy of a super handsome guy. Their own partners have not reached Lin Feng's level, so it is not that embarrassing. But the next scene shocked everyone again. It's just incredible. Lin Feng and Goddess Su walked to the dining table, and the goddess pulled out a chair very obediently. Elegantly invited Lin Feng to take a seat. Lin Feng was not surprised at all. He sat down carelessly without any awareness of giving ladies priority. He noticed many people's surprised looks and couldn't help but say in his heart, "Dogs, times have changed." Sui Yin just sat down and handed over the menu in her hand, saying gently, "See what you like to eat?" "You're welcome. I told you to spend a lot, haha." Lin Feng's heart moved. He didn't expect that the cold goddess Su also had such a naughty side. It seemed that today's training was very successful. Favorability +2. When the goddess shows obedience, she should be given appropriate rewards to achieve better results. The Cheongsam sister standing by was stunned and felt like her brain was short-circuited. Is this a mistake? Next. She rubbed her eyes and made sure that it was not the case. This was real. It simply broke her record since she started her career. The young lady was a little surprised. Although this man is handsome, he is not handsome enough to make a goddess kneel down and lick his ass, right? There must be some special skill. Lin Feng took the menu, took a look at it, and recited the dishes one by one without being polite at all. He is not short of money. And I don't think Sui Yun would be short of money. After all, she is the owner of the goddess system. Even though it is not a system that rewards money, she shouldn't be living in poverty, right? If that's the case, Lin Feng wouldn't mind supporting her with a few $100 million. Of course, the prerequisite is that she can perform as outstandingly as Luo Yaojing among the many light chasers. After Lin Feng finished ordering, the goddess took the menu, ordered a few dishes she liked, and handed it to the young lady next to her. It was a bit boring while waiting. It's a bit like looking at each other in silence. After all, Sui Yun is not like Luo Shi, who can talk about any topic. And now she is really scared of Lin Feng. This guy is stingy and she never knows which of her words will offend him and cause her favorability to plummet. But at this time, a female voice with some surprise came. "Evian, I've been looking for a long time. I can't believe I meet you here." A beautiful woman wearing a backless long dress and no less than 10 pieces of jewelry on her body walked over. Lin Feng raised his eyelids. This woman was indeed good-looking and quite beautiful. But if compared with Sui Yun, this kind of beauty seems a bit vulgar. Lin Yun, what a coincidence. Sui Yun's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible look, and she nodded and introduced, "I haven't seen you since I graduated from high school. How have you been recently?" Only then did Lin Feng figure out the relationship of the person who came. It turned out that he was a high school classmate. Lin Yun's face became even more proud, and she wanted to take off all the jewelry on her body to show them off. But due to the occasion, I had to give up. She waved her white hands and said, "It's okay, but you don't seem to be in good condition, right?" "Ha, I didn't expect our iceberg goddess would actually lick my ass like this." "Oh, sorry, I said the wrong thing. I saw everything that happened just now. I'm sorry, but your humble appearance really doesn't seem like the ice goddess I know." Lin Jun is extremely happy now. At first, she didn't dare to say hello when she saw Sui Yin at first. After all, she was tortured by her for 3 whole years in high school. Until she saw Sui Yin licking the dog. "I feel that my chance to show off has finally come, and this time, I must win back a game." Lin Feng frowned, something seemed to be wrong. The two of them seemed to be at odds with each other. Sure enough, not all high school classmates can get along as well as I do. Alas, my damn charisma is not something everyone has. Chapter 58. Chapter 59. Just feed the dog. Sui Yun's face suddenly became a little cold. In front of Lin Feng, she wanted to act more friendly and didn't want things to get ugly. After all, we are old classmates and we haven't seen each other for a long time. Even if there were some grudges in the past, it has been so long now, who will remember it? But Lin Yun remembered it, and thought this was a good opportunity to strike at his old enemy, so how could he let it go easily? "We'll eat, thank you," Sui Yun said lightly, and the meaning was very clear. I don't have time to explain or reminisce with you, and there's no need to do so. You can say goodbye. Lin Yun seemed to not understand at all. Her smile became wider and she said with a sweet smile, "We finally met. Do you mind having a meal together? My boyfriend is here too. Let me introduce him to you. Besides, aren't you going to introduce me to your boyfriend?" As Lin Yun spoke, his eyes swept in the direction of Lin Feng. In fact, before coming here, she had already observed it very clearly and carefully. Although Lin Feng is handsome and has an outstanding temperament, his clothes are really not that good, just ordinary, and do not match his handsomeness and temperament at all. This made Lin Yun immediately come up with a story in his mind. Isn't this the story of a cold goddess falling in love with a poor boy who comes from a poor family but has some good looks? The reason why Sui Yun was so flattering might be that she was afraid of hurting the poor boy's self-esteem, so she had to be cautious in getting along with him. I have to say that her imagination is still very reasonable. Lin Feng had no idea that the ordinary clothes he wore specifically to attend a class reunion would actually make people think like this. Sui Yin took a deep breath and calmed down the anger in her heart. It's true that goddesses also have fire. Now that things have come to this, what else can she say? Then let's go together. Sui Yun's voice was a little cold, and she was as arrogant as a white swan. When facing outsiders, she returned to her appearance as the ice goddess. Although it was an invitation, it was cold and kept people at a distance. For some reason, the goddess did not refute the fact that she treated Lin Feng as her boyfriend. Lin Feng looked at it and was secretly amazed. It is said that a woman can change her attitude as quickly as a boat capsizes. Today he finally saw it with his own eyes. Is this an iceberg? It must be wonderful to conquer the iceberg. So exciting. Favorability +1. Sui Yun's cold face revealed an imperceptible strangeness, and her beautiful eyes glanced at Lin Feng inconspicuously. This? What do you mean? She pondered for a moment, but couldn't figure out the reason. Alas, don't try to guess what a man is thinking. Do you prefer to be cool or gentle? In this situation, we cannot discuss it with the system. Lin Yun pulled a chair and sat down, then turned and called in one direction, "Xian Zhang, come over here, we met an old classmate, let's eat together." After that, she picked up the menu on the table and looked at it by herself, saying, "Let's order a few more dishes. It's probably not easy for you, friend, to have a meal here. I can just let my boyfriend treat us this time. It's okay. He has plenty of money." Lin Feng didn't want to get involved in their affairs, but unfortunately he couldn't get his wish, and the war was about to reach his eyebrows. This woman is in menopause and is poisonous, right? What does this have to do with you? Sui Yun also looked unhappy. Just as she was about to speak, a thin young man walked over. He is of medium build, well-mannered, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, dressed in a designer suit, and spraying a flashy perfume. Dressed like a young and promising elite. Come, let me introduce you. When Lin Yun saw her boyfriend coming over, she raised her head proudly and said, "This is my high school classmate, Sui Yun, and the one next to her is her boyfriend. They are both college students." After that, she tapped her boyfriend's shoulder and said delicately, "You must be envious, right? Who told you to drop out of school and start your own business? Although you are successful now and have more money than you can spend, you will never have a complete college life." Lin Feng liked the post crazily, saying that this post was low-key but had substance. People say that girls with big breasts have no brains, but it seems that that's not always true. Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked towards the towering area, as if to verify his thoughts. It is true. Sui Yun rolled her eyes, speechless and feeling a little embarrassed. After all, they are my old classmates and we were from the same class. How could there be such a big gap between them? This happened in front of Lin Feng, so embarrassing. When Lu Xianjing saw Sui Yu, he was truly shocked by her beauty. He felt like Taoist Zhao meeting Xiaolongnu for the first time. There was a glimmer of obsession in his eyes. However, it was well concealed. After all, he was a well-known entrepreneur in Zhanghai and had the corresponding abilities. However, this hint of vulgarity was accurately seen by Lin Feng and Sui Yun. After all, they are both powerful and cannot be dealt with by ordinary elites. The only person Lu Xianzhang could deceive was probably his very fierce girlfriend. "Hello." Lu Xianzhang smiled and nodded, then looked at Lin Feng beside him. When he took a look, he suddenly frowned, thinking that the person looked familiar. But I can't remember where I've seen it. I couldn't help but wonder, could it be the college student who had come to the company for an interview before? This is not surprising, so I just stopped thinking about it. Suiyun nodded coldly, without even saying a word to respond. Lin Yun thought that her old classmate would show envy to her, but who knew that his reaction was this? She was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Suddenly, she said in a sarcastic tone, "By the way, Iyun, your boyfriend's clothes look shabby. Has he found an internship? Otherwise, I can ask Xin Zhang to arrange one for him. I forgot to introduce Xin Zhang to you. He is one of the top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs in Zhonghai. His company was recently acquired by Lantian Group. If you join now, you will immediately become an employee of Lantian Group." Suiyun's expression remained unchanged, and she said coldly, "No need. I'm afraid my boyfriend can't accept such an ordinary job." She pretended not to care, but she was actually a little angry. She glanced at Lin Feng, knowing that he would definitely take action. Although Suiyun didn't know Lin Feng's background, she had heard rumors about her. The man that even the Empress had to rush to comfort is not as good as a mere top 10 outstanding young people? Normal? Ha ha ha. Lin Yun was angry at first, but then she smiled. Everyone in Zhonghai knows how powerful Lantian Group is. It is one of the world's top 500 companies. If Suiyun says that Lantian Group is ordinary, isn't that just exposing her own ignorance? Lu Shenzhen originally just wanted to save face for his girlfriend and didn't want to participate in such a stupid and face-slapping dinner. However, after hearing what Goddess Su said, I felt a little angry. Why don't we eat first? Lin Feng glanced at the two of them and said calmly, "It's really a bit ordinary." Eat whatever you want. This meal is on me. The main reason was that he was hungry and the dishes he ordered had already arrived. Lin Yun finally calmed down a bit. After all, the other party said they were treating her. But then he immediately heard Lin Feng say something lightly, and he almost vomited blood in anger. Just think of it as feeding the dog. Chapter 59. Chapter 60. The goddess is also curious. Puff. The goddess covered her mouth and chuckled. Suiyun is an iceberg goddess and normally she wouldn't laugh. Unless the situation is special and I really can't help it. Lin Yun, however, felt as if he had eaten shit. He lost his appetite immediately after looking at the table full of dishes. Bang! She slammed the table and cursed, "What do you mean? I'm trying to introduce you to a job. Looking at your poor appearance, you must be jealous of our Xian Zhang, right? You look like a decent person, but you are so jealous. You deserve to be poor for the rest of your life." Lin Yun was still not satisfied, so she pointed at her boyfriend and continued, "Do you know how good Xian Zhang is? Is it so difficult to learn from such an excellent person? To be honest, your vision has determined that you will never achieve anything in your life." The curse was very unpleasant to hear, and the voice was quite loud. Many people in the restaurant looked over, puzzled. Can you quarrel over a meal? This situation is rare, even unique, in such a high-end Western restaurant. Because people who come to such places, if not rich or noble, are at least people who value their reputation. Even if they are usually irritable, they have to act like gentlemen at this time. You have to speak softly to the waitress in Cheongsam. Lu Xianjing noticed the gazes of others and suddenly felt his face getting hot. It's so embarrassing. And he didn't know what was going on. Lin Jun was not usually such a rude person. Why did he seem to be different at this time? Little do people know that jealousy that has been suppressed for a long time can really make people go crazy. Lu Xianzhen quickly pulled his girlfriend's arm, signaling her to stop talking, as they would be the ones to be embarrassed if they continued like this. At the same time, he gave Lin Feng an apologetic look. Although he also felt that Lin Feng's words were too much, his girlfriend's reaction was also too extreme. Lin Feng had originally prepared other backup plans, but seeing that these 10 young men seemed quite innocent. My anger has subsided a lot, but this brainless and vicious woman is still unforgivable. Must be taught a lesson. Lin Feng glanced at her coldly and said, I was just making a metaphor. Why are you so excited? You really act like a dog. Puff. Lin Yun's face suddenly turned dark, and his gums trembled with anger, as if he had been stabbed in the heart. Goddess Su sat aside without saying a word, but secretly looked at Lin Feng. She saw that he was calm and his clothes were indeed ordinary, but there was a strong aura emanating from his bones. A small movement, an unintentional glance, can make people feel the confidence of being in control of the whole situation. He is arrogant and overbearing, but he is indeed invincible. What kind of man is this? At this moment, Sui Yun realized that she knew too little about Lin Feng. I couldn't help but feel curious. When she calmed down, she realized that the feeling Lin Feng gave her was something that no other boy who had tried to please her could give her. With just 2 casual words, he was able to manipulate his opponent into doing things in the palm of his hand. Lin Yun's brain seemed to have short-circuited, and he opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Lin Feng glanced at her and said indifferently, "For me, I just come here to have a simple meal, and it's enough to wear comfortable clothes. Perhaps for you, this is a feast, so you should dress up formally, just like attending a banquet." This time, Lin Yun seemed to have been told what was really on her mind. Her face immediately turned red with shame and she was extremely embarrassed. She did have that idea. Otherwise, who would wear an evening gown and dress up with jewels to have a Western meal? In addition, Lin Feng said as he looked at Lu Xianzheng, who was standing aside. This sentence was addressed to him, and he asked, "Outstanding young man, what is the name of the company?" Lu Xianzheng didn't know what he meant, but he spoke out of habit, "Big Orange Technology, we focus on the internet, blah blah blah." Before he could finish, Lin Feng waved his hand, not interested in listening to him further. It's time for me to show off. Since it has come to this, there is nothing we can do but to show it off a little. While thinking about it, Lin Feng took out his phone and called Chulan. He remembered that Lantian Group was Chulan's company, right? That's easy. Another of my crazy fans, by the way, she invited me to visit her office, but I forgot to go. Thinking of Chulan's domineering CEO style. Well, if I have the chance, I really want to experience it, ha! In a luxurious conference room, Chulan was in a meeting with a group of key company executives. For someone at her level, she spent more time in meetings than not in meetings. Logically, her phone was turned off. The only number that can still be called in now is her private number, which is always open. Of course, only a few extremely important people can call in. Lin Feng, the son of light, is of course one of them. Chulan sat at the head of the oval conference table with a cold expression. He waved at everyone and then glanced at his cell phone. When she saw the number clearly, her expression changed slightly. She quickly stood up and walked out the door, and immediately answered the phone, and said in a different tone, "Classmate Lin Feng, it's really rare that you take the initiative to call me." In the restaurant, Lin Feng held the phone and smiled faintly, "Sister Chu, I have something to trouble you. Did you acquire a company called Big Orange Technology? I know the founder. Could you please take care of him?" "Not yet. We are just in the negotiation stage. But since you called me, how can I not give you face? How about this? I will buy it at twice the price they offered. Do you think it's okay?" "No problem." Lin Feng just wanted to show off and didn't care how much the transaction price was. Moreover, she did not do this because she had no bad impression of Lu Xianzheng, this outstanding young man, and at least she was not confusing right with wrong. Although it is pretentious, it does not necessarily mean slapping someone in the face. Why should men make things difficult for other men? After saying a few more words, Lin Feng hung up the phone. Lin Yun found it a little funny and sneered, "Why are you pretending to be so high-handed? You look like one." She would never believe that Lin Feng could talk directly to the president of Lantian Group, and that the other party was as obedient as a dog. Lu Xianzheng frowned, then looked at Lin Feng carefully, and suddenly felt as if he was struck by lightning. He finally remembered where he had seen Lin Feng. At Her Majesty's banquet. This is simply a god-like existence. It took me so long to remember it. You are Lord Lin Feng, right? Lu Xianzheng was trembling as he spoke. What's wrong with you? How could he? Shut up. Lu Xianzheng interrupted his girlfriend angrily before she could finish speaking. Then he looked at Lin Feng and immediately changed his humble look, saying, "Lord Lin Feng, I have seen you at the Queen's banquet, but at that time I was only qualified to hide behind and take a look at you." Chapter 60 Chapter 61 Get Wet. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. He was really a little surprised. He didn't expect that the other party had actually seen him at the banquet. And, what's wrong with the look in his eyes? I'm not gay. Lu Xianzheng also felt that he was too excited, so he quickly restrained himself, but he was still trembling with excitement. He said, "You controlled the lightning at the banquet, Lord Wang. I really admire you. I have been thinking of paying my respects to you for a long time. I didn't expect to have the honor of meeting you here today. Control thunder and lightning? It's not that exaggerated." However, Lin Feng felt a little guilty. He subconsciously looked at himself and his right hand that had touched the super female's butt, Lu Xianjing thought about it and was worried that he would care about what happened today. He turned around and said to his girlfriend in a deep voice, "Why don't you apologize to the prince? I told you to control your temper." Although he was a little worried that Lin Feng would retaliate, and felt that Lin Yun's behavior today was a little inexplicable, he did not want to abandon his girlfriend at such a critical moment. He is still a responsible person. Lin Yun had been stunned for a long time, and maintained a dull expression for at least 3 minutes. The ordinary-looking man in front of him turned out to be the prince whom Lu Xianzhang praised? This is too much. But when I saw my boyfriend's expression, I knew that there was definitely nothing wrong. I was so shocked that I woke up from my dying illness and found out that the clown was myself. Thinking of the words she had just used to mock Lin Feng, she felt so ashamed that her face was as hot as an egg. Sorry. Lin Yun knew that she was in trouble, and under her boyfriend's crazy suggestions, she had to apologize to Lin Feng. Only then did she realize that after so long, she was still far behind Sui Yun. There is still no comparison. Sui Yun didn't react much to this scene. This was all within her expectations. I just became more curious about the mysterious Lin Feng. Goddess Su looked at Lin Feng with burning eyes, with a complicated look in her eyes, and no one knew what she was thinking. Okay. Lin Feng waved his hand indifferently. Although he didn't want to care about it anymore, he didn't want to be disturbed any further. It's always a bit off-putting to look at it this way. Call. Lu Xianjing finally let go of the heavy stone in his heart. It seemed that this big boss would not care about it anymore. I breathed a sigh of relief. I feel that I am really lucky. Fortunately, I recognized him at the critical moment. Otherwise, if I really confronted this big guy head-on, I would probably be beaten so badly that nothing would be left. He immediately stood up and said goodbye. Where can I stay in this situation? He left hastily with his girlfriend Lin Yun. Finally it quieted down and I could eat in peace. Lin Feng turned around and saw Goddess Su looking at him in a daze. He couldn't help but ask, I thought only men like to look at beautiful women, but it turns out that beautiful women also like to look at handsome men. Sui Yun suddenly came back to her senses. Her pretty face turned slightly red. She has always been somewhat indifferent to people, and seeing him do such a thing made her feel very embarrassed. I'm just wondering, what kind of person are you? Sui Yin asked softly, not knowing whether it was to hide her embarrassment. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. I actually started thinking about it seriously. Thinking back on the changes I've experienced recently, especially since I became a hacker. Once upon a time, I thought I was a traditional and loyal good man. I didn't expect that this was just an illusion hidden under poverty. Why? This guapi system, especially since it was upgraded to King's Domination 2.0, even I feel that the changes are quite big. The bold ideas that I only dared to keep deep in my heart before are now stirring. For example, I am now thinking about how to send Goddess Su home. How can I hold her fair and tender hand? How can I melt this iceberg and feel the strange scenery and excitement? Sui Yun saw that he was silent for a long time and couldn't explain it clearly. He smiled and said, I don't know if I can choose not to answer, but I don't think he's a bad person. She just asked casually, without any particular insistence on knowing the answer. Good. Lin Feng's eyes lit up and he agreed with this statement. I didn't have a choice before. Now I just want to be a good person. The two ate and chatted. The dishes here are really good and live up to their reputation. Without any other interruptions, the meal was quickly completed. Sui Yun kept her promise and paid the bill. She didn't dare to take any more risks. I just experienced a sudden drop in my favorability, and the scar is still bleeding. Fortunately, the situation is now stabilized. They both walked out of the restaurant. His face looked a little gloomy, as if it was going to rain. Goddess Su was in a dilemma again. What should she do next? She didn't dare to use her original plan. She doesn't really like shopping or sightseeing, she prefers quiet time, which is different from most girls. After thinking for a while, I couldn't come up with any good ideas, so I just asked, what, next? Dry. Lin Feng was walking in front and replied reflexively. There's no way I can do that. I've been spending too much time with Luo Yaojing lately. Being led astray. A few seconds later, the two stopped almost at the same time. Well. How does the saying go? I am most afraid of the air suddenly becoming quiet. Sui Yun actually reacted slowly. After all, she was not the king of filthy demons. At first, she thought Lin Feng's answer was a little puzzling. After chewing it over and over again, I finally understood what it meant. His cold face suddenly turned hot, and he cursed in his heart, "What is this guy thinking about? Obscene." Lin Feng also felt a little speechless, shouting innocent in his heart. "This car is not mine to drive. Anything is fine." Lin Feng thought about it and added a few words. Sui Yun nodded, but she knew it in her heart, and her understanding of him deepened a little. I secretly decided that I should be more careful when trying to increase my favorability in the future, so as not to get myself into trouble. This guy can drive on any bad road. Boom! Suddenly, a flash of purple lightning streaked across the gloomy sky. Light up half the sky. Immediately afterwards, a creepy thunder sounded. Ah! Sui Yun was most afraid of thunder. She screamed reflexively and covered her ears with her hands. Lin Feng also felt a little scared. This kind of lightning and thunder was not common. I immediately wanted to walk to the building next door, where there was a lightning rod. Before I had taken a few steps, heavy rain began to pour down. A super heavy rainstorm is coming. Lin Feng didn't have time to think about it, he took the goddess' hand and walked back. Although Sui Yun is also a system owner, her physique has not reached the limits of ordinary people. It is still far inferior to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took her by the hand and ran wildly. How could he care about so many things at this time? Ah! In the heavy rain, the goddess suddenly screamed in pain. She was wearing high heels and running too fast, her foot tilted and she sprained her ankle. Lin Feng turned around and saw that her face was full of pain, and it seemed to be quite serious. Well, let us get wet. He could only stay and risk his life to accompany the goddess. Lin Feng couldn't abandon his fans and run away at this time.